Meet the world's #1 hunter, who's about to be honored at a massive ceremony. The whole nation is glued to their screens, and they're even selling merchandise with his face on it. His friend begged him to just deliver a decent speech, even promising him a special reward later that night if he behaved. And this wasn't some small gathering, all the big shots were in attendance. But when the top-ranked hunter finally spoke, he dropped a bombshell. "I couldn't care less about this. All I've ever wanted was to make a profit." The entire room was stunned into silence. This is Kang Young, a man who plays by his own rules. He'll take on the whole world if it means living life his way. And then, one fateful day, the peace shattered. Suddenly, system windows materialized before every single person on Earth. The sky bled crimson as colossal towers blotted out the sun across the globe. They hung ominously in the air, unleashing hordes of strange creatures. The monsters immediately began their assault on humanity. In one instance, an orc lunged for a young girl, its attack threatening to do more than just mess up her makeup. But on that same day, the first hero emerged to fight back. Humanity wasn't going down without a struggle. If the world was morphing into a game, then they were determined to become its players. Certain individuals discovered newfound abilities and used them to defend others as best they could. As the new laws of this reality were laid bare, the objective was clear: destroy every tower before it could rupture and release its monstrous contents onto the planet. The most powerful players quickly rose to fame, celebrated for their strength and resolve. But now, the shocking declaration from the strongest of them all had sent shockwaves across the globe. Back home, our protagonist was scrolling through the public's reaction. A lot of his former fans were completely bewildered by his statement. They were now calling for a boycott and vowing to never purchase his t-shirts again. Kang peeked through his window to find a sea of reporters camped out on his lawn. He figured he'd step outside and offer them a few words of encouragement. He cryptically warned them to wake up to the impending danger. They were clueless about his meaning until a violent tremor sent them all sprawling to the ground. Glancing upwards, they saw the towers looming over the city. As a tower break event neared, the floating structures would descend, getting dangerously close to the ground. The mission was straightforward: assault the tower and prevent global annihilation. Yet, Kang Yusung remained utterly unfazed. He casually distributed some flyers before simply turning and leaving. He reached his designated location shortly after. "No pests here," he mused, just as he'd anticipated. The season's opening day was peaceful. Then, his system chimed with a notification. The majority of the monarchs were ecstatic to witness the appearance of the Clown Monarch's chosen contractor. The Iron Monarch let out a roaring laugh, granting his favor to the one who had abandoned his blade. The Blizzard Monarch joined in, giving her own blessing to the individual who presented the mirror. Kang simply shrugged it off, telling them to enjoy their little chuckle. Moments later, his system pinged again. His fencing proficiency skyrocketed, followed by a surge in his magic skill. These were no ordinary power-ups. They signified something much greater. Just like at the UN Hall, his true goal was to farm rewards from these godlike beings, the monarchs who treated players like him as entertainment. Then, his system lit up once more. The Golden Legends Monarch was laughing maniacally as he bestowed his blessing upon the one who chooses legends. This particular blessing was loaded with an incredible amount of perks, and Kang Yusung intended to claim every single one of them. His system dinged in confirmation. The one who chooses Legends blessing had a massive effect on a player's build. And just like that, he landed some legendary equipment, a black cloak emblazoned with a golden cross, known as Aureate Fanaticism. It boasted some truly mind-boggling stats. Kang was now equipped with a legendary defensive item, a heroic rank skill, and a heroic rank artifact. He was more than ready to take on the tower. But just as he was celebrating, his system flashed another notification. The Golden Legends Monarch had suddenly withdrawn his blessing for the one who chooses legends. In its place, the Monarch had blessed Kang's t-shirt business instead. Shaking his head, Kang Yusung entered the tower, only to be met by immediate opposition. The area was swarming with Blood Orcs. His objective: eliminate the orc boss lurking on the top floor. Kang figured this was the perfect opportunity to test drive his new heroic rank skill. The skill came with some amazing attributes. He activated the Frozen Sword, which dramatically amplified his compatibility with ice magic. This, in turn, unlocked a secondary effect called Cold Breath. Kang shot a quick thank you to the Blizzard Monarch under his breath. Then, he unleashed the skill. Furious ice storms burst from his body, consuming the orcs and flash-freezing entire mobs solid. Though hopelessly outnumbered, his enemies were completely helpless. Kang Yuang immobilized them all in ice and pressed onward. His system instantly lit up with rewards as he utterly dominated the first floor. He almost sighed, wondering if he was stuck saving the world yet again. A system voice announced his arrival on the second floor. Kang Yu-sung appeared on the next level to find a colossal orc horde already making camp, which caught him off guard. Before he could react, one of the orcs detected his presence. It let out a thunderous roar, proclaiming that the warrior destined to lead them to Valhalla had arrived. They were prepared for a glorious death in battle. Kang Yu-sung just told them to hold on, promising he'd send them straight to paradise. A few moments later, the battle was completely finished. He reached the fourth floor, satisfied with his progress and level gains. His only gripe was the lack of any break rooms between floors. Right on cue, a system alert popped up. Song of War guards were now barricading the entrance to the boss room. A grin spread across Kang Yu-sung's face. This was perfect. What better way to lure everyone into facing the true elite monster himself? Just then, his system announced that the Steel King had granted a blessing to the Song of War guards. The orcs, feeling the surge of new power, went wild, screaming that Valhalla was within their grasp. They were desperate to pursue the warrior who would guide them to it. They began chanting an anthem of blood and iron, dedicating their fervor to the Steel King. Kang Yu-sung noted that his opponents weren't giving him a single moment to rest, but it didn't bother him in the slightest. He pressed his attack regardless. In the thick of the chaos, he noticed something different. A single enemy charged him with unbridled ferocity. Forcing Kang Yuang to momentarily retreat, he remained relentless, continuing the fight without pause. But he soon realized his attacks weren't hitting as hard as they should. This had to be an elite warrior, which meant it likely had resistance to ice. Kang Yu-sung disengaged to reassess his approach. He needed a decisive, finishing blow, but his current skill set wasn't equipped for it. His current equipment and stats put him firmly in the semi-final tier of players. The crown jewel of his arsenal was the Frozen Sword, both a heroic rank skill and a heroic artifact. Kang Yuang accessed his inventory. He was hesitant, though unsure if he could manage the item's power. The system issued a stark warning about the immense risk that came with using it. But the message then shifted, reminding him that inaction would bar him from Valhalla. Without a second's delay, his foes launched a volley of axes. Kang Yu-sung knew he was out of time. He activated his artifact, the Frozen Heart. Instantly, the raw essence of potent ice magic coursed through him. All of his equipped skill cards began amplifying his ice-based abilities. Kang wasn't interested in leftovers. He was aiming for the entire loot jackpot. His foes roared that all's fair in war and threw everything at him, completely blindsided when he suddenly encased himself in ice armor. On top of that, his offensive power surged, allowing him to steamroll his opponents while simultaneously racking up experience points. Now, on a whole new level, Kang expertly wielded his ice sword, parrying every strike. He could flash freeze his enemies in the heat of battle, their own weapons cracking and breaking against his chilling power. He turned into a relentless killing machine, gaining levels with each fallen foe. The orcs were furious, but their continued assaults were met with overwhelming force that sent them flying. He could even manifest a whole arsenal of ice weapons at will. One of the creatures finally caught on, but it was too late. Before it could even process the thought, Kang had already taken it out. His speed was off the charts. He was nothing more than a blur to his enemies. With the floor practically wiped clean, Kang announced that the official stats were a complete joke. He turned his attention to the last remaining orc and delivered the finishing move, clearing the stage and dinging another level up. A system notification popped up, rewarding him with a pack of random skill cards and a cool 1,000 conquest points. He inspected the new card he'd received, a simple skill named Stab. It wasn't exactly what he'd hoped for, but he figured it was better than an empty slot. The moment he equipped it, its effectiveness skyrocketed. He then proceeded to the next floor, where he was met by a girl who looked utterly stunned to see him breathing. Kang sarcastically apologized for failing to die, but the girl insisted it was fantastic news since he couldn't sell his loot if he was dead. It turned out she was the operator behind the Mechanical Equipment King, an automated vending machine. She urged him to spend all his hard-earned points before he inevitably kicked the bucket. When Kang asked to browse the shop's inventory, the girl immediately started pushing card packs, swearing a legendary was bound to drop. He played along, telling her he believed her, but then proceeded to buy a speed potion and a fire potion instead. Unfazed. She continued her hard sell on the card packs, but Kang simply tuned her out and walked away. At last, he arrived at the final boss's chamber. The imposing figure greeted him, asking if he was ready for battle and ordering him to fight honorably before meeting his end. The boss launched its attack, forcing Kang to conjure a magical barrier for defense. The sheer power made him question if he'd only been fighting weaklings like dwarves and orcs until now. In response, Kang hurled the fire potion he'd just bought, instantly setting the boss ablaze. That wasn't nearly enough to finish it. Though, the boss emerged from the inferno, but Kang confidently declared that the fight had just begun. He followed up with a series of glacial strikes from his sword, skewering the boss's body and seemingly ending it in a single blow. Kang couldn't help but brag that his unique blessing could turn even the most basic skill into an overpowered attack. But just as he was celebrating, he realized it wasn't dead. The enemy lurched back to its feet as a system alert screamed, "Berserk ability activated." Kang just rolled his eyes, muttering about how this game was so predictable it was boring. The revitalized boss roared its intent to destroy Kang, which only served to irritate our hero further. This persistent creature was just getting on his nerves. Kang was aware its shockwave attack could be fatal if it landed, but that was a huge if. The boss charged, but Kang sidestepped with impossible grace. Despite the relentless onslaught, he weaved through every single attack without breaking a sweat. All the while, Kang was running a clock in his head. The moment his internal countdown finished, he announced, "Time's up." He downed another potion he'd bought and then completely annihilated the boss. The system immediately lit up with a victory message, granting him a card package and the prestigious title of being the tower's first conqueror. Kang couldn't help but think that things were going so well, it was almost suspicious. He unwrapped his prize, already having low expectations for the haul. He took a look anyway. The first card was a bog-standard common, just as he'd predicted. He instantly wrote it off as useless trash. After a short break, Kang headed to the next tower, this one filled with demon-worshipping imps. As soon as he arrived, they spotted him and swarmed together, preparing to strike. Kang remained perfectly calm, letting them close the distance before unleashing a massive ice attack that froze a huge portion of the horde. For him, this was just a fun way to grind his skill levels. He made short work of the first wave, only for a new one to spawn. Even though more imps appeared this time, Kang was completely unfazed by their numbers. Kang taunted the creatures, promising to plow through them all without breaking a sweat, and he delivered on that promise. His overwhelming ice abilities crushed every last one of them. Better yet, his ice skills were leveling up at an incredible rate. Then, a sudden system alert flashed Tower Boss appeared. This new heretic imp boss screeched that it would offer up Kang's blood to its demon king. The imp commander shrieked an order for its loyal minions to charge, but they were all wiped out in an instant. His ice magic was just on another plane of existence compared to their feeble attacks. A system notification confirmed that even the tower boss was now suffering from the icy status ailment. Kang smirked, noting that this enemy had appeared at the perfect moment for an experiment. His system displayed a new bonus, a glacial synergy reinforcement effect, which boosted both the quantity and variety of ice weapons he could manifest. In short, Kang's icy arsenal had just gotten a massive upgrade. He didn't hesitate to put it to the test, summoning a barrage of ice spears and sending them flying toward what was left of the mob. The imps, who were already struggling, were now nothing more than frozen, helpless targets. Kang was merciless. He annihilated everyone in the tower, collecting some nice bonuses in the process. He got an equipment ticket, but it was basically worthless to him since he was already rocking a legendary. Kang then discovered another neat trick: his frozen blade retained its full power, no matter how many smaller blades he divided it into. Splitting it into 8 blades didn't feel all that different at the moment. But then a strange system message appeared, instructing him to greet his shadow. It turned out one of the tower's factions had been watching his progress with great interest. The system provided him with all the details on this enigmatic group, and suddenly, he found himself face to face with the Dark Council. The council's leader acknowledged him, then extended an invitation to meet his shadow once more and join their whispers. Kang had to admit, the offer was intriguing. He told them he was more than willing to sign up on the spot, but pointed out a small problem countless other factions were chomping at the bit to destroy the Dark Council. The leader assured him that a protective veil would extend to cover Kang as well, asking if he'd forgotten the nature of their dark power. Of course not, Kang shot back, claiming he only brought it up because he understood their power all too well. Realizing that talk was cheap, Kang decided to cut to the chase. He made his demand a shadow beast, and while they were at it, they could toss in a rare dark element ability card. The shadow leader cautioned him against such arrogance, reminding him that as a mortal, his time was limited. Kang retorted that if that was their attitude, then there was no deal. He'd accomplished so much, and this was how they repaid him. By refusing a simple request, he then declared that they would never see him again, but the shadow leader wasn't about to let him walk. With a heavy sigh, the leader reluctantly caved to Kang's terms, and right on cue, a system window appeared for Kang. He was now the proud owner of a shadow beast, and had also unlocked a special achievement for adopting a cat, which came with a massive 100,000 achievement points. By now, Kang was getting accustomed to the system's bizarre sense of humor, but then he remembered that was only half the deal. He was still waiting on that rare shadow skill card. With his new card in hand, Kang officially joins the ranks of the Dark Council, and his affinity with them skyrockets. As he walks away, he gets a feeling this season is about to get legendary. He wonders if he should ride this wave of momentum. Or perhaps, just for a moment, he should call it a day while he's on top and concentrate on recovery. As these ideas race through his mind, someone suddenly shouts his name. Kang lets out a sigh, steeling himself for whatever is coming. And then, bam! A media frenzy descends upon him, a mob of reporters clamoring for an interview. Word of his latest exploits has already gotten out. But Kang is completely drained, so he offers them nothing but cryptic replies. The journalists relentlessly press him for details about his recent activities, noting that this season's competition is incredibly fierce. Kang fires back a question, asking how many people were really involved. They inform him it was 5 veterans from the Chinese guild, led by the Swordmaster, but that 4 players perished in the raid. Hearing this, Kang immediately retorts that the guy sounds less like a Swordmaster and more like a shield master for using his own teammates as human shields. The reporters question if he's deliberately trying to antagonize a rival with such a loaded statement. Kang simply asks how many allies the Swordmaster had with him. Someone informs him the man was by himself. Kang declares the warrior must have been bursting with energy from the get-go, though he secretly thinks it's foolish to dive into the competition this early. It's common knowledge that the Saint is currently focused on stockpiling skills and gear. On top of that, the Gravedigger hasn't even entered the fray yet, as he's busy acquiring Tier 4 items. When the reporters ask for his take on the situation, Kang simply calls the warrior a madman. This leads them to believe he has no intention of challenging the Swordmaster, but he quickly clarifies that he's a madman too, and if forced to choose, he'd much rather be the lunatic who wins than the one who loses. He then calls out, asking for anyone who can get him to the Tier 5 tower. Before long, Kang is left by himself. He whispers that only one thing now stands in the way of his ultimate triumph. He sees that a huge number of people are placing bets on him to succeed. For Kang, this is about more than just personal pride now. He's certain the Swordmaster is already waiting inside, ready to play for all the marbles. Kang makes his decision and steps into the tower, where a mission summary instantly appears before him. He has a choice: the Cavalli's Empire or the Rhodia Kingdom. Kang must lend his strength to the side he deems more righteous. It doesn't take him long to realize the communists are driven by imperialism. Besides, even if it were a tough call, he would have chosen the kingdom. The reason is simple in this game. Siding with the underdog always yields the greatest rewards. He selects the Rhodia Kingdom and makes a beeline for the palace fountain. The moment he materializes, everyone spots the newcomer and erupts in ecstatic cheers. They proclaim that a visitor has come to be their salvation, but Kang is unimpressed by what he finds in the strategy room. Their equipment suggests a battle is imminent. He strides forward and asks who's giving the orders. A deafening silence fills the room. Finally, a man steps up, calling Kang insolent. He demands to know if Kang has no respect for royal authority, especially in the presence of Lord Muda Duchamp, the commander, heir to the throne, and head of the Duchamp Marisat. Without missing a beat, Kang asked the commander if he actually thought they could win this fight. The leader declared with absolute certainty that they would, despite their limited resources. He then began to brag about his own mental fortitude, claiming it was without equal. He also asserted that his kingdom's soldiers had the collective willpower of hundreds of common men. Kang had heard enough of this garbage. He decked the man and announced that from this point on, he would be in command. The surrounding men looked utterly relieved by this turn of events. It was clear they held no love for their previous commander. After taking charge, Kang rallied about 5,000 commoners to serve as infantry. Among them, around 900 recruits had some archery experience. This was a far cry from the professional soldiers of the Empire. The one silver lining in this dire situation was the absence of personal grudges or magic in this world. Plus, the Swordmaster wasn't the type of player who won through raw power alone. He was the apostle of the Iron Monarch. Typically, a player can only form a pact with a single monarch, who is the sole source of their rewards. But Kang was an anomaly. He was reaping benefits from multiple monarchs, all because the Clown Monarch had transformed him into this new breed of player. While a monarch can have countless followers, only a single player can bear the title of apostle. That individual receives the monarch's full and undivided favor. A monarch will move heaven and earth to support their apostle, though certain limitations are always in place. For the Swordmaster, this meant abilities tied to the Iron Monarch couldn't be his primary form of attack. Because of this rule, Kang felt the matchup wasn't too skewed, but he knew his soldiers would be under a different kind of strain. You could never be sure just how much of the tower's world was real. There was no way to determine if these people were truly alive, or simply digital constructs confined to this space. Ultimately, it was beyond his control. All he could do now was figure out a way to raise his soldiers' morale. Just before the battle commenced, the new soldier leader announced that a great visitor had arrived in the kingdom of Roya. He continued by declaring Muda Duchamp had been relieved of his command, and that the player himself would now be leading them. The soldiers immediately understood their incompetent leader was gone, taking it as a fantastic omen. That single piece of news was enough to galvanize them, making Kang realize his worries had been pointless. But then, he saw a sudden change in their demeanor. One of the soldiers reported that the Empire had begun its assault. The archers instantly moved into position, letting a volley of arrows fly toward the enemy. An archer called out that the Imperial Army's push was relentless since they were positioned right at the main gate. He added that stopping them there would shatter the enemy's momentum. Kang decided Dart Beast was a bit of a mouthful, opting to call the creature Blackie instead. Standing beside Blackie, he commanded it to unleash its power. The enemy soldiers stared in disbelief, wondering what in the world they were looking at. They could just make out a massive, dark shape atop the castle ramparts. Their captain bellowed at them to hold formation no matter what. He sensed something was terribly wrong. Before he could issue another order, Blackie shot forward, crashing down on the enemy lines. The entire army descended into chaos, soldiers scrambling to flee. Their leader screamed for them to abandon the siege and just run for their lives. But before anyone could get away, they all froze in their tracks. Kang remarked that Blackie was famished, and that it was finally time to eat. The shadowy beast then began to consume everything in its sight. In the meantime, the rest of the enemy army continued their assault on Roya's soldiers on the wall. The protagonist launched attacks from afar, only to realize the Swordmaster was nowhere to be seen. He muses that while a player revealing themselves can inspire allies, it also broadcasts their location to the enemy. Then again, this isn't a battle to the death. The tower operates just like any game. It has its own set of rules. If you lose a battle, you're unceremoniously booted out, marking your mission a failure. Players are forbidden from killing one another, but the tower itself faces no such imitation. Our hero is confident he won't be killed, but failing is simply not an option. He begins to dissect his adversary's strategy. His comrades are feeling a surge of confidence, but high morale doesn't guarantee a victory. As time winds down, the fight is nearing its end, yet the main opponent has yet to appear. The protagonist speculates that the enemy might be waiting for all his allies to be wiped out. Then, something totally unexpected happens. The swords of the fallen soldiers begin to rise and move on their own. While Roya's army is thrown into confusion, our protagonist knows exactly what's happening. He announces, "This is the work of the enemy player," wondering how on earth they acquired a heroic rank skill card. He figures it was either a stroke of incredible luck, or the monarch himself bestowed this power upon the enemy. Kang finds himself under attack, but evades the blow effortlessly. He deduces that his opponent has been setting up this entire scenario from the beginning. However, Kang declares that he hasn't been idly standing by, just waiting for an attack. He adds that it's far too late for his opponent to make a move, as his own level up is now complete. Suddenly, a new wave of enemy soldiers materializes, and the protagonist realizes they are all gunning for him. The battlefield has transformed into a literal game, but he proclaims that this little trick won't be nearly enough to defeat him. He also astutely observes that the more swords the enemy controls, the less accurate their attacks become. Kang materializes a magical shield, deflecting the barrage of incoming steel. He taunts his opponent, warning that if they actually want to win, they'll need to put in a lot more effort than this. In the next moment, he spots something hurtling directly towards him. He instantly recognizes that his primary foe has finally made their entrance. His system then flashes a critical alert. The Archangel's shield successfully repels the enemy's assault. The reflection creates a blinding flash of light that disorients the attacker, just as the shield itself shatters from the impact. Kang, our protagonist, sarcastically asks if his rival genuinely believed he could seize the fortress simply by manipulating a few swords. The adversary is left speechless. He deflects by asking Kang what he believes true victory in this tower really entails. The enemy declares that even if the fortress is conquered and the entire kingdom perishes, the Empire can never truly claim victory until he has personally defeated Kang. Kang dryly notes that his opponent knew this from the start, yet still went down this path. So, Kang poses the question directly, does he honestly think he has a chance of winning? His rival firmly says yes, asserting that a player is a hero, and a hero's purpose is to defend the world. He contends that a bully who shuns this responsibility is unworthy of the title of Hero King. Kang can only compliment his enemy's passionate speech. He then counters by asking if his own guild members are not considered part of the world his opponent is so determined to protect. This sends the adversary into a rage. He snarls that Kang is not going to have a peaceful end. Kang calmly shoots back that he intends to live for a very long time, questioning why his opponent is so agitated. Their direct confrontation ignites at that very moment, with Kang launching an all-out offensive. Kang proclaims that his opponent's skills are raw and incomplete. The adversary is suddenly struck by the realization that Kang is not fighting by himself. After seeing Dodge's dark beast, he concludes that the Monarchs must be watching. He knows for a fact that Kang isn't reckless enough to hold back his power and not strive for the win. Kang explains that it's not quite what his opponent imagines. He asks why things had to come to this. His enemy retorts, calling Kang a dishonorable coward and accusing him of using cheap words to attack his psychological state. But Kang quickly understands that his words are falling on deaf ears. The adversary watches Kang start to walk away and shouts, demanding to know what he's up to. That's when a chilling realization washes over him. Piecing together Kang's actions from the very beginning, Kang's immediate and open reveal of his location, so different from his rival's stealthy approach, was never about boosting his allies' morale. It was a calculated ploy to lure out every single one of his foes. Overcome with desperation, the adversary gives chase, frantic to thwart whatever Kang is plotting. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Army's command center, the officer in charge is hysterically trying to figure out how to counter the monster they are facing. He loses his temper, screaming for action. His subordinates attempt to calm him down, but it's already too late. Kang materializes right in the middle of the room. Kang states that winning a game isn't confined to a single method. The soldiers are completely aghast to see a player in their midst, wondering if their gods have forsaken them. They understand their mission is to defend Duke Barmet, but they are hopelessly outmatched. Kang carves through them with inhuman speed until a new challenger steps forward. The rival player watches as Kang effortlessly dispatches the Imperial soldiers. He is consumed by an absolute seething hatred for what he's witnessing. Kang lectures his opponent, saying he should have removed the officers' uniforms and had them blend in with the regular troops. He tells his rival that his only true objective was to stop the Empire's assault. Surely his opponent was aware of that simple fact. Kang's rival finally loses his composure. At that moment, Kang's system screen lights up, announcing that the siege of the palace is complete. All the primary commanders have been neutralized, and the remainder of the enemy force has retreated. His rival is still obsessed with getting revenge, but Kang is only interested in his mission reward. His system presents him with his reward options. Kang mockingly offers his thanks to his opponent for the opportunity. He completely dismisses the guy, Even as his rival vows to get even, Kang only has eyes for his prize. He chooses sword manipulation, which unlocks steel synergy. This ability amplifies all his metal attribute cards and skills. His enemy screams that it's not finished. Kang couldn't possibly care less. He logs out, leaving his rival to rage into the empty air. Back in the real world. However, Kang's expression is grim. A monarch's voice contacts him through his system, asking if he truly wants to become a hero. Kang recognizes this recurring dream. He always makes the same decision. The monarch warns that he will be a hero among heroes, but for the rest of his life, not a single person will ever truly understand him. He will also be treated as a complete fool and a source of amusement. The monarch muses that he'll never witness a situation so tragic yet so hilarious anywhere else. Kang is well aware that this dream has played out countless times. This particular monarch, known as the Clown, made a pact with Kang. Since that day, his life has unfolded exactly as the Clown predicted. The next day, Kang is woken up by the sound of his phone. He checks his phone to find he has 4 missed calls. On top of that, someone is already hammering on his door. Kang had been pondering just how lifelike his dream had felt. Now he's just annoyed by all the commotion so early in the morning. He opens the door to find the general manager. Kang asks what a bigwig like him is doing here. The man is Park Tasik, or Master Park. He warns Kang not to get cocky just because he'd been a bit lenient with him. Park is a top 30 player who holds a contract with the Monarch of Assassins. He is known to the world as the Deadly Blade. He is also the general manager of the National Intelligence Agency, taking his orders directly from the Blue House. Kang studies him up close. He comments that the manager looks exhausted and asks if he also had to rush around on the first day. Park curtly replies that he has no time for such chatter. Park lays it out for him ever since the season began. Warmongers all over the world have been throwing players onto the front lines, leaving a path of carnage. He then grills Kang on why his phone went unanswered when it was well past sunrise. Kang's excuse was simple: he was sleeping, which prompted Park to point out what a complete mess his life was. In a twist of irony, Park immediately stumbles over a pile of trash and eats it. Furious, he tells Kang to get his life together instead of just slinging King Hero merchandise. Kang, feeling a bit called out, looked slightly ashamed. Park couldn't help but quip that with Kang's lifestyle. He was less of a hero and more like a prince of darkness. Park also questioned why Kang still frequented the same cheap diner 3 times a day, especially after earning a small fortune. Kang just shot back that he enjoyed the food. Intrigued, Park mentioned he'd have to try it out sometime. This sent Kang's mind drifting back to his long history with the manager, a story that began long before the world was turned into a game. By the age of 15, Kang was already a legend in the making. The local internet cafe, his second home, was the stage for all his incredible feats. The manager, a man named Park Tasik, saw Kang's unbelievable potential. He was the one who pushed Kang to pursue a professional career, even when Kang was just playing for the thrill of it. He even went so far as to persuade Kang's parents. He vowed to mentor Kang and cultivate his immense talent. By the time Kang turned 18, he was all set for his official professional debut. But before that day came, the first season arrived, shattering the world's peace. Along with it came the very first tower break humanity had ever faced. Like everyone else, Kang was utterly terrified. He witnessed the nightmare unfold with his own eyes and was nearly killed by one of the monsters that day. But in a stroke of luck, he wasn't alone. Manager Park appeared and threw himself into the fight to protect Kang. He managed to take down the creature, creating an opening for them to escape together. But for Kang, the cost of that day was immeasurable. In the chaos, he lost both of his parents. Suddenly, an orphan, Kang was completely adrift in the world. Manager Park became his sole anchor, his one true hero. That tragic day forged a bond between them that remains unbreakable. Snapping back to the present, Kang asks what brings Park to his place. Park gets straight to the point: he's here on behalf of the association. This makes Kang wonder if they're still trying to recruit him. The KAC, or Korean Players Association, is the one and only guild in the entire country. They hold absolute authority, controlling every single player. Park brings up the Players Academy, an institution the association founded last season. Kang scoffs, asking if he means the slave factory. Park doesn't deny it. He explains that the first graduation exam is scheduled in about a week, and they want Kang to be present. Park figures Kang will refuse and tells him not to sweat it. But Kang shocks him by agreeing to go. He's curious to see the new crop of players, the supposed future of the nation. He does, however, have one condition. Kang insists that the association reschedule the exam for 5 o'clock the very next morning. The following day, with just 5 minutes left before the test, the academy is already swarming with participants. A student in the crowd spots Kang and instantly figures out he's there to evaluate them. Another student sneers, convinced everyone is guaranteed to pass anyway. His only complaint is the absurdly early start time, muttering about how arrogant Kang must be to demand something so ridiculous. Shortly after, the president of the ACGA approaches Kang to ask for his impression of the students. Kang bluntly declares they've been coddled since day one. Lee Sinango, looking a little flustered, politely requests that Kang assess his students with care. Kang simply reiterates that the terms are exactly what he laid out. With that, he agrees to put the rookie's abilities to the test. This effectively places the final decision of who graduates entirely in his hands. Even though he can feel Kang's condescending aura, the president allows him to proceed as he wishes. The president is confident his scheme is foolproof. It's early in the season, and these students are genuinely skilled. He thinks there's no way even the great hero King Kang can derail his plans. But Leono's confidence shatters in an instant. He watches in horror as the students he considered so exceptional are systematically dismantled by Kang. After wiping out the entire field, Kang stands over a lone, defenseless girl who is already weeping over her certain failure. But then, Kang informs her she passed. Shocked, the girl asks him how. Kang's answer is simple, pure, dumb luck. He explains she was the luckiest of the 12, the last one on her feet. He tells her to never forget that for a player. Luck trumps everything else. Then he announces, "That concludes the test." He offers her his congratulations on graduating and orders the cameras to be shut off. Just then, the enraged director storms in, demanding to know what just happened. Kang, completely unfazed, reveals that he knew the director's hidden agenda from the start. Kang lays it all out. Every single student in the academy is either related to an association bigwig or has some other powerful connection. He deduced he was brought in merely to test their progress and gather combat data. Kang exposes the director's true motive to graduate these underqualified rankers and turn them into his own private squad of hunting dogs. Kang denounces the entire organization, calling it corrupt to its very core. This is the last straw for the president. Lee Ango fires back, questioning what a conceited brat like Kang could possibly comprehend. He proclaims that just because the public calls Kang a hero doesn't make it true. He argues that players are nothing more than weapons for their nations, a reality in Korea and every other country. What the world truly requires, he insists, is a war hero. The president demands Kang see their perspective and fall in line. Kang just brushes them aside, dismissing them as complete morons who don't understand a thing. At that moment, someone rushes to the president's side with some breaking news. Whatever Lee Sinango hears sends him into a panic. Kang, however, just smirks, remarking that the Player Academy is being shut down less than a year after it opened. A video has been leaked, exposing the organization's dirty dealings. Kang reveals that the head of the National Intelligence Division was his ace in the hole, providing him with the incriminating footage. With his reputation now in ruins, the president is seething with rage at Kang. Kang then activates his provocation skill, twisting the knife and enraging the president even further. At that moment, his system sends him an alert. The clown is ecstatic about Kang's antics and has decided to grant him a reward. With his work done, Kang takes his leave. Outside, he thanks his contact, then asks if it's truly wise for the National Intelligence Organization to strike such a heavy blow against the association. His contact assures him it is, explaining that the government has never been fond of the association's power grabs. His friend elaborates that the government and the association are constantly clashing. Kang finds the whole political soap opera amusing. He asks his friend for a ride to the Tier 5 tower, and a short while later, Kang arrives at his destination. His system immediately notifies him that a perilous journey through a desert of extreme heat and cold is about to begin. In a brilliant flash of light, he's teleported to the mission area, where monstrous creatures are slaughtering the local populace. Observing the carnage, Kang notes that players always seem to materialize inside the tower's domains at the perfect moment. It's how they are always cast as the saviors. Showing up out of the blue like that only solidified their legendary status among the locals. Kang didn't hesitate for a second, diving in and completely decimating their attackers. Instantly, the villagers saw him as their one true hope. He told them they could call him whatever they liked. So they settled on Priest of Light, a divine messenger sent to save them. But despite the warm welcome, Kang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He asked if there were any other dangers to worry about besides these monsters. They reassured him that they were deep inside the Divine Kingdom's territory, so heretics weren't a concern. But then dropped the bomb that it would take 3 days to get where they were going. Kang was far from pleased to hear that. He was already regretting rushing into this whole mess without getting more rest. Still, he told everyone to get some sleep and that he'd deal with any monsters that appeared. The men gratefully thanked him for standing watch. Kang put on his vitality necklace to boost his health regeneration and decided it was a good time to open the gift from his monarch. Inside was a superior-ranked grovestone. He had to admit he was impressed, muttering that he finally got something useful, but decided he didn't need it right now and tucked it away. Suddenly, a swarm of giant scorpions began crawling his way. That was the cue to summon Blackie, and his dark creature immediately leaped into the fray. This whole situation was starting to get on Kang's nerves, but he knew he couldn't just let his familiar do everything. He joined in from a distance, using his telekinetically controlled blade. He was starting to realize just how incredibly broken this ability was. After wiping out the scorpions, Kang leveled up. His sword manipulation skill card even got an upgrade. But of course, it wasn't over. More enemies showed up, a fully grown sand predator this time. Kang knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Still, he wasn't worried in the slightest, trusting Blackie to handle the beast. While his creature did the heavy lifting, Kang rained down attacks from afar with his mind-controlled weapons, skewering the giant worm from every direction. Kang barely had to move a muscle. His weapons were doing all the work. He finished the predator off with ease using his ice abilities, which also leveled up his ice-related traits. As the sun began to rise, they finally started their journey toward their destination. Kang noticed a company of knights up ahead and wondered if they were friendly. One of the men explained they were courageous warriors in service to the god of light. Kang's first question was why they were nowhere to be seen last night. His companion quickly clarified that these knights prioritized protecting their cargo above all else. They would guard that wagon with their lives, no matter the circumstances. Kang asked about their faction, and his allies identified them as the honored knights from the Order of the Bloody Cross. Kang shot back with a sarcastic remark, asking if they were hauling a golden calf or something equally precious in that carriage. The knight commander told Kang to forget the carriage and to focus solely on the task he was assigned. Kang immediately knew these knights were users of aura heart skills. They'd even managed to drag the Apostle of Light into this. All of this just made Kang even more curious about what was hidden in that carriage. He couldn't begin to guess what could be that valuable. One of his companions looked mortified by Kang's bold attitude, but Kang suddenly yanked him close after spotting an incoming arrow. Kang screamed for everyone to hit the dirt if they wanted to live. A volley of arrows rained down from the sky as they all desperately scrambled for cover. An ally shrieked that they were under attack by heretics, in disbelief that they would dare trespass into the Divine Kingdom's territory. The enemy continued to push their advance. Kang watched on, curious to see how the knights would handle this. Their leader bellowed at his men that their cargo must not fall into enemy hands, whatever the cost. He ordered them to activate their aura shields. It became crystal clear to Kang that these knights couldn't care less about their companions. All that mattered was protecting their so-called golden calf. Just then, a system quest popped up for Kang: protect the caravan and ensure the items are transported safely. Kang readied himself for a fight, launching his attacks from a distance. One of the heretics sneered, claiming the attacks couldn't possibly reach them. But then he noticed Kang wasn't aiming at him at all. Suddenly, an attack erupted from the ground beneath him, launching the heretic clean off his horse. The next thing they knew, Kang was descending upon them from above. But just as Kang was about to land the killing blow, he noticed something strange about the enemy's features. It was a desert elf. This discovery completely changed his plans. Instead of attacking, he chose to shield the elves, though his help wasn't exactly well received. The elf he'd just saved immediately sprang up and tried to strike him. Kang effortlessly deflected the blow. While defending, he asked the elf what was in the caravan. The elf, clearly assuming it was a trick, refused to say anything. He then yelled for his allies to ignore Kang's words and to shoot without mercy. In response, the other elves unleashed a furious barrage of arrows, but Kang simply threw up a magical barrier, protecting both himself and the hostile elf. His opponent swore that even if captured, he would never talk. Kang told him not to worry about that. He just needed to know what was in the caravan, as that information would decide which side he'd take. Kang wasn't playing games. He made it clear that the only reason they were still alive was because he was allowing it. Wiping them out would be trivially easy. To prove his point, he unleashed a small fraction of his power that left every elf completely petrified. He warned them, "Move a single finger, and you all die." Then he asked again about the caravan's contents. That's when the elf finally broke, revealing the truth. It wasn't goods, but Princess Syria herself. Realizing the princess had been kidnapped, Kang ordered the elf to go back and spread the word. He would do them a huge favor and let them all live. The elf still hesitated, prompting a final warning from Kang. "Back off now, or every last one of you dies on the spot." That did the trick. The elf and his allies quickly got up and retreated. Immediately, a knight stepped forward, demanding to know why Kang let their enemies escape. Kang simply said he needed to confirm something first. Then, completely ignoring the knight's earlier command, he walked straight towards the carriage. In an instant, a sword was at his throat. The knight declared that no one, not even the Apostle of Light, was permitted to approach the caravan. Kang's response was to summon his shadow creature, warning the knight to get out of his way while he still could. His path was cleared immediately. He reached the caravan, threw open the doors, and asked the person inside if they needed assistance. There, he found the elf princess herself, Syria, from the kingdom of Ob. She was far from grateful, snarling that she didn't need a heretic's pity. Right on cue, Kang's system pinged him, warning him about neglecting his duty and reminding him that the Monarch of Light was watching his every move. Kang simply replied that he had no other choice. In a direct act of defiance against the system, he shattered the chains that bound the princess. That audacious play scored him a hidden achievement and a whopping 300,000 conquest points. But it came with a string attached. The tower's objective immediately changed, and the mission's difficulty shot through the roof. Kang announced that this whole charade was over, mentioning how incredible freedom felt. His system, however, clapped back, promising he would pay a steep price for challenging the light. It alerted him that one of the tower's own factions had just turned hostile. In an instant, sentinels of light materialized in the heavens, ready to enact their monarch's will. On the ground, the Knight Leader proclaimed that the Apostle of Light had been corrupted. He didn't give a damn if Kang was an outsider. By defying the light, he was now a heretic. Kang just scoffed, retorting that the knights were only talking big because they had backup. He told the princess not to sweat it because he had reinforcements of his own. Right on cue, his system chimed in, announcing his choice had earned him the support of the Monarch of Shadows. Now, the light would recede as darkness began to spread. And that wasn't all. The Dark Council dropped a buff into the mix. It was called the Curtain of Absolute Darkness. This ability completely scrambled the knight's vision, distorting everything within the shadowy veil that now blanketed the entire zone. Kang was certain that siding with the darkness would yield far greater rewards than if he'd remained loyal to the light. True to his plan, the knights were now completely blind to the attacks emerging from the shadows. They were picked off one by one. Far above, the Monarch of Light's heralds were powerless, unable to do anything until one of them finally blasted a path open with light. At last, they could see the battlefield below, only to witness the knights being utterly decimated by the forces of darkness. They were furious, demanding to know who was responsible for this chaos. But before they could even process it, Kang launched an attack without a moment's hesitation. The heralds were stunned that a mere mortal possessed such audacity. Kang's system then notified him that the Sentinels of Light now held an irreversible grudge against him. On the upside, his standing with the Dark Council faction had skyrocketed. Kang leveled up, his shadow abilities growing even more potent. Then, another system alert popped up, claiming that countless factions all over the tower were now scrutinizing his every action. This served as a stark reminder that the world of the towers and the worlds inside them were two completely different realities. To put it simply, groups like the Knights of the Bloody Cross and the Desert Elves are beings that exist within the tower, as part of its internal world. But the Monarchs and their followers exist on a higher plane of existence, the world of the tower itself. Players act as a conduit between these two realms, their actions almost like a direct intervention from a Monarch's army. However, players are not simply mindless puppets following a Monarch's orders. Players who can read between the lines, seeing beyond the game's simple text, can make some truly imaginative choices inside the tower. It was just like Kang, who gambled that joining the Dark Council and betraying the light would lead to a bigger payout. When you have a hunch like that, you can't afford to hesitate. Even the monarchs themselves are constrained by their own sets of rules and restrictions. So no matter how much the Light Sentinels loathed Kang for defying their master, their hands were tied. This was a Tier 5 tower, which meant no angel above rank 8 could descend from on high. Those were the tower's rules, and it was precisely why only the heralds already present were attacking Kang. But shrouded in all that darkness, the heralds' vision was severely compromised. Their attacks were actually hitting their own knights. Kang figured they didn't care about their allies anyway, concluding that the followers of light weren't so different from their shadowy counterparts. To Kang, this seemed like a perfectly fitting end for them. And just then, he announced that his own sight had become crystal clear. Kang was amazed by the buff's incredible power, but he knew the enemy was still a major threat. He realized he needed to make a move, and fast, before it was too late. So Kang rushed over to the princess and pulled her out of the middle of the battle. Next, he summoned Blackie, gave it the gift he'd received earlier, and ordered it to help protect her. He then used the high-grade growth stone on Blackie, cranking the shadow creature's power up even further. The princess saw an attack heading their way and yelled a warning, but Kang didn't have to lift a finger. Before she even realized what was happening, the dark creature had already moved to shield her. It absorbed the aerial attacks and fired them right back where they came from. Kang thought it was perfect. His plan had worked flawlessly. The enemies, on the other hand, merely scoffed, calling his move futile and claiming the deflected blades could never touch them. Kang just shrugged it off and charged forward while the Light Heralds prepared for another assault. One of them even dove in, trying to engage Kang in close-quarters combat. Kang attempted a sneak attack from behind, but his opponent was too nimble, dodging just in the nick of time. This forced Kang to rethink his strategy. He realized that a head-on approach was throwing him off his rhythm and started wondering if constantly moving was even helping him. After taking a solid hit, Kang had to admit this fight was tougher than he'd expected. He was blown away by how fast they were, even with the debuff active. He had no choice but to keep fighting. But a momentary lapse in concentration allowed an enemy to land a solid blow. All this flying around was starting to get on his nerves. Kang just wanted to end them all at once and began to consider using his secret weapon. One of the heralds shouted that they wouldn't let him. Kang wavered for a second, unsure what to do. And in that instant, he took a direct hit. He began bleeding uncontrollably. If this kept up, Kang knew it was game over. His weapons started to flicker and fail. He couldn't focus anymore. His enemies saw their chance to finish him for good. But then his system pinged. The battle-tested adventurer blessing locked in at 100%, against a less than 50% chance. His one who cheats death blessing activated, rendering that last hit completely useless. And just like that, the Radiant Sword initiated its localization. The lead herald knew instantly that something had gone terribly wrong and ordered a full retreat. But Kang just told them it was far too late for that. He conjured a massive swarm of mind-controlled swords and unleashed them on his enemies, declaring that it was time to end things. Not a single herald was spared a direct hit. The sheer number of blades was enough to completely overwhelm them. A few tried to escape, but Kang hunted down the stragglers and eliminated them with ease. The fight was finally over. Having defeated them all, Kang leveled up. Even after all that, Kang looked completely drained. All of his buffs had vanished the moment the battle ended. He surveyed the area, which was littered with fallen bodies. Then his companion appeared. After everything they'd been through, Blackie was safe. And it wasn't just Blackie, the princess was unharmed, too. As Kang approached, she asked him why he would betray his own people and go through so much trouble for her. Kang told her plainly that the rewards for doing so were simply better. Syria asked if he had no empathy for his own kind. She also wondered if he was planning to demand a ransom for saving her. Kang casually replied that he had a severe medical condition that made him hate all humans. Seeing how rattled the princess was, he apologized for brushing off her concerns. A few days later, they arrived on horseback at the edge of the elven kingdom of Eob. Syria expressed her immense gratitude, saying she owed him everything. But Kang, ever the pragmatist, just shot back that he was only in it for the reward. In response, the princess handed Kang a necklace. A system notification immediately popped up, confirming he'd acquired the Symbol of Trust, a unique accessory with an unlisted rank. While Kang couldn't gauge its true worth just yet, he had a gut feeling it was something major an item that would prove crucial down the line. Sometime later, Kang found himself on a train bound for Bususan Station. A friend had summoned him with an urgent request, and Kang's first question was, did something big go down? His friend clarified that the trouble hadn't kicked off yet, but it was about to, and Kang's presence was non-negotiable. The source of the impending chaos. A woman named Natasha Ivanova. She was an infamous international criminal, one of the black players wanted by the Russian government. After slipping into Bususan through the port, she and her 4 underlings had started clearing towers. To make matters worse, she possessed the legendary ability card, Absolute Darkness Curtain. The moment Kang stepped off the train, Park was on the line, asking if he'd encountered any zombies. Kang just brushed it off, saying, "Nope, but I'm gonna need a ride." Park explained he'd just received intel on the tower Ivanova's crew had infiltrated, and was sending Kang directly to the location. It didn't take long for Kang to figure out he was being sent into a Tier 5 zombie apocalypse tower. He knew it wouldn't be a cakewalk, but a Tier 5 was a whole other level. His system flashed an alert, Survive the Starving Infected, and Tella's secret maintenance squad. The creatures were so grotesque, Kang wasn't even sure zombie was the right term. Without any command from Kang, his familiar, Blackie, suddenly lunged forward. The shadowy creature seemed compelled by an unseen force. As it confronted one of the monsters, an overwhelming hunger surged through it. Blackie darted behind the beast, swallowed it in a single gulp, and morphed into a gigantic whale. At that moment, Kang knew for sure that Growthstone had fundamentally transformed his cat. After its spectacular feast, Blackie looked completely content. Right then, Nadisha Ivanova stepped out of the shadows. She declared she'd been expecting him, mockingly calling him the hero of heroes. She taunted him, saying that a supposed hero like him could never just turn a blind eye to a villain of her caliber. Kang didn't miss a beat. Rattling off everything he knew, Nadesha Ivanova, an associate of the Red Mafia, wanted by the Russian government, who illegally entered Bususan via the port with her crew. Nadesha casually asked if his plan was to drag her off to prison. No, Kang replied, admitting he was baffled by her calm demeanor. Internally, Nadesha scoffed, realizing Russian foreign intelligence clearly had a very low opinion of her capabilities. Kang then pieced it together, guessing her crew also had members from Zazlan, and their plan was to trap him for the zombies. Nadesha then played her trump card, reminding Kang that she worked for Russian intelligence and dared him to fight her. Kang shot back that he had no intention of becoming Zombie Chow. He made his objective crystal clear. He was there to take her legendary ability. And this was the only way. Ivanova's eyes widened. Her initial assessment of Kang had been spot on. Without hesitation, she screamed for her men to attack, and the air instantly filled with gunfire. But our protagonist moved like a blur, weaving through the hail of bullets. He lunged for her, but Natasha managed to vanish, a feat that genuinely impressed him. Kang was left completely bewildered, wondering how she'd disappeared. He figured Nadisha had slipped into the shadows, but he had no time to dwell on it. Her team was already on him. He was up against 3 riflemen and a sniper. As he expertly evaded their shots, he thought to himself, "You might get lucky once, but you won't get a second chance." He knew the Absolute Darkness Curtain was supposed to blind everyone within its radius, so their perfect aim made no sense. Just then, his cat, Blackie, appeared, and Kang immediately asked for his help. Blackie was more than ready to lend a paw. Outside the Dome of Darkness, one of the gunmen grumbled that Kang's ice shield was impenetrable. They had to switch tactics. Suddenly, the shooter's eyes landed on Blackie. It was a fatal error. A moment later, it was lights out for him and the rest of his crew as Blackie tore through them. Someone screamed a warning, "Stay out of the cat's shadows, safe within his shield." Kang mused on whether they could possibly escape. He figured it was irrelevant whether they could see the shadows or not. Out of nowhere, Nadesha Ivanova materialized behind him, pressing a cold blade against his throat. She whispered that she might spare his life, but only if he played nice. Kang shot back. "That's a line you can only use if you actually have the power to kill me." Nadesha warned him not to be so cocky, pointing out the astronomical conquest points he'd earned clearing the Tier 5 tower. A score like that wasn't normal. She correctly guessed he'd cleared the tower on difficult mode, only to immediately jump into an easier challenge the exact same pattern as last season. Meanwhile, outside, her remaining crew was desperately trying to fend off Blackie's shadow assault. To say it wasn't going well would be an understatement, and Kang knew it. He was just biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He calmly asked Nadesha, "So, how exactly do you plan to kill me?" Her confidence shattered as she realized what she was seeing wasn't real. The man she'd been threatening was nothing more than an illusion. She had walked straight into his trap. Kang revealed that he'd seen through her ruse from the very beginning. This was never the absolute darkness curtain. He explained that the real ability scrambled all 5 senses, not just sight. Her power could only be one thing, a legendary illusion skill that manipulated what its target perceived. The name of that ability, Oculus. The realization hit Nadesha like a ton of bricks. Her entire plan was in shambles, leaving her completely stunned. Our hero didn't let the opportunity slip by, capitalizing on her shock. "Takes a con artist to know one," Kang quipped, before adding that he couldn't entirely blame her for falling for it. He then declared that Nadesha was about to become an exclusive zombie meal. But just as he moved in for the finish, a system alert chimed. A player has been eliminated. The system elaborated that Tella's secret squadron had located survivors in Zone B16. At the same time, Nadesha and her team saw another squad bearing down on them. They knew they had to run, but it was already too late. The moment they were seen, it was over. An Iron Soldier, acting on confidential protocols, neutralized its target in an instant. Kang watched the scene play out, weighing his options: intervene or drop the shield. But the choice was made for him when he was attacked as well. There was no more time for strategy. In an instant, the entire atmosphere shifted. Nadesha felt the change and panicked. An NPC merchant had appeared, complaining loudly about what a waste it was for 2 players to die without spending their conquest points. She immediately pinned the blame on Kang. He, in turn, quickly apologized and asked what he could do to make it right. The merchant presented him with a card pack, but Kang wasn't buying. He knew that as long as her shop was open, all combat was paused, so he cleverly told the merchant to offer the pack to Nadesha instead. Kang could see the chaos erupting just outside was really getting to Nadesha. The merchant, however, didn't seem to care, coolly stating that Nadesha was a goner anyway. Despite this, she pushed a card pack toward her, dangling the slim hope that Nadesha might pull a mythic card and somehow survive this mess. Kang wondered aloud if the merchant's entire business was just hawking card packs. Then his jaw dropped as he saw Nadesha Ivanova dump every last one of her 374 conquest points into a desperate gamble on random cards. He stood back and watched. Nadesha ripped through the packs, but each one revealed nothing but worthless common cards. Her frustration mounted with every useless pull. The shopkeeper offered some empty encouragement, insisting there was still a chance. Nadesha's anxiety just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Kang casually remarked that he was actually enjoying watching this whole train wreck unfold. After ripping open a mountain of packs, Nadesha was left with only a single one. If this pack was a dud, it was all over for her. Ivanova knew a mythic card was out of the question. She would have settled for a legendary or even a heroic one, but came up empty. The saleswoman then tried to console her by offering a potion. That's when Kang stepped in, telling the shopkeeper to pack it up for the day. But she pushed back, arguing that after all the bloodshed and sacrifices, fate just had to deliver a legendary card. She even went as far as to guarantee the very next pack would contain one. At the same time, Kang's system went haywire, alerting him that even the Monarch of Hell was stunned by this development. The system declared that it was powerless to intervene. In response, Nadesha Ivanova immediately unleashed a torrent of Russian insults at Kang, throwing every curse in her vocabulary at him. Kang just brushed off her verbal assault as inefficient, though he did agree to purchase one final pack. He pulled a duplicate, and his system immediately prompted him with an option to upgrade it by fusing skills. This was a much better outcome than some useless new skill. Kang thought he was curious to see what the result would be, while Nadesha just seethed with rage in the background. Kang paid her no mind. The shopkeeper announced she was heading out, but Kang told her to hold on. She ignored him and took off anyway. Nadesha Ivanova resumed cussing Kang out. Just then, a unit of Iron Soldiers materialized, gearing up to attack and eliminate any witnesses according to their confidential protocols. But before they could make a single move, Kang took out Nadesha Ivanova permanently. He then charged the soldiers. Kang had no intention of dying here. Unlike his previous foe, he unleashed his full power, cutting down several of the soldiers. Kang's telekinetic swords flew, but the soldiers retaliated with overwhelming force, blasting away with heavy-duty laser cannons. Kang was floored. All this firepower from a pharmaceutical company? He made a mental note to look into pharma stocks once he got back home. First, though, he had to deal with these tin cans. On second thought, he decided against investing in this particular company. The amount of destruction he was causing and soldiers he was scrapping would surely mean catastrophic losses for them. It would probably bankrupt them. After utterly annihilating every last enemy, Kang finally cleared the zombie apocalypse tower, even snagging a random equipment ticket for his trouble. As the victor, he was also granted the right to choose a single skill card from any player who hadn't made it. He didn't waste a second glancing at the other options. He had one specific skill in his sights, Ivanova's Oculus. With the tower now conquered, every participant, including those who failed, was sent back to their original world. Kang recalled that 2 members of his own party, along with Nadesa, had been killed by Blackie. He figured the intense pain probably prevented their escape, a theory that only holds up if death inside the tower isn't permanent. Just before departing, Kang looked at Nadesha Ivanova and said, "Nice work." She was completely baffled by the comment. Kang basically laid it out for her. Did she want to end up in cuffs? If so, she should just go surrender. Nadesa was stunned, asking if he was seriously just letting her go free. Kang confirmed he was. He then gave her a new mission: go tell everyone that the Hero King is not to be trifled with. He added that corpses can't spread rumors, which is why he needed her alive to act as his publicist. Later, Park confronted Kang, wanting to know why he spared his enemies. Kang's simple answer was that it was all for the legendary skill compensation they left behind. This response infuriated Park, who demanded to know why Kang would let traitors get away with their lives. Kang explained that he wasn't some mindless murderer. Deep down, he'd much rather live a life of peace and maybe even become a philanthropist. Park sarcastically applauded Kang's noble aspirations before pressing him on the enemy's true goal. Kang dodged the question, instead announcing that he had taken over management of Park's internet cafe. Giving up on getting a straight answer, his friend just wished Kang a safe trip back and advised him not to overdo it. Kang appreciated the sentiment and promised to be careful. He reflected on how players inside the towers get all sorts of titles. Though many called him a hero, he felt that players couldn't be further from the real thing. At best, they were heroes of war, and that was it. He had seen people like Nadesa Ivanova, who would eliminate their own nation's foes without a moment's hesitation. But that wasn't the kind of hero Kang wanted to be. In his mind, true heroes didn't exist in this world. And just then, he was spotted. It was morning. He'd let his guard down. As he walked away, onlookers started whispering, buzzing about his reputation. Whether the media stories were accurate didn't really matter to them. All that mattered was one simple fact: Kang was the nation's most powerful active player. Everything else was just noise. Hearing this, Kang actually let out a sigh of relief. He started making his way home, only to find himself surrounded before he could even get there. A swarm of journalists descended on him, but he managed to give them the slip. He figured that since his return to the tower was inevitable, he might as well use it as a place to lie low. The moment he stepped inside, he overheard some men declaring the Holy Warrior invocation ceremony a success. Kang was completely lost until a woman, the saint herself, stepped into view. She expressed her delight at finally meeting him, explaining that he was the champion from another realm who had come in answer to her prayers. She presented herself as Alicia Celestina, the 37th saint of the sacred kingdom of Celestina. Kang figured he might as well go with the flow. He put on a show, announcing he was the warrior destined to save their world swiftly and effectively, before asking for his first mission. The saint instructed him to begin by listening to the entire history of the Fiaya continent. Kang guessed it was the classic tale of a massive war between angels and demons. The saint confirmed his assumption was spot on, and so began the endless conflict between light and shadow. The demons, normally confined to the abyss, launched an invasion into the mortal realm. 30 minutes into this lore dump, Kang's patience wore thin. He interrupted, asking if they could get on with the world-saving part. But the saint just told him, "Not so fast. We're only at the beginning." She clarified that the celestial beings feared humans would abuse the Ark's power, so any chosen champion had to be properly vetted first. Hearing that, Kang simply turned his back and walked off. The saint questioned where he was off to. He replied that he was heading to work, But she pointed out that he didn't even have a clue where the Ark was located. "So, you know where it is?" Kang shot back. She admitted she was just as lost as he was. Kang simply shrugged, saying it didn't really matter. In that instant, a portal violently tore open right in front of them. Vile demonic creatures began swarming out of the rift. The saints stared in shock as they got a closer look. How could a demon have possibly infiltrated this sacred ground? Without hesitation, the knights charged, roaring that this holy place was forbidden to demons. The battle erupted. From a safe distance, Kang observed the entire skirmish. A wave of confusion spread as everyone's divine magic and aura blades seemed completely useless against the foe. As the demon prepared to strike, Kang shouted for everyone to get back and immediately erected a shield to defend them. The saint offered her assistance, but Kang insisted it was under control, telling them to remain behind his barrier. She couldn't help but worry as she watched him leap headfirst into danger to protect everyone. Alicia began to pray to her goddess, pleading for mercy. One by one, the others joined her prayer. But just moments later, Kang's protective shield shattered into pieces. The saint frantically asked if he was all right. Kang explained that the enemy had retreated, but not before sending a chilling telepathic message. The demons had a single mission to capture the Ark. Their message warned Kang that if he interfered, the world of light he cherished would be swallowed by an endless night. This dire warning sent the saint into a state of pure panic, but Kang was completely unfazed. He simply pressed on, insisting they had no time to lose. He pressed her, asking if she had any inkling where the Ark might be, despite her being clearly shaken. Alicia finally managed to say she had a hunch. That was all Kang needed to hear before darting off to find the ancient relic. On the other hand, Kang casually remarked that his cat had put on an incredible performance as the demon. It turned out the whole terrifying creature was just an illusion. He realized he'd played his hand to intimidate everyone, which meant he'd have to lay low on using his dark abilities for a while. He also gave Blackie a heads up to keep his spikes retracted for the time being. Noticing Kang was lagging, the saint asked if they should slow their pace, but he flatly refused. He was confident his approach was superior. This, after all, was the proper way to utilize a legendary skill. Before long, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Kang brought up something he'd heard about needing to meet a certain requirement to get into the labyrinth. The receptionist knew precisely what he was referring to the Adventurer's license. She asked them to hang on for a moment. As they waited in the lobby, the saint gave him a rundown of their current location. They were in Garcia, the city of labyrinths. It was a neutral territory situated right between the Holy Kingdom of Ernestina and the Drauger Empire. True to its name, the city's foundation was built upon an ancient, sprawling underground complex. Kang figured there was no better place to conceal the Ark, the ultimate ancestral weapon of the celestial beings. Finally, their turn came. The receptionist slid some forms over for Kang to fill out. The saint instinctively reached for the pen, but Kang held her back. He scanned the fine print. Should you perish inside the maze, the guild assumed zero liability. Worse still, if your body or possessions were ever recovered, they would become the property of the city. Kang immediately asked if these terms were mandatory for the license. The receptionist simply stated that the guild provided everyone a fair chance at the immense riches hidden within the labyrinth. She went on to say that adventuring was inherently dangerous, and that entering the labyrinth was a personal choice every adventurer had to make for themselves. Kang dryly noted that the guild certainly had a unique perspective on the value of life. After he signed, the receptionist wished them luck. A short time later, they finally stepped foot into the maze. They began their descent on level 1. Kang checked if the saint was prepared, and she gave a firm nod. It wasn't long before they encountered their first enemies, a massive rat and its swarm of offspring. Kang created a vulnerability, and with a single, perfectly aimed attack, the saint took the mother rat down. They progressed rapidly, reaching level 5 in what felt like no time at all. Kang attributed their swift progress to the saint's incredible prowess, lavishing her with praise. But the saint humbly deflected, pointing out that other adventurers had likely cleared out many of the magical beasts ahead of them. She explained that since they were in a rush, she was truly thankful to whoever had paved the way. She mused that if adventurers could always work together like this, even demons wouldn't be so intimidating. Kang reassured her, telling her not to fret. He vowed to recover the ancient weapons without fail. Just then, a group of labyrinth bandits blocked their path, demanding they pay a toll to pass. The Saint tensed up immediately, but Kang was completely unfazed. He commented that while he didn't know the local slang for it, this kind of banditry, or adventurer hunting, was a common occurrence in major labyrinths. The bandit leader, realizing Kang knew the score, barked at him to hand over every piece of his equipment. The Saint was visibly scared and attempted to negotiate with them. Kang then cut in, asking the bandits to lend him an ear. He launched into an elaborate tale of how celestial beings and demons had once brought the world to the brink of annihilation. He proclaimed that he was the chosen warrior sent to prevent this catastrophe, and to do so, he needed an ancient weapon hidden deep within this very labyrinth, and he wasn't acting alone. He had the Saint from the Holy Realm accompanying him. With that, he respectfully requested they be allowed to pass. The Saint immediately chimed in, stressing that their quest was for the sake of world peace. The bandits just howled with laughter, mocking them for thinking they'd fall for such a ridiculous story. Alicia Celestina became anxious as their desperate plea was rejected. Kang, however, had fully expected this outcome. He declared that within the labyrinth, labels like warrior and saint were meaningless. Everyone had to behave like a true adventurer. It was time to act. With that pronouncement, he attacked with brutal efficiency. The bandits scrambled to defend themselves, but they were hopelessly outmatched by Kang's power. Suddenly, a new figure emerged, demanding to know who dared to assault her subordinates. She remarked that he was far more capable than he appeared. The Saint recognized the woman instantly. It was the guild receptionist from before, but the Saint was baffled as to why she would be down here. Kang then revealed the shocking truth: the guild and these bandits were in cahoots. Their scheme was to lure rookie adventurers into deadly situations, forcing them to literally put a price on their own survival. And even if an adventurer couldn't afford the ransom, their corpse and gear still held plenty of value. Alicia Celestina was absolutely appalled. The receptionist just sneered, calling her naive. She taunted the Saint, asking why she even bothered with adventuring if she couldn't stomach the harsh realities of the city. But the receptionist then announced their time was up and lunged at them. Kang swiftly parried her attack, warning her to watch where she was stepping. As she came at him from above, she failed to notice the sharp thorns that erupted from the ground beneath her. This was Kang's cat's doing. While Kang had kept their opponent occupied, Blackie had been quietly setting the trap. He then told the Saint the coast was clear and that they needed to get moving immediately. They ventured deeper into the maze. After a while, Kang spotted a suitable place to make camp, deciding they would rest there for the night and resume their search in the morning. He couldn't help but notice the Saint was still visibly rattled, and it dawned on him she'd been on edge ever since that bandit ambush. He figured she just wasn't accustomed to experiencing the world without the protective bubble of her saintly status. Alicia Celestina finally broke the silence, remarking that even with the world ending, people were still caught up in pointless conflicts. She then asked Kang if he was accustomed to this kind of mayhem. The question made Kang reflect on the leaders from his original world. He told her that location was irrelevant. Some aspects of human nature are universal. His answer clearly intrigued the Saint, and she began asking more about his home. Kang described how his world was constantly hit by one crisis after another. Since nobody had a solution, society collapsed into complete anarchy. He confessed that adjusting had been tough initially, but after he got his head straight, he saw that everyone was simply looking out for themselves. The Saint then questioned if Kang had behaved the same way. Kang turned the question right back on her, asking for her opinion. A long, heavy silence stretched between them. When she finally gave her answer, Kang was utterly floored. He was genuinely taken aback for a moment before he just erupted into laughter. The two of them lapsed into silence once more. Kang then began to wonder why everything was so quiet, certain that the event was about to start. Right on cue, the saleswoman appeared again, holding out a pack of cards for him. Kang wanted to review the item list before committing. He was just 2 levels shy of his major goal. A few days later, they finally broke level 100. Their new opponents were demons, who were also after the Ark. Kang rushed into the fray while the Saint supported him from the rear, a strategy that allowed him to attack without any interruptions. He tore a massive snake's jaw apart from top to bottom, even landing a solid blow on its leader. The demons lamented their defeat, but Kang just wished them a good journey to the afterlife. Not only did he level up, but he also scored 10,000 conquest points from a random skill package. Kang complained that the demons had terrible timing, appearing only after his trial was over. The Saint, on the other hand, was overjoyed by their victory. But suddenly, something materialized that stopped them both in their tracks. An item had appeared directly in front of them. There was no doubt it was the very thing they had been searching for. Kang approached the Ark, commenting on how plain it looked for such an ancient weapon. His system chimed, confirming he had obtained the quest item. Instantly, the maze began to shake and a portal tore through the air. The saint yelled that they had to jump through it to get out. Once they were safely outside, she let out a huge sigh of relief. But their moment of peace was cut short by a newcomer. This person applauded the saint and the otherworldly warriors. He declared that Kang and the saint had just made the Empire's quest to find the Ark incredibly simple. Mild Draga appeared, announcing that the Ark's power now belonged to him as a representative of the Empire. He ordered them to surrender the artifact. The saint immediately identified him as the crown prince of the Empire. Kang quickly pointed out that this prince was clearly not an ally. Mildus offered to let them live if they simply handed over the Ark, but the saint refused, saying he couldn't have it. She explained that the Ark's power was meant to be a shield for the world against demons. That's when the prince revealed a shocking truth. He already possessed a fragment of the Ark. He boasted that once he had all the pieces, even the demons would kneel before him. The protagonist, completely unfazed, just said the prince had saved him some trouble by bringing the item right to him. Mildus erupted in fury and commanded his soldiers to charge, shouting, "Now is the time for the proud swordsmen of the Empire to demonstrate their worth and loyalty." His words fired up the entire army, and they swarmed forward. The protagonist's system flashed an alert the scenario was about to conclude, and the prince and his royal guard were intent on seizing the Ark's power. Kang didn't hesitate. The saint cast a massive buff on him, summoning celestial armor that boosted his defenses into the stratosphere and amplified his attacks to an unbelievable level. Flowing with this incredible surge of power, Kang was more than ready to take on an entire army by himself. One of the prince's men had the good sense to suggest a retreat, seeing how dangerous the situation had become. But the arrogant prince shot him down, snapping that it wasn't time to run. Kang's system sounded another alarm, warning that the prince was now absorbing the Ark's energy. This was exactly what the protagonist had anticipated, and he quickly alerted the saint to the danger. As the protagonist took cover, the prince began to mutate into a grotesque, giant beast. Some of his own men tried to ask if he was all right, but he just roared for them to get out of his path. Now a full-fledged demonic creature, he began attacking his own troops. Following this, the protagonist combined his own skills with the saint's, conjuring magical armor. He then hurled a potion, triggering an earthquake and a massive blaze. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos, which gave him the perfect cover to get closer to his target. Seizing the opportunity, Kang began striking the giant monster from all sides. Nolvis went completely berserk, screaming that the protagonist couldn't hide in the flames forever. When Nolvis lunged to attack, he quickly realized he'd been tricked by a fire illusion. The protagonist then appeared on the opposite side, taunting. Nolvis must be seeing things. With all that new power clouding his judgment, he unleashed a decisive attack on the monster. Caught completely by surprise, Novice was hit with a blow that sent shockwaves through its entire body. The protagonist stood victorious. All of a sudden, his system pinged he had just acquired the second Ark fragment. Kang now possessed the item's complete power. The energy was so immense it even stunned the saint. She couldn't possibly fathom its true potential. Kang, however, thought things had gone perfectly, his mind only on the levels and points he'd just racked up. He then handed the Ark over to the saint, leaving her completely baffled. She couldn't understand why a warrior from another dimension would entrust her with something so powerful. She tried to refuse, insisting she wasn't worthy, but Kang told her she was the only one who was capable. If not her, the power would inevitably end up with Emperor Draga. He pleaded with her to protect it, warning her that failure meant it would fall right into Draga's hands anyway. The saint replied that she couldn't be reckless with the Ark's destructive capabilities. Kang told her that, in his experience, those who only crave power and destruction tend to carry a great weight. He, however, believed she would use it to fight for what's right, alongside everyone else. His words seemed to comfort her, and she thanked him, admitting she felt much better. Kang was glad to hear it. With the quest finished, he received a slew of special rewards and returned home. A week passed, and he found himself reflecting on the experience. He'd only cleared a single tower. He had gone in hoping for a break, but had ended up pushing himself to the limit. Later, Kang stumbled upon some articles about himself online and realized that public opinion on him was sharply divided. It was only mid-January, and he knew that much bigger events were still on the way. A few days later, he ventured out again, as expected. A mob of reporters immediately surrounded him, shouting questions. But Kang ignored them all and walked straight into the next tower. The press is just frozen in place, trying to figure out if he actually stepped into the awakening tower. Meanwhile, on the inside, some mysterious being announces that it's been anticipating his arrival for quite a while. Kang couldn't care less. He tells the voice to ditch the chatter and bring on the trial. Moments later, he's thrown into a completely new kind of challenge. The entity chides him for his impatience, pointing out that the test was about to begin regardless of his whining. And just like that, it starts. Kang materializes in an empty void, encircled by a ring of round mirrors. He immediately shatters the mirrors and attempts to push onward, only for a perfect duplicate of himself to materialize, its face hidden behind a clown mask. The clone remarks on how unfazed Kang seems by its appearance, but Kang has no time for words. He prepares to strike, but his foe is nothing more than a reflection, mimicking his every action perfectly. So, naturally, when Kang launches an attack, the masked copy does the same, causing their powers to clash midair. Realizing this won't work, Kang swiftly switches up his tactics. He summons his shadow creature to keep the enemy occupied. As the clown flawlessly mirrors this move too, it finally dawns on Kang this thing isn't just a copy. It's a perfect replica of him in every way. Even with the confirmation that the clown is a flawless double, Kang doesn't let up. He reflects on how he's had to face this exact kind of opponent every season, and frankly, he's getting tired of the gimmick. He decides to go all out, unleashing his dark magic, refusing to give his double an inch. The clown lunges forward, but its strike is harmlessly deflected by Kang's magical barrier, empowered by his unique blessing. The one who deceived death. Kang instinctively evades what would have been a fatal blow. He instantly seizes the opening to counterattack. Kang comes to a realization the solution to this battle is surprisingly straightforward. Without altering his strategy, he barrels toward his opponent, intending to run him through. But since his actions are mirrored perfectly, Kang takes the exact same hit himself. This, however, was his plan from the very beginning. The clown then mockingly asks Kang why he has to be so serious all the time. It tells Kang that they could choose to be a hero or a villain. The choice of their destiny is right in front of them. The clown advises him to lighten up, insisting that nothing in this world is worth taking so seriously. Kang simply retorts that the clown runs its mouth way too much, and he knows just how to shut it up for good. Without another word, Kang grips the clown's face with his hands and detonates its head, ending the fight decisively. He then picks up the fallen mask and claims it as his own. He wonders aloud if that's all. All of a sudden, the clown monarch manifests before him. It addresses Kang as the child of 1,000 faces and talents, instructing him to select his next form. A little while later, Master Park is seen sprinting frantically through a hospital hallway. He bursts into a room to find Kang just lying in bed, looking completely panicked. He'd gotten word that his friend was in the hospital and came as quickly as possible. Yet, when he arrives, Kang is behaving as if it's just another Tuesday. Kang even jokes, asking why Park would dare visit him without bringing any gifts. Park lets out a sigh of relief. If Kang is still cracking wise, he must be all right. Park tells him to quit fooling around and get back to the business of saving the world. He reminds him that he's a hero, after all. Kang sarcastically asks if his manager seriously expects him to fight with a gaping hole in his chest. Park argues that Kang must have downed a healing potion or something. But Kang clarifies that looks can be deceiving. This is no ordinary injury. Knowing who Kang's monarch is, Park isn't shocked, commenting that dealing with that entity is never easy. Kang, however, brushes it off, saying it's not as bad as it seems. He explains that the level 50 awakening process varies based on one's monarch. For him, the reward for taking his own life in the trial was the ability to claim his very own talent. In essence, he absorbed every single skill and attribute card he had gathered up to that point. On top of that, all his existing skills were enhanced. This was the ultimate power-up he'd been dreaming of. Moving on, he asks Park what his next mission is. Park informs him he's tasked with tracking down and taking out a genuine villain, a type that has become increasingly scarce lately. Their target goes by the name of the Black Player, a menace who is currently wreaking havoc across the city. He operates like a deranged conductor, orchestrating a symphony of pure chaos. He dismisses everyone as ignorant fools, proclaiming that he, the great maestro, will enlighten them with his spectacular talents. He even engulfs the city in flames, claiming it's an offering to appease the Fire Monarch. He firmly believes that only the Fire Monarch can truly appreciate his brand of art. Before long, the maestro notices the police are zeroing in on his location. He scoffs at their attempts to capture him, calling them idiots. The authorities can only watch in confusion as he vanishes into a nearby tower. Sometime later, our protagonist shows up and takes in the widespread destruction with his own eyes. Kang immediately recognizes this is the work of no mere lunatic. Without hesitation, he enters the tower, right on the villain's heels. Once inside, he finds himself in what looks like an arena, and there stands his target, the maniacal maestro in person. The maestro, however, is visibly shocked to see Kang, being well aware of his formidable reputation. Our hero tells him they're going to fight, whether he's ready or not. The madman asks if Kang is capable of understanding his art, but Kang immediately dismisses him as nothing more than a delusional wannabe magician. Kang wonders aloud why the world is so full of crazies like this guy. The maestro is instantly enraged, absolutely loathing the idea that his art is being compared to something so common. He responds by launching a volley of fireballs, attempting to incinerate our hero. Kang just scoffs at the display, remarking that phonies always have the shortest fuses. This comment only serves to infuriate the maestro even more. Just then, Kang detects an attack coming from overhead. The pyromaniac believes he's finally cornered and defeated Kang, but our hero is far too clever for such a simple trap. He evades it with ease, taunting his opponent that he'll need to do much better than that to catch him. The enemy unleashes another assault, and this one makes contact. The maestro cackles in Kang's face, declaring that Kang has just helped him compose a masterpiece. But right in the middle of his victory celebration, our protagonist appears once more, completely unharmed. He explains that what the maestro hit was merely an illusion before lunging forward to strike. To Kang's surprise, the enemy actually manages to dodge his attack. But the dodge wasn't perfect. He's still injured. The maestro becomes livid, screaming that a mere practitioner of illusionary art has no place to lecture him. Kang coolly replies that the maestro isn't even skilled enough to have an opinion on the matter. With that, Kang activates his ability, spawning multiple copies of himself around the arena. He tells the madman that this is the audience he's earned, as it's likely to be his final performance. But his opponent just screams back that his art is eternal, right before detonating in a massive, self-inflicted explosion. The blast completely catches Kang by surprise. A moment later, his system confirms his victory. He knew that players were forbidden from killing one another inside the tower. He realizes he probably should have just waited for the lunatic to come unglued at the exit. After leaving the tower, Kang instantly teleports himself to France. It was just as he suspected the magician's specialty was a sudden death ability. And sure enough, Kang located him in his native country. He knew his target had nowhere left to run. This time, Kang unleashes a barrage of ice blades to ensure the maestro can't flee. He then surges forward, striking true, prepared to end this confrontation once and for all, Tina model. But just as he moved in for the kill, a protective barrier shimmered into existence around the magician. Kang knew instantly this wasn't the magician's power. Someone else had just crashed the party. A woman stepped out from behind the shield, ordering Kang to stand down. He recognized her immediately, an old acquaintance, Saint Mary Jurger, the master of the Knights and Rescue Guild. Kang demanded to know what she was doing there. Mary simply explained her guild had been summoned by the French government. Apparently, they were also hunting the black player and had been lying in wait to ambush him the moment he left the tower. Kang offered to just finish the job, but Mary insisted the man couldn't die just yet. She elaborated that executing someone mid-chase was only permissible under very specific circumstances. With a sarcastic tone, Kang remarked that she was certainly living up to her saintly title. Mary shot back that revenge was a vicious cycle that only created more suffering. She warned him that just because his enemy was a monster, it didn't give him the right to become one too. After everything he's done, what's so wrong with putting him down? Kang demanded. Mary replied that she was only saying this to protect him. She then questioned if Kang truly grasped the global chaos his actions would unleash. But while they were locked in their debate, the ice encasing their target melted completely away. The magician wasted no time, seizing the opportunity to conjure another explosion. Unfortunately for him, he was still trapped inside the barrier and only managed to roast himself with his own fire. Mary repeated herself, insisting she was trying to keep Kang out of trouble. Now that the criminal was contained, she would take over. She told Kang to just go home and get some rest. Fine, Kang thought. Have it your way. He played along, grumbling that her interference had made his entire trip to France a colossal waste. But as he turned to leave, Kang made one final, unexpected move. He unleashed a blast of dark magic, trying to land one last hit on his target. However, Mary held her shield firm, protecting the downed player. "You're just wasting your energy," she said. Kang conceded out loud, but inwardly, he had anticipated this exact reaction. He struck once more, and this time, the attack found its mark with brutal efficiency. The saint was utterly stunned. The prisoner she had been safeguarding was gone, leaving behind nothing but a sickening pool of blood. This act was a direct slap in the face to her and her entire organization. The clown monarch, on the other hand, was savoring every moment of the spectacle. Kang turned to Mary and asked if she had any idea how many people that lunatic had slaughtered. He reminded her that it wasn't just adults. Even children had fallen victim to his cruelty. Kang made his stance perfectly clear. A psychopath like that was undeserving of any mercy. He argued that rogue players were a far greater threat, tearing the world apart faster than the towers ever could. But the saint remained unswayed by his ruthless logic. Kang already knew her next line, the old cliché about how anyone who slays a monster risks becoming one. To be honest, he didn't give a damn. But then Mary stepped closer, looked him dead in the eye, and told him, "You're not a monster." Her words caught Kang by surprise, though he was careful not to show it. A second later, his phone began to ring. It was Master Park, screaming his lungs out about why Kang hadn't told him he was going up against a serial killer. Kang casually remarked that all the shouting might make him go deaf and that he was simply doing his job. He asked what the big fuss was about. Park frantically explained that executing the target so publicly was a huge problem. The whole thing was being framed as excessive force, and the French government was about to come down on him hard. Park added that he'd booked an immediate flight home for him, but Kang replied that he still had things to settle. Park was clearly frustrated, but Kang reminded him that he did have a life outside of his duties and promised to give a full report once he was back. And with that, Kang hung up, leaving his friend yelling into a deadline. Kang was grateful for the support, but he always found Park a bit too theatrical. Now alone with Mary again, he formally thanked the saint, acknowledging that he was now in her debt. He told her that honoring her request was the least he could do. Mary replied that she was relieved to hear him say that. Kang took a step closer, but she deftly cut him off, stating they would meet tomorrow in Paris. Kang smirked, commenting on how adept she was at maintaining her distance. He asked if she had anything else for him, but she simply shook her head and wished him a good night. After Kang departed, the saint stood alone, wondering if calling in such a massive favor from a man like him had been the right decision. The next day, a new tower appeared over the French capital. Kang was, of course, already there. His mission was simple: clear the scenario. Foes were already chasing him, peppering him with ranged attacks. But Kang fired right back, answering every volley. The saint was right there with him, both of them riding inside a carriage. Kang noticed a bridge up ahead and suggested they use it as a choke point to cut off their pursuers. They were inside a tower that was a perfect recreation of the French Revolution, their objective to protect the nobles from the Revolutionary Army. Together, Kang and the saint raced to blockade the bridge. Kang then obliterated the structure itself, ensuring no one could cross. With their path secured, they stood their ground, ready for a battle. The nobles began their escape, but instead of charging, the enemy commander called for a ceasefire. He demanded to know why the players were interfering. He explained that until that very moment, Kang and Maria had been their allies, fighting alongside the revolutionaries to forge a new world. He couldn't comprehend why they would suddenly betray them. He added that the saint had been a crucial part of their movement's success. He pleaded to know why she had abandoned their cause, accusing her of siding with the corrupt monarchy. Even so, he admitted he was reluctant to fight a former comrade. It was then that everything clicked for Kang. He looked at Maria and realized this was the real reason she needed him. She had been in this world before. Maria confirmed his suspicions, admitting she'd been here during a Tier 5 tower scenario. In that past life, she had fought wholeheartedly for their ideals of freedom, equality, and unity. Kang noted that the slogan sounded awfully familiar. Maria explained that it was the very same one used during the historical Great Revolution. Kang pointed out the irony that the very people she once saw as heroes were now her enemies. He told Maria that if she was having second thoughts, this was her last chance to back out. But Maria clarified that this tower was a restricted zone. To advance and complete Tier 6, they had no choice but to face these old allies. Hearing this, Kang nodded in agreement. They would push forward. The saint told Kang she was glad to have him fighting by her side in the tower. Meanwhile, the revolutionary leader started to protest again, but Kang silenced him by striking him down without a word. Kang even let out a dark laugh, looking down at the dazed commander. "Do you still believe we're apostles sent from God?" he mocked. Kang issued one final warning. The bridge was destroyed, and they should retreat. He claimed he didn't want to shed any more blood, but the leader refused to yield. He proclaimed that he would fight for the greater good, even if it meant taking on visitors from another dimension. With that, the leader announced he was deploying their anti-visitor tactics. He ordered his soldiers to activate their armor's tactical mode and unleash their magic armaments. He roared for them to charge, to fight for freedom and equality. Right away, their opponents opened fire with souped-up weapons, every blast a burst of raw energy. Just then, Maria, the saint, cast a buff on Kang, jacking him up by a staggering 1,000%. Instantly, his speed and reflexes shot through the roof. Kang was blown away, certain this power-up would make the battle a cakewalk. Maria urged him to retreat, insisting she could take it from here. But Kang flat-out refused. He countered by unleashing a wave of dark magic, plunging the area into complete darkness and freezing her in place. With that, Kang seized control once more, carving a path through their foes. He knew a Tier 6 tower's army would be a challenge, but fighting blind was something else entirely. Forced to predict every single attack, he yelled for Maria to put up her shield. Maria pleaded with Kang to dispel the darkness, but he shot back, telling her to stay out of his way. His excuse? He just wanted to see what her buffs were truly capable of, especially since they'd be splitting the attribute experience points anyway. He assured her he had all he needed to wipe out the remaining enemies. It was all because of her support, he said, so he didn't need her to jump into the fray. Maria couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, but she understood they had to press on. Perched atop his massive cat, Kang directed her towards Ward 2. Their priority was reaching the king. If the city fell, everything else was pointless. Maria argued that he didn't have to go to such lengths, but Kang just said he was more than comfortable. As long as she kept the buffs coming, he could single-handedly eliminate every threat and ensure her safety. She reminded him that this wasn't the reason she'd summoned him. Kang simply dismissed it, saying it didn't matter since he was already going above and beyond for her anyway. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a building was engulfed in flames. Screams filled the air, with chants to kill the enemies of the revolution. A leader's voice boomed, declaring these were direct orders from the Duke of Blood and Iron. The command was clear: every sympathizer of the old regime had to be executed. No one was to be spared, regardless of age or gender. When Kang and Maria arrived on the scene, she was appalled by the carnage. She couldn't understand why the Revolutionary Army would resort to such extreme measures. Kang calmly explained that this was the true face of ideology. He pointed out that the townspeople they'd just left would have suffered the exact same fate. Just then, his system flashed an alert. Their path was blocked by the Duke's elite bodyguards, the Iron Blood soldiers. Kang scoffed, declaring this was no longer a revolutionary army fighting for a noble cause. They were nothing more than thugs. He then warned Maria to brace for another blackout lasting a few minutes. Sometime later, after successfully clearing the tower, Maria found herself swarmed by reporters, all desperate for details about her raid alongside the hero king. Looking slightly irritated, she informed the press that for the good of their nation, her relationship with Kang was strictly professional. But Kang, deciding to have some fun at her expense, chimed in that they'd had a busy night in more ways than one. He cheekily asked what else a man and woman would be doing in a tower together if not dating. Maria turned beet red, vehemently denying his claims. Kang, however, doubled down on the teasing, adding more and more fabricated details to his story. An infuriated Maria finally snapped and told him to shut up, all of which was captured by the cameras. Kang's motive was simple: to level up his provocation stat and amuse his quirky king. And just like that, a system notification popped up, rewarding him with a package of rare cards. At first, Kang was a little underwhelmed, having hoped for something better. But his disappointment vanished when he saw the second reward, a powerful sixth sense skill. Later, with the news plastered everywhere, Kang declared it was far too late to backtrack and claim they were just friends, despite her mortification. Maria couldn't suppress a small smile. Deep down, she was actually pleased. Not long after, they tackled a new tower, this one swarming with enemies in frozen helmets, and Kang found himself in need of a buff. He swallowed his pride, apologized for his earlier antics, and humbly requested her assistance. Maria put on a show of being annoyed with him, but her expression gave away how she really felt. She wasn't genuinely angry. Charging ahead, she warned Kang to keep his distance, joking that a hot night is always pursued by a cold one. She took them on by herself, effortlessly clearing the tower of the frozen helmets with her abilities. Over the next month, they embarked on a string of incredible raids, with every victory earning them more levels and better rewards. When their month of raiding was over, Maria saw Kang off at the airport. He couldn't resist teasing her with more jokes about them being a couple. Maria, however, confessed that she was jealous, wondering how he could be so carefree and irresponsible. Kang, naturally, chose to take that as a compliment. She then admitted she was glad to have a player she could trust by her side. Kang replied that the feeling was mutual, and Maria wished him a safe journey home. Just before he departed, Maria expressed her gratitude for everything he'd done for the world. Aboard the plane, Kang reflected on their partnership, concluding that this kind of collaboration was incredibly efficient. But he knew that, in the end, national interests would always come first. He also made a mental note to invite Maria to his own country at some point. Suddenly, his cat broke his train of thought, asking just how long Kang intended to keep stroking him. Stunned, Kang demanded to know when the cat had learned to talk. Blackie casually replied that he had evolved. Kang then questioned why he hadn't said anything sooner. The cat explained he hadn't wanted to get in the way of Kang's flirting with Maria. But now, he announced, playtime was over. He then commanded Kang to open the card package he had won. Kang wasted no time, eagerly tearing it open in hopes of finding a legendary card. He mused that while some people might just see them as card sets, collecting all the cards allows you to build a true deck. In this world, the most crucial elements for a powerful deck were synergy and classes. Kang's previous draws had already granted him fantastic synergy, but because he had so many random extra items, he was missing out on a crucial class buff. Even so, he managed to secure the Shadow Assassin class, along with some nice enhancements. He decided it was time for a brief rest. As soon as he was back home, he intended to test out his new deck inside a tower. Upon returning to Korea, he began searching for a suitable tower right away. As always, Kang was recognized on the street. Onlookers watched him enter a nightclub, but he hadn't come for a good time. His target was a man who was completely wasted. The guy was moaning about his massive hangover and slurred a demand to know who the hell was bothering him. Kang simply stated he was going to count to 3. By the time he finished, the man was expected to be on his feet and following him. The drunk scoffed, asking who Kang thought he was to be giving out orders. He then bragged that his father was the president of Grupox and that he couldn't be treated this way. Kang was completely unfazed. He just grabbed the guy by his hair and unceremoniously hauled him out of the club. Prior to this incident, Kang had paid a visit to the association's president. He'd mentioned wanting to test his new deck and offered to take a few rookies on a free tower run. The president told him about a promising newcomer who had recently awakened his abilities. But when Kang finally met this supposed talent, he was shocked that this was the same kid who had apparently cleared a Tier 3 tower. Upon hearing Kang's voice, the rookie's eyes widened in recognition. It was the Hero King. He immediately asked if Kang was there to escort him to a Tier 4 tower, complaining that he was completely over Tier 3. This bold attitude actually impressed Kang, who then agreed they would challenge a Tier 4 tower together. But first, he was curious to see what this newbie was made of, so he chucked the rookie straight into the line of fire against a monster. Seeing the creature up close and personal, the kid absolutely lost it. Instead of throwing a punch, he bailed, screaming for Kang to save him. But Kang just stood there, flat out refusing to lift a finger. The entitled brat shrieked, demanding to know if Kang would be happy if he just died right there. Watching from afar, Kang could tell the only thing keeping the kid alive was his high-end armor. He figured getting a free ride through the dungeon was a sweet deal for the guy, but parasites like him were only ever in it for themselves, just looking to score easy levels and stats. It made Kang question who would be left to protect the world down the line. Finally, Hearing the kid's pathetic cries for help, Kang decided to step in. He laid it out for the kid if he wanted a free carry. He was going to have to prove his worth. Just then, more monsters dropped from the ceiling, and the boy looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Kang, on the other hand, handled the new wave of enemies like it was nothing. The second it was safe, the entitled brat immediately started running his mouth, threatening to tell his father all about what Kang did as soon as they escaped. Kang just played it off, saying he was just a harsh mentor trying to forge the boy into something better. He then sarcastically asked if the kid was expecting some kind of fairy tale ending. The kid was stumped, completely clueless. Kang told him there wasn't a correct answer anyway. Then, activating one of his skills, Kang slapped a death mark right on the boy. Instantly, he became a magnet for attacks. The kid felt the change right away, as the debuff completely bypassed all his defensive stats, and an attack landed squarely on him. Our protagonist told him this little field trip wasn't designed for freeloaders like him, adding that if the kid had a problem with it, he was welcome to come back and try again when he'd actually gotten stronger, back in reality, outside the tower. The spoiled brat looked around, completely bewildered. He demanded to know what just happened. Kang calmly explained that he had just killed him with almost no pain. It took a second for him to process that he'd actually died. Then, the kid erupted in fury all over again, swearing that our protagonist was going to pay for this. But our protagonist just casually asked what exactly the kid thought would happen to him. The boy shot back that he clearly had no idea how powerful giant corporations were, but Kang just shrugged it off. He said he couldn't care less, even if they hired a hitman. What was one more megacorporation on his list of enemies? He already had an entire nation that hated his guts and wanted him dead, so adding one more company to the list, big or small, wasn't going to change a thing. Kang basically told the kid to bring it on if he felt lucky. Then, without any warning, both of them were suddenly teleported into a new tower known as the Endless Labyrinth. Kang was caught completely off guard, and then he realized the situation was far worse than he'd imagined. The spoiled brat was there with him, along with a handful of other people who all looked totally clueless. One of the players recognized our protagonist as the Hero King and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, assuming that sticking close to him meant they were guaranteed to be safe. A woman noticed the word group etched on the floor, and it dawned on her that they were all expected to cooperate to conquer the tower. Our protagonist realized, much to his annoyance, that they were now an official party. He was stuck having to clear this thing with all of them. The woman began reading the rules aloud, announcing that they could actually respawn if they were killed by another player. This meant that if things got too hairy, they could technically just off themselves to get out of trouble. Kang despised that loophole. He knew right away this group wasn't going to make it very far. Regardless, he announced that this was now a free expedition sponsored by the Hero King himself. He demanded everyone introduce themselves and demonstrate their abilities. And with that, the trial officially kicked off. After clearing out a few mobs, our protagonist had to admit they were holding their own. He chalked it up to his newfound sixth sense, because he knew his party was just a mix of entitled rich kids and total newbies. He guessed that if this bizarre team composition was the system's idea of balancing the scales, then their opponents must be a squad of level 40 veterans, which would explain why his own group looked like a bunch of sitting ducks. He then told everyone to regroup. Company was on its way. Sure enough, the enemy team appeared moments later, and the fight kicked off instantly. Our protagonist announced that if the majority of their party was wiped out, the survivors would be disqualified. The rival team was already on the ropes, and the system itself was on the verge of taking them out and disqualifying them. But that's when Kang noticed a critical detail. He swiftly eliminated the enemy players before they could even get near his tower. Kang understood a grim reality if the maze itself killed a player. There was no coming back, not even after the trial was over. So, he informed them that they should be grateful he was merciful enough to finish the job himself before the labyrinth could claim them for good. Meanwhile, a scout from another team spotted Kang from afar and immediately turned to warn his allies. But in the blink of an eye, Kang materialized right in front of him, scaring the daylights out of the guy, completely stunned. The player tried to save his skin by acting like he was a massive fan of the Hero King. Kang, unfazed, just calmly asked if he was scouting alone. A moment later, the player made a break for it and regrouped with his squad. He reported that he'd found another party, explaining that one of them was a high-level threat, but the rest were total pushovers. Their leader devised a plan they'd just pick off the weaker members, which would automatically get the whole team disqualified. But then the leader paused, asking the scout if he was sure he was leading them the right way. The scout just gave a smug apology, saying this route was actually much better. It was only then that the rest of the team realized they'd walked right into a trap. Before they even had a chance to react, Kang descended upon them and annihilated the entire squad. Their whole party failed the raid, but Kang's rampage was far from over. He hunted down every last rival team and eliminated them one by one, single-handedly clearing the first level of the maze. His own teammates, who had done absolutely nothing but get carried, erupted in cheers as they claimed their rewards. But then a system notification popped up with a catch. The group had to agree on how to distribute the reward, and if they failed to reach a consensus, the prize would be forfeited. They quickly pieced together that it was a single reward for the entire party, not individual loot. Kang then stepped forward, stating that since he did all the work, he deserved the entire prize. He then asked if anyone had a problem with that. The only one with the nerve to speak up was the spoiled brat, who loudly proclaimed that he was taking the rewards as payment for what Kang put him through earlier. That kicked off a heated argument. Another member of the party immediately chimed in, arguing he was the most deserving, since he was the only one who even tried to help Kang. And just like that, a brawl erupted between the two of them. The spoiled kid and the other cheapskate got ready to fight it out for the loot, while Kang looked on, his patience wearing thin. The last two teammates tried to play peacemaker, but Kang had seen enough of their garbage. He simply executed both of the bickering players on the spot, telling them they ought to have a little more sense. He pointed out that they'd already gotten free experience and achievement points, so they should just be thankful for the carry. Then he turned his gaze to the two survivors, asking if there were any other objections. The remaining two were scared stiff and didn't dare make a sound. And with that settled, Kang claimed all the rewards for himself, finding inside a mysterious ticket and a random blessing. Kang activates his new blessings, and their power is undeniable. Even Blackie Egan has to commend his incredible luck. A system prompt then appears, asking if he'd like to merge his skills for a significant power boost. He accepts without a second thought. In his mind, any blessing is a good blessing. Besides, Monarch tier boons are permanent and never reset. They persist from one season to the next, which makes them exponentially more valuable than standard skill cards over time. Thinking strategically, Kang wonders if he should tackle a fire attribute tower next to synergize with his latest power-up. Blackie shuts that idea down instantly, declaring his hatred for fire. He proposes they find a cold, dark place instead. Kang can't help but remark on how picky his companion is. Just then, a system alert flashes before Kang's eyes. He's being summoned by both the Sacred Tower and Jahel. It seems his mysterious, unranked accessory is flexing its immense power. The system poses the question, will he answer the summons? Kang knows his brief respite has come to an end, but seeing this as an opportunity, he accepts the call. He makes a beeline for the tower. Upon his arrival, a princess greets him, proclaiming that the goddess of shadows has acknowledged his prayers and that he has now responded to her summons. Kang recognizes her in an instant. It's Princess Syria, the very same royal he'd saved previously. He can tell her status has changed. Though she's not a princess anymore, she's a queen. Syria explains that her debt to him is immeasurable. She declares him an official ally, ordering her guards to stand down and show him no aggression. Kang recalls that the last tower concluded with her coronation. He cuts to the chase, asking how he can be of service and questioning why a newly crowned queen would require his help. Syria lays out the grim situation the Holy Land has been seized by the elven kingdom of Io. The shock of the loss was so great that the Pope died from a broken heart. His successor immediately called upon the human kings to rally their armies and take back their sacred ground. And just like that, the Third Holy War erupted between the desert elves and humanity. Kang instantly grasps the nature of the conflict. It's a battle of faith. He muses that diplomacy could probably solve the whole mess, but Syria informs him it's far too late for that. The kings of 3 separate nations have already dispatched their legions. She predicts their primary objective is the very fortress they're standing in, as it's the closest stronghold to the Holy Land. Then she asks him directly, will he fight alongside her in the coming war? Before a word can escape his lips, Kang's sharp eyes spot the King of Malice on the distant horizon. Syria is astounded by his incredible eyesight. Without missing a beat, Kang switches to his secondary deck. He replaces his glasses with an Ice Beam skill, gearing up for a long-range assault. He turns to the queen and tells her not to worry about a thing. Meanwhile, a human scout on Eagleback surveys their position. Our hero closes in, his weapon granting him crystal-clear targeting. He immediately unleashes a volley of attacks from afar. But the human soldiers react with incredible speed, raising their shields in perfect unison. Kang's blasts are completely neutralized, the shields absorbing every ounce of energy. Kang suspects the shields must be blessed by the Fire Monarch. What a coincidence, he just received a boon from the Snow Monarch, and now his fiery rival is interfering. He can't help but wonder what the connection is. To make matters worse, an enemy squad breaks off and begins to search for his location. Realizing his sniper tactics are useless, our hero abandons his position and prepares for a close-quarters engagement. He leaps from the ridge, landing squarely in the enemy's path. He isn't fighting solo, though elven archers provide covering fire from the rear. The squad leader barks orders, shouting that they have to locate the visitor first. He boasts that no arrow can possibly penetrate their defenses. A fatal miscalculation. Our hero has assisted these elves before, and they're well aware that the enemy's strength is fading. Confusion ripples through the human ranks. Some of them still believe Kang is the Apostle of Light. They can't comprehend why he's now fighting for the other side. Kang summons Blackie, unleashing a wave of dark magic. But what happens next seems to catch even the mystical cat off guard. The human commander surges ahead, roaring for his men to hold the line. This is Richard, the king of malice himself, who commands his soldiers never to turn their backs on their god. Suddenly, the king witnesses a colossal shadow descending, threatening to engulf his entire army. But even in the face of annihilation, his resolve doesn't waver. He rallies his troops, urging them to follow the will of their god. With a single swing of his sword, he shatters the barrier of darkness and charges headlong into the fray. His raw power and unyielding determination inspire his men, a display that completely blindsides our hero. Fueled by their king's courage, the enemy soldiers swarm towards Kang, their eyes burning with the intent to destroy him. Kang watches the onslaught unfold, steeling himself to retaliate. But just as he's about to move, a volley of attacks rains down from a different flank. The elves have arrived, and one of them shouts for our hero to stay focused on his primary target. Following their queen's command, they engage the humans directly. Kang quickly realizes he's dealing with a squad of zealots. The two fanatical forces collide in a brutal, head-on clash, and the battlefield erupts in chaos. Warriors drop on both sides of the conflict, but the humans seem to be taking the brunt of it. The elves' agility easily outmatches the knights' heavy armor, at least until the human king personally enters the fight, felling several elves with his own blade. But the human king has a much bigger prize in his sights. Our protagonist, Kang, sees this and decides it's the perfect moment to level the playing field. And so, the epic duel begins. The king still views Kang as nothing more than a fallen apostle. He screams at Kang, demanding to know who he thinks he is. But Kang simply meets his gaze with a cold, unwavering stare. He calmly informs the king that he's just another enemy on the list, another bounty to be claimed. He even casually wonders aloud if the king possesses a dragon heart. Then, he slaps a mark of death onto his foe. Instantly, his system announces the result. Exposed weaknesses debuff applied. The king's hit, defense, and dodge ratings all plummet by 500 points. The king is absolutely livid. He bellows that he will never be defeated by an insect like Kang. Then, in a shocking display of ruthlessness, he slays his own warhorse, bathing in its blood to invoke a dark power that surges through him. Kang is taken aback. The king was just hit with a crippling debuff, so how is he still this powerful? The newly empowered king lunges forward, aiming to obliterate Kang. But our hero is prepared. He rapidly switches from Ice Beam to Sword Manipulation, pulling the skill from his secondary deck. The intensity of the battle immediately kicks into high gear. Kang unleashes his psychokinetic abilities, commanding his blades to dance with dark energy. Vengeful, bloody souls erupt from the earth, swirling into a vortex that begins to consume the king's body. Kang realizes the rampant bloodshed on the battlefield is supercharging his abilities. His system confirms that the necessary conditions have been met and highlights the skill's area of effect. Then, he issues a single, chilling command, Rise. And just like that, fallen knights lurch back to their feet, rejoining the battle under his control. The king, however, manages to break free from the vortex of souls. He yells that Kang's cheap tricks are useless against him. but his triumphant shout dies in his throat as he stares in utter disbelief. His fallen soldiers are getting up. Even the mortally wounded are rising to fight for Kang. His own loyal knights now turn their blades against him, their allegiance sworn to Kang. The king is shattered, crying out to his men in despair. But a warning suddenly flashes across Kang's system. The area of effect is exceeding the limits of his current necromancy skill. His control over the undead flickers for a moment before completely deactivating. Even so, it was enough for Kang to secure his victory against the enemy king. Later, as dusk settles over the battlefield, Kang presents the Elven Queen with the king's severed head. Queen Syria gives him credit for his work, but she's quick to point out they've only eliminated one of the 3 pagan kings. This entire bloody holy war has only just kicked off. As darkness settles over the kingdom, Kang pauses to take in the scenery, but a strange feeling suddenly hangs in the air. A shiver shoots down his spine, as if the very wind carries the scent of blood. With the mood completely shattered, Kang turns back toward the castle. It's at that moment the NPC vendor materializes to have a word. She explains that he's completely mastered his frozen sword creation skill. If he's willing to upgrade her shop, he can finally get his hands on a waking stone. Kang just gives a knowing nod. He had a feeling she'd be showing up soon. He reasons that she wouldn't bother climbing all the way up a tier 7 tower just to make a few petty sales. On that note, he agrees to the upgrade. He's instantly rewarded with a new skill, Frost Smith, which comes with some incredible stats. By the next day, Kang is already back on the field of battle, eager to test his new ability as he effortlessly flash freezes his opponents. He's having the time of his life. He even cracks a joke that their captain must be super attached to his chair, since his army is getting annihilated while the guy just sits pretty in his tent. Kang decides that if the commander won't come to him, he'll just go straight to the source. Before this whole skirmish started, the queen had passed along some crucial intel. It seems Bloodbeard had secretly moved his most elite soldiers and established a camp not far from their position. Kang commends the elven spies, but the queen clarifies that it was actually humans who provided the tip. She goes on to say that the 3 kings in this holy war have never really been on good terms. Apparently, they're still busy backstabbing each other. Regardless of its truth, this presents a perfect chance to launch an attack. Barbarossa is the most powerful of the 3, and the queen needs Kang to lead an elite unit to eliminate him. Back in the moment, Kang reviews the strategy: a covert strike to take out the king, just to be on the safe side. The intelligence was spot on, but the target himself is missing. Kang pushes his way into the tent, only to find the king hiding inside. He demands to know what's going on, but just then, the king collapses without a word, a glass he was holding shattering on the ground. The instant Kang sees it, he knows something is terribly wrong, and his first thought is poison. He quickly pieces it together. The king was dead before the battle even started. An elven soldier comes over and witnesses the same grim scene. It dawns on Kang that the real enemy is hiding right there among them. Ever since Season 1, these shadowy organizations have been pulling the strings, forcing nations into conflict. They dispatch assassins to take down powerful players from opposing countries, driven only by their own corrupt motives. Kang is seething with rage. The absurdity of the whole thing is infuriating. He returns to the queen, informing her that the king was poisoned by someone on his own side. Syria's immediate concern is whether this information got out to anyone else. Kang speculates that the king was likely trying to set up some kind of backup plan. The queen finds it hard to process, especially with the holy war heating up. But our hero argues that was the whole point. A move like this would let the king hog all the glory and completely disrupt the power dynamic between the 3 nations. It's a textbook case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The queen then understands they'll have to contend with the Supreme King's army. Kang, however, remains confident, stating that the rest of the enemy army won't be heading home. They were dispatched for a holy war, after all, with no king to give them orders. They've probably all regrouped at the nearby human encampment. Someone then reports that pagan assassins ambushed Bloody Beard and completely wiped out his knights. Rumors quickly spread that these same pagans could be the ones behind the king's assassination. Meanwhile, Philip II, the Supreme King, declares that everything is proceeding as planned. He's sure that the fallen king's army will soon pledge their loyalty to him. After all, both the zealous King of Malice and the wealthy Bloody Beard fell at the hands of those very pagans. One of Philip's advisors suggests that he could simply lay claim to the Holy Land, and all would bow to him. King Philip not only loves the idea, but also proclaims that he has received a divine message. He asserts that his own desires are aligned with God's will, using this claim to stoke the fires of vengeance among the soldiers. To that end, he orders the armies of the King of Malice and Bloody Beard straight to the front lines. Philip confidently declares that the Angel of Faith is with him, leaving no room for his men to second-guess his orders. Sometime later, our protagonist finds himself facing yet another massive army. He recognizes the King of Malice's cavalry and Bloody Beard's armored infantry, now merged into one enormous fighting force. What's more, they are all united under a single banner. The truth hits him like a ton of bricks. Philip is definitely the puppet master here. The human army, roaring their declarations of faith, readies their assault. Kang remarks that their slogans sound like they were ripped straight from a history book. He wonders aloud if they genuinely believe that slaughtering all their foes will usher in an era of peace. But with no time for deep thoughts, he prepares for the coming battle, activating West Wind, a powerful buff he bought that will last until the fight is over. He lets the gale loose across the entire battlefield. But this is no ordinary gust of wind. It carries an intense, freezing chill. The enemy soldiers lay eyes on the protagonist, who is radiating with a thirst for revenge. Their commander screams for his troops to hold their ground against the raging blizzard. Even the king, who makes an appearance up front, keeps a safe distance behind the bulk of his army. Like other human leaders, Philip is empowered by a blessing from the Monarch of Fire, a power he uses to inspire his forces. But on the other side of the conflict, the Shadow Monarch bestows his own blessing upon the elves. As if that weren't enough, the Dark Council faction also decides to enter the fray. The Monarch of the Blizzard also grants a blessing to the elves, and their Glacial Guardians faction begins to turn the tide of the battle. Observing all of this from afar, Kang begins to question the very nature of this war. He wonders if any of this is truly part of a divine plan. He can't even tell if there's one god pulling the strings or a whole pantheon of them. In any case, he concludes that any deity behind this carnage must be fundamentally evil. Blackie tells Kang to quit the pointless chatter and just do what he needs to do. Agreeing that his cat is right, Kang finally resolves to join the fight himself. As he gets ready to end this war for good, an alert flashes across his system interface. It instructs him not to fail the council and temporarily grants him control of 100 shadow puppets. This level of support impresses Kang, making him realize he's not the only one fighting to win. However, he also recognizes that the enemy's side is just as stacked. The humans are fielding 59 ranked Sentinel Angels. Kang delegates his puppets to deal with them, saving his own energy for his main target. He focuses all his attention on King Philip. The two of them charge and collide. But then something completely unexpected occurs. Kang notices that Philip's gear looks identical to a player's set. And yet, Philip speaks and acts like a simple game character, not a real person. This sparks a theory in Kang's mind. Maybe Philip isn't a player, but is actually the original owner of the golden fanaticism trait. Just then, Philip dives at him from the sky. Kang can't help but grumble that everyone seems to have wings these days. But in that instant, a new system alert pops up. It informs him that the Shadow Monarch has bestowed upon him the Raven Wings buff. Now, Kang can fly too, but he's not happy about it, complaining that he never asked for wings. This mid-air battle completely ruins Kane's meticulously built deck, rendering his cards totally useless. Philip is the only one who's ecstatic, declaring he's finally found a worthy adversary. And with that, their clash in the sky begins. Philip mocks Kane, remarking on his struggles and calling it divine punishment for defying God's plan. Kane decides to needle him, asking if poisoning Bloody Beard was also a part of God's grand design. Philip retorts, accusing Kane of using cheap tricks and swearing he won't fall for them. He goes on a rant about how everything he does is a reflection of God's will. He declares himself a seraphim, claiming his will and God's are perfectly aligned. He lunges for Kane, only to strike an ice clone. A moment later, Kane appears directly behind him. He grumbles that wings are a nuisance that just block his line of sight, before landing a solid strike on Philip's back. But Kane's system flashes a warning. This rank 8 seraph possesses the Supreme King's body. Philip's body then erupts in a blinding light, unleashing a massive explosion that hurls Kane backward. The wound Kane inflicted on Philip heals in an instant. Philip rises once more, now sporting a halo and even more spectacular wings. Kane watches the transformation, thinking to himself that angels these days are just a bunch of body snatchers. The system pings him again. It clarifies that the Fire Destroyer faction has imbued his Sword of Light with infernal fire, while the Glacial Guardians faction has supercharged his Ice Sword with Cassidus's freezing energy. In short, Kane now wields power equal to Philip's. At that moment, the sky opens up and it begins to rain. On the ground below, soldiers are getting drenched as the two combatants face off high above. The fight is a brutal struggle for both of them, with Kane finding it difficult to maneuver in the air. Then, in a moment of carelessness, Philip manages to sever one of Kane's wings. Philip, convinced he has won, moves in for the final blow. Philip throws everything he's got at Kane in an attempt to finish him off, but Kane still had an ace up his sleeve. He summons Blackie, whose spikes impale Philip. Not only that, but Kane also directs his telekinetically controlled swords to inflict even greater damage. This move saves Kane from certain death, allowing him to finally defeat King Philip. His system confirms the elimination of the target, possessing the Archangel's body. With the battle concluded, Kane rips off his remaining wing, declaring he no longer needs it. Down below, the soldiers see something falling from the sky. When they realize it's their own king, they are utterly paralyzed with shock. And Philip isn't the only one. Other angelic figures begin to plummet from the heavens as well. Kane's system then alerts him that the flow of the story has been warped. This new, altered narrative is now modifying the player's historical equipment. Kane instantly acquires Philip's armor as a spoil of victory, along with a whopping 10,000 conquest points. In the end, he's just relieved it's all over. He returns to the real world, only to be immediately mobbed by a swarm of reporters. Kane is completely baffled. He entered the tower from his house, but this is definitely not where he came out. The sight of his different armor only raises a storm of new questions. Kane was in no mood to deal with it and tried to ignore the reporters. Just then, his manager fought his way through the crowd, but the manager froze in his tracks, doing a double take. Kane's appearance was completely transformed. Realizing this, Kane stepped forward to address the media himself. Kane told the crowd that while people love a good hero story, they also secretly crave the news that he's past his prime. He confessed to feeling ashamed at times, even questioning why he bothers protecting the world at all. And since they were all pushing him so aggressively, he decided to turn the tables on them. "Do you all really love war that much?" he asked. His question struck everyone into silence. Kane then painted a vivid picture of war molten iron pouring down as you scale castle walls, arrows ripping through your body, being sliced open and watching your own insides spill out. He pointed out, however, that it was now the 21st century. He wanted to show them what modern war truly looked like. He spoke of missiles raining down from the sky, bullets shredding through flesh, and fighter jets bombing innocent people. But he added that no matter the time period, the sight of your own gut spilling out never changes. He drove his point home by asking them one last time, "Do you really enjoy war?" A murmur went through the crowd. People insisted that it was impossible for anyone to like war. They said that no one, not the winner nor the loser, could ever truly enjoy it because it's an inherently horrific experience. As they spoke, Kane's mind flashed back to his conversation in the tower. The queen had expressed her satisfaction with his revenge, but then confessed that she was afraid. Kane had asked what terrified her so much. Sirius had explained that the end of the wars, with all the blood and death, painted a truly nightmarish picture. It made her wonder if this was really what their goddess had intended. Kane had come to the same realization. Back in the present, he declared that no one could possibly like war, before pivoting with a new question. "But do you like heroes?" The crowd erupted in agreement. Kane then challenged their thinking. How does a hero become a hero in the first place? The only way, he explained, is by confronting enemies and fighting effectively in wars. You can't have heroes without conflicts for them to resolve, can you? He laid out his conclusion. Deep down, people actually love wars, even if they'd never admit it to themselves. A journalist immediately fired back, calling his assertion extreme and fundamentally flawed. They argued that the current global situation was a product of modern times, entirely different from the scenarios he was describing. But Kane shot that idea down, saying that wasn't the case at all. He revealed that their northern neighbors were sending assassins to kill them, treating it all like some kind of twisted game. He pointed out that this was blatant warfare disguised as espionage, a revelation that sent the reporters into a frenzy. They immediately demanded to know if foreign assassins had already made an attempt on Kane's life. He played dumb, acting as though he had accidentally let slip classified information. The journalists pressed him for more details, but Kane had already achieved his objective. He then prepared to drop an entirely new bombshell on them, something that had been kept completely secret until now. Kane posed a deep question about the war. He wondered if, even with the world ending tomorrow, everyone would just continue fighting amongst themselves. He pointed out how players are compelled to serve as their nation's strength. In other words, as weapons of war, instead of uniting against global threats. They are directed to fight their own country's enemies. Kane also mentioned the common belief that people think the season can be completed without him or the other major war heroes. And the reporters, he noted, had completely fallen for this lie. He then asked why he should have to go through so much trouble to protect a world that seems convinced it doesn't even need him. Kane's entire speech was broadcast live around the world. Leaders and influential figures from every nation were watching. Some were starting to get nervous. But then one reporter spoke up, claiming the fight was worth the cost. Kane simply shot back, asking why. Others quickly chimed in, arguing that innocent people could not be sacrificed. They claimed a player couldn't just abandon their responsibilities. Kane declared that anyone can be a hero or a villain. Everyone gets to choose which role they play. But he was cut short when his manager intervened, yanking Kang by the arm to pull him from the cameras while claiming it was about official business. As he was being dragged away, Kang shot back one final warning, telling everyone not to lecture a player on their duties or beliefs. He elaborated that if a clueless guy like him actually developed strong convictions, he wouldn't be taking the blame for the world's problems. And he made sure to tell them to air that part too. The Clown Monarch was thoroughly amused by Kang's defiant display. Meanwhile, Park announced he was taking Kang home, but Kang was only focused on his rewards. Kang's system lit up with alerts. He'd scored a legendary amulet and an ability to strip foes, but he decided he'd examine them later. Later, once they were home, they saw that Kang's speech was already blowing up worldwide. Park just wanted to kick back with a cold drink and decompress. Park wondered why Kang was even bothering with the news. Was he getting nervous after stirring up so much trouble? Kang was simply baffled that Park wasn't livid? Park clarified that he couldn't be mad, since he could tell Kang was in a bad way. He reminded Kang that no one understood him better. In response, Kang brought up an acquaintance he knew in France. Park immediately jumped in, insisting Kang was on a completely different level than her. Kang thanked him, and Park was glad for the acknowledgement before asking about Kang's current class. Park revealed he was a pure-blood assassin who had recently awakened. Park also brought up a rumor he'd heard about Kang corrupting a piece of legendary ranked gear. Kang just played it off, saying it was just how things unfolded. His buddy pleaded with him to take a break, warning he'd seriously injure himself if he didn't. He pointed out that they had a Tier 7 tower waiting for them. Park's version of a break was certainly one of a kind. Once inside the tower, Park told his friend to brace himself, warning him about betrayal, hidden grudges, and the organization's pure evil. The protagonist figured it was time for a change of pace in the narrative. And so, they made their way into the Godfather and Alley Tower. Elsewhere, standing in a downpour, a woman was handing an item to an unknown person, telling him to complete his mission before the next meeting. As the man accepted it, she emphasized that everything they did was for the sake of justice in their world. After he left, the woman checked the time, only to realize her watch had stopped, which made her sad. It had been a gift from her godfather, not far from there. Kang and Park were trying to find cover from the rain when she suddenly spotted them. She immediately flagged them down for help, explaining that they were in Black York City and the Capone family was in the middle of a massive crisis. She told them their mission was to solve everything. She insisted Kang and Park follow her, saying she would take them to her boss. As they walked, she laid out the power structure of Black York, which was controlled by 5 major underworld families. She also mentioned that a major summit between several important organizations was scheduled in just 4 days. But a recent catastrophe had thrown everything into chaos. The first Godfather, who had been the head of the Capone family, along with many of his associates, had been mercilessly slaughtered. She then shared her own backstory, revealing she had grown up as an orphan on the streets. She was fortunate to have awakened her own powers, but they were pretty useless until her godfather took her in and completely turned her life around. Kang, however, showed zero interest in her life story. Unfazed, she kept going, explaining that during the assault, she was only able to rescue a single person, the godfather's son, who now served as the head of the organization. As they stepped into the room, the boss welcomed them, proudly introducing himself as the company's leader and the head of the Capone family. Park, with a smirk on his face, immediately called him the little boss. This instantly set the boy off. He snapped that calling Vito Capone, a great leader and the rightful heir to the family. Little boss was a huge insult. The woman quickly tried to calm him down, explaining that these outsiders just couldn't recognize his true character. She assured him that his mere presence commanded respect. With his ego properly inflated, the boy declared he was on a tight schedule and wanted to cut to the chase. He then ordered Rebecca to get things started. Kang, who had been silent this whole time, simply observed the situation unfolding. Following a quick talk, Rebecca laid out their objective. They had to restore the Capone family's former glory. During the upcoming meeting with the 5 great families in 4 days, their goal was to make a huge splash. They also had to expose the culprits and the mastermind who orchestrated the assassination of the former boss and his top officers. Kang interjected, asking who their primary suspects were. Rebecca replied that the most probable culprits were either a rival leader from another great family or a former ally. Their top suspect was Gambino, who, despite being weak at the moment, seemed to be spoiling for a fight. Our protagonist casually skimmed through the documents before asking if he should just eliminate everyone involved. Rebecca seemed to think wiping out all their enemies was a fantastic plan, since they'd have to do it sooner or later. But Kang wasn't convinced, guessing the boss wouldn't approve. Vito somewhat confirmed this, explaining that while the Capones had always been influential, they reached their absolute zenith under his father's command. Vito mentioned he's observed Rebecca for 20 years, and that her approach is the very foundation of the Capone family. There was no reason for a new strategy. Kang was quick to remind them that Vito, not Rebecca, was the boss. He was the one in charge. Vito conceded that he knew Rebecca had far more experience. The protagonist then turned to Vito and asked if he also wanted to just kill all their rivals. Vito answered frankly that if their rivals weren't directly responsible for the attack, it would be better to maintain the current state of affairs. With that, Vito faced Rebecca and asked if she could execute the plan his way. She wasn't happy about it, but she consented, acknowledging his authority as the boss. And so, the mission began. Park then proposed they pay a visit to the Kaleo family, seeing as they were the closest. Kang teased that Park was starting to act like a genuine villain, to which Park just shrugged. He replied that sometimes you have to try living like the bad guys, especially since this entire world was nothing more than a game to them. A few moments later, guards from the Kaleo family were arming themselves for a fight. They wondered who would be bold enough to invade their territory, but they had no time to process it. The 2 friends launched their attack, with Park telling them to surrender if they wanted to live. Play along, and they would be spared. The guards yelled back that there was no chance. They would never turn on their family. "Fine by me," Park said. "You can just die right here." Kang watched his friend, completely cool and composed. Suddenly, a far more flustered man burst onto the scene, demanding to know how they dared attack his family right before the meeting. Park asked if this newcomer was the leader of the Kaleo family. One of the men shot back, "No way our boss would never stoop so low." Park tells Kang to go ahead and have some fun with the henchman, which completely catches Kang off guard. That wasn't the plan they'd agreed on, but Park just says he came along to kick back and relax. This time, Park declares, he's going to handle the job all by himself. Kang is taken aback, but ultimately agrees, offering to clear a path for Park to advance. With a vow to take down the boss, Park charges forward, leaving our protagonist to mop up the remaining grunts. Unbeknownst to him, a figure from high above is tracking his every move. Then, quick as a crow, the mysterious observer vanishes. Deep inside the enemy headquarters, Park is busy tearing the place apart. Suddenly, both he and Kang detect something flying nearby. Kang dismisses it as nothing more than a flock of crows. After all, they already dealt with the Kaleo family in the previous chapter. Now, the Gambino family is the next name on their hit list. As Kang watches the entire area get demolished, he thinks about Park. It dawns on him that it's been a very long time since he's seen his friend truly go all out in a fight. He knows they share a similar ruthless streak, but that's a side of himself Kang prefers to keep hidden from Park. He then gives Blackie a pat and tells him to finish off the rest of them. Blackie the cat sarcastically remarks how convenient it is for Kang to just dump all the hard work on him. In any case, after the dust settles, the pair heads over to a nearby diner. Park immediately starts teasing Kang, calling him lazy. Apparently, ever since their arrival, Kang has been living on nothing but hamburgers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Our protagonist shoots back, claiming these are the greatest burgers he's ever tasted. He just wants to enjoy them as much as he can before they have to return home. Park tries to suggest other options, but Kang shuts him down, explaining that he rarely gets any downtime and refuses to waste it by stressing over what to eat. He quickly pivots the conversation, asking what information Park managed to get from the Gambino boss. The manager's reply is blunt: the boss knew absolutely nothing. Kang recalls that Park had specifically asked him to handle this job, but the manager just shrugs it off, saying the boss would have been useless at the meeting anyway. And speaking of which, the Gambino family boss is absolutely seething. He's been making one call after another, only to get radio silence from both the Sanchez and the Falcone families. The lack of a response is seriously unnerving him. He starts to fear their alliance has completely crumbled. Gambino is beyond furious, practically spitting nails, and he knows precisely who is behind all of this. His mind flashes back to Park's chilling warning. Before he left, Park told him that in 72 hours, his heart would stop and then explode unless a specific pressure point was pressed to restart it. Park had asked coolly if he understood the terms. That's when the boss had hastily promised that the Gambino family would be skipping the meeting this time around. He had also agreed to help hunt down the people who took out Capone. Satisfied, Park had called him a smart man and said he would let him live this time, before turning and walking away. But the Gambino boss was still in absolute agony. The reversal procedure Park had promised never came, all because the big meeting had yet to even happen. Hearing all of this, Kang bluntly states that they've hit a dead end, but the manager tries to reassure his friend, certain that they're bound to learn something crucial at the meeting. He admits it's just a gut feeling, but he senses there's another player involved, someone operating outside the 5 great families. A short while later, the moment of truth finally arrives. The various families begin to file into the meeting place. Once everyone is seated, a prominent figure named Marcellus finally speaks up, noting how late it's getting. The Gambino boss then points out that 2 of the families haven't even bothered to show up. Vito's eyes scan the room, and he immediately notices the Falcone and Sanchez families are missing. The conclusion hits him instantly: they killed his father. Rebecca holds him back. She warns him not to jump to conclusions and advises him to just observe for now. Vito reluctantly agrees, calling her the wisest. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room with urgent news. From a safe distance, Park and Kang watch the scene unfold. The newcomer reveals that the heads of both the Falcone and Sanchez families are dead. Kang realizes they're now facing a new enemy. Park comments that it's no surprise the 5 families seemed so fragile. Kang starts to mention that he thought he was getting stronger, but Park cuts him off. Without warning, the lights go out. A single spotlight snaps on, hitting the stage and revealing a mysterious hooded figure. He declares how perfect it is to have all the disgusting filth that stains the city gathered in one place. He accuses them of colluding with corrupt politicians and exploiting workers by manipulating their unions. He brands them as despicable criminals who do nothing but lie and create chaos. The figure then exposes every single one of their crimes before introducing himself as Night Knight. He proclaims that he is there to deliver justice. Vito demands to know if this Night Raven is the one who killed the other bosses. Night Knight proudly confirms it. He calls the dead men cruel villains, claiming their deaths were a small price to pay. He then adds that Vito's father met the very same end. Night Knight warns Vito that as a villain's son, he will suffer the same fate. Night Knight launches his attack, throwing a volley of sharp feathers like projectiles. Rebecca immediately leaps to protect Vito, yelling at him not to expose himself to danger. Vito roars that Night Raven murdered his father and he will have his revenge. Rebecca acknowledges his fury, stating solemnly, "A price must be paid for the sake of this world." A notification immediately appears in Vito's system. The anti-hero Night Raven is executing justice. From the sidelines, Kang chimes in, saying, "Many of these villains deserve this punishment." He then unleashes his own dark magic, sending his familiar, Blackie, into the fight. It's then that Kang reveals a shocking truth. The true mastermind behind everything has been Raiden King all along. Vito, our protagonist, slams Night Raven with his own dark magic, putting the adversary in a very difficult position. But Night Raven finds an opening and launches a fierce counterattack. Blackie's voice cuts through the chaos, warning Vito to be careful or he might accidentally kill Night Raven for real. Seeing his cat familiar, Blackie, struggling, Kang thinks to himself that he really needs to feed it better. He decides it's time to intervene personally, grabbing his opponent by the cloak and hitting him with a powerful blast of magic. Night Raven is struck with a death mark debuff that also exposes all of his weaknesses. Vito immediately activates his gossip keyword. The skill instantly displays the target's entire attribute window. It also allows him to stack the exposed weaknesses debuff even higher. This one move accidentally lays all of Raven's secrets bare. His cloak is radiating with negative energy. His sharp feathers are a major threat, and he's secretly carrying a huge amount of explosives. Raven has no clue that he's actually fighting a dark clone of Kang, and that the real Kang is watching his every move. Kang simply can't believe this cosplaying suicide bomber actually thinks he's some kind of hero. Raven quickly realizes he's completely outmatched. He asks if Kang is a stranger, but gets only silence in response. So, Raven plays his trump card, summoning several Bond Ravens that explode on contact. Park is stunned by the sheer number of them. He's a master of one-on-one fighting, but all he can do is watch as Kang takes on Raven all by himself. Kang yells over to him that protecting the bosses is Park's priority, and he needs to do it no matter what. Kang insists that his friend is far better at playing defense than he is. Park isn't on board, but Kang is adamant killing is his trade, and he's ready to get to work. Suddenly, Raven screams that outsiders have a duty to fight for world peace. He demands to know why they're just acting like puppets for the forces of evil. Kang, however, has no clue what Raven is rambling on about with all this talk of peace and unity. Raven shouts back, convinced that Kang's enemies have completely duped him. He brands them as nothing more than rotten scoundrels and murderers who slaughtered the entire Capone family. He explains how they bought their way out of court, paying off the city's most powerful figures because they were terrified of retaliation. Raven declares that this is the corrupt heart of the city, and it's why he and his allies are demanding true justice. Raven pleads that it's not too late, insisting he fights for both the city and for justice. He tries to convince Kang to join forces against these villains, but Kang isn't listening to a word. He strikes Raven right in the middle of his impassioned speech. Kang scoffs that he talks way too much for a fighter and mentions his hatred for opponents who wear masks. But then he finally sees Raven's face. He's just a kid. Raven warns Kang not to look down on the power of his justice. In a last, desperate gamble, he detonates an explosive. The move catches Kang completely by surprise. Raven reveals that the woman had tipped him off about this meeting point 3 days earlier. He taunts Kang, asking just how many explosives he thinks have been planted all around them. Kang is instantly engulfed in a massive explosion, narrowly dodging the worst of the blast. His friend shows up just in time, and with Blackie's help, the two manage to escape. The explosion lights up the skyline, visible for miles. The following day, once the dust has settled, the group meets up. Rebecca expresses her gratitude for their loyalty. She reveals that because of their efforts, the Capone family has now seized control of most of the businesses from the meeting. Kang confirms that the boy made it out alive and that they've won, just as she orchestrated. Rebecca agrees, saying their mission is complete. But Kang suddenly questions if this entire chaotic scenario was her master plan from the start. Rebecca fires back, demanding to know what business it is of his. Kang states his one job is to eliminate every last enemy of the Capone family, and that includes Rebecca, who he accuses of having a hand in the Godfather's murder. He continues, saying she even brought in an anti-hero to take out the bosses of the rival families, which officially makes her an enemy. Rebecca scoffs, claiming he doesn't have a shred of proof, but Kang reveals that Raven himself confessed everything. He told Kang how Rebecca fed him inside information about the family, proving she's a traitor who wiped out her rivals, installed the kid as a puppet boss, and seized true power in Black York City. Rebecca desperately tries to deny the accusations, insisting that everything she did was for Vito. She paints a picture of Vito as an incredibly kind and pure soul. She claims she got rid of the Godfather, who forced the boy to train, and eliminated all other threats simply to protect him from the harshness of the world. Rebecca believes she was only fulfilling her role as his guardian. Kang retorts that she betrayed the very man who saved her life, then used his own son as a pawn to crown herself queen of the criminal underworld. Park interjects, telling her she's no guardian. He points out that her scheming has left the boy completely defenseless, and that she's only ever been looking out for number one. Rebecca snaps, yelling that no outsider has any right to pass judgment on her. Park then coolly suggests they simply ask Vito for his opinion. At that, Rebecca goes completely still. It turns out Vito had been listening in the entire time. The boy begins to weep as the devastating truth finally sinks in. She tries to make excuses, but Vito does something no one saw coming. He unleashes a hidden power and uses it to completely dominate her. Vito tells her she was right about one thing: the world is a cruel place. With their mission accomplished, the team heads for home. Park grumbles about being cheated out of a proper heroic adventure. Kang, on the other hand, is just relieved to get home without being swarmed by the press. His friend even jokes about doing it all again sometime. But their relief is short-lived when his assistant appears with urgent news. There's a massive crisis. The Tier 5 tower in Central SU is on the verge of a catastrophic breakdown. Even our protagonist feels a chill when he hears that this particular Tier 5 tower was the one recently attacked by a group of association players. They botched the initial raid and barely got out with their lives. But one player reminds everyone that their failure comes with 3 penalties, which means a guaranteed demotion. Another player offers a solution. They have to clear the challenge on hard difficulty. The idea sends a wave of panic through the others, but he argues they've poured too much effort into getting this far. The group finds their resolve. They refuse to be sent back to the bottom. They declare they won't become slaves to the association. So clearing those penalties is a must, and hard mode is the only path forward. They attempted a second raid on hard, and it was a complete disaster. They got absolutely annihilated. On the way there, Kang remarks that he's heard about the association's brutal merit and penalty system and thinks it's completely unfair. A tower breakdown is an exceptionally rare event. But strangely, during the first 2 seasons of the game, this kind of disaster was a constant threat. Back then, there was no real strategy for raids. Failure was practically a guarantee, and the consequences were devastating. This led to an immense loss of life, taking countless precious people, including members of Kang's own family, both before and after he became a player. But Kang knows the situation is different this time. He decides it's time to unlock all his saved-up equipment and skill packages. His current loadout is powerful, but for this, he can't afford to leave anything to chance. There can be no compromises. He begins preparing for a major showdown, assembling a brand new skill deck. A short car ride later, he's at the scene. The second he steps out of the vehicle, the crowd erupts. The Hero King has arrived to save the day, but Kang's focus is already locked on the deadly challenge that awaits. He gazes upward. A massive black hole is tearing the sky apart. The already terrified onlookers descend into an even deeper state of panic. A few players brace for a fight, but Kang steps forward and takes command. He announces that anyone who meets specific criteria needs to evacuate immediately. First, if you think you might get caught in the crossfire of his skills, get out. Second, if you can't keep pace, get out. And third, everyone else who's left needs to get out. The other players understand perfectly. They fall back, giving Kang the space he needs to work. Kang now stands alone before a tidal wave of enemies. He moves like lightning, carving a path through them all. He quickly assesses that the area is swarming with strange creatures, with more pouring in every second. He also notices something completely out of place. Typically, the enemies from a tower break are inhabitants of the kingdom within that tower. But these monsters don't match that description. They have absolutely no connection. He can't figure out where these things could possibly be spawning from. Just then, a news helicopter swoops in, attempting to film the chaos. The reporter on board notes that while the Hero King might be a controversial figure, there's no denying his skill when it comes to getting results. Suddenly, Kang receives a chilling system alert. The Monarch of the Abyss is awakening the darkness from the deepest depths. At that exact moment, the journalist reports that the portal is shifting color, concluding that it must be a sign of an Abyss monster's arrival. Everyone is stunned, wondering how an Abyss monster could possibly emerge from a regular tower. Kang immediately starts moving toward the helicopter. He yells at them to pull back before they get swatted out of the sky and thrown to the monsters. As he carves his way forward, he questions if the Monarch could be acting alone. Then, his system blares another critical warning. The Abyss slime has manifested. Kang was expecting this. He instantly launches his assault, but a single thought races through his mind. Will this be enough? He realizes he has to end this with a single, decisive blow. In a single move, he unleashes a blast of ice, weaving it together with his shadow techniques and the Charlotte's Web ability. By linking 2 points, he creates a lethal net with devastating slicing force. Khan merges all his power into one overwhelming assault, annihilating the Abyss slime. With that, he manages to prevent the tower from collapsing. The Abyss Monarch, utterly amazed by his feat, gifts Kang a rare gem as a prize. Stepping back into reality, he's instantly mobbed by the press. As always, the world witnessed the Hero King single-handedly avert the tower's destruction. The story blows up overnight, but instead of celebrating, Kang is just infuriated, pointing the finger directly at the association. He reveals how the other players botched the raid and then ran off, terrified of the consequences. It was their spineless escape that triggered the tower break in the first place. Naturally, the reporters immediately put the association on the hot seat. The association concedes some responsibility, but wastes no time making excuses. As far as Kang is concerned, the only thing that counts is that the media is finally forcing them to answer for their actions. He and his friend Park celebrate this minor win. Park is adamant they have to seize this moment to clean up the association. Kang quips back, asking if Park is planning a presidential campaign. Park just laughs, revealing his true ambition, establishing a brand new guild. Kang is quick to bring up the legal roadblocks. The current regulations only permit one guild per nation, which makes Park's dream a long shot. But Park retorts, arguing that's precisely why they must use this momentum to get that law overturned. He highlights just how ridiculous the association is, questioning how they can possibly make rules for towers they've never set foot in. Park also points out that the association plays favorites, only promoting players who have corporate backing while sidelining everyone else. He's convinced that if they can get the public on their side, they can flip the entire system on its head. Kang simply tells his friend he hopes it works out. Park, however, insists that this fight involves Kang as well. Kang pushes back, claiming it's Park's responsibility, not his. But Park is having none of it. He reminds Kang that the public supports the Hero King, making it clear that Kang is the one who has to lead the charge and form the new guild. Not long after their talk, a petition calling for a new guild to be established skyrockets past 170,000 signatures. Of course, the current guild refuses to even recognize the petition. The public's sentiment is obviously shifting in favor of the Hero King and the more experienced players, which infuriates the association's president. The president is thoroughly convinced that Kang and his manager are the masterminds behind the entire movement. He argues that they fail to grasp the genuine threat that average players present to the public. He notes that in certain nations with weak governments, guilds have been known to form alliances with criminal organizations. He even brings up how some countries have fallen completely under the control of rogue players. Even the United States, which allows private guilds, relies on its military to keep its most powerful players in check. In the president's eyes, every player is a ticking time bomb. He's certain that without flawless oversight, they are simply uncontrollable. Because of this, he comes to the conclusion that anyone who opposes his viewpoint is just naive and lacks a true understanding of global politics. Just then, his phone chimes, and a message appears on his system. A message from the wicked monarch materializes. It's observing him. The system asks if the president wishes to take on a tower challenge. At the same time, an advertisement begins to run on every screen in sight. It turns out to be a vintage commercial starring our protagonist. Viewers immediately recognize his old gear from the previous season, and everyone is confused about why this dated ad is suddenly being broadcast. Meanwhile, our hero Kang is actually mulling over the idea of a new guild. Park had been incredibly persistent about him starting one, but Kang could foresee a mountain of issues with the plan. Park had urged Kang not to get bogged down in the details. All Kang had to do was be the face of the organization. His manager could take care of all the logistical nightmares. Park was adamant that to change the world for the better, they required the Hero King's leadership. In his eyes, Kang was the only person capable of the task. As Kang considered this, he also found himself pondering why the Hero King was always the first to rush into a fight. Kang believed his real purpose was conquering towers. After checking his system for any suitable challenges and finding none, he deactivated his GPS. He was well aware that there were alternative methods for entering towers. Occasionally, you'd receive an amulet and simply have to wait to be summoned. The boss from his previous mission had actually left him an amulet. While Kang understood these items served as a bridge between the tower and the real world, he had a gut feeling a summons wasn't coming anytime soon. His only option was to be patient. Then, without warning, a massive alert echoed through the whole city, announcing the imminent arrival of a tower of departure. The world was about to witness a live broadcast of Season 5's top-ranked players facing a new challenge. Kang didn't quite understand what was happening, But a warning message lit up his system. The Clown Monarch was practically buzzing with excitement for him to participate. All over the planet, various organizations were in a panic. There was absolutely no intel on this tower, and the entire event was being broadcast live. But there was a terrifying catch. If the players couldn't clear the challenge, 100 million randomly selected people would perish. The thought initially horrified Kang, but he soon realized this was the precise push he'd been waiting for. In an instant, his resolve hardened. He accepted the invitation to take on this enigmatic tower. At that moment, Kang and innumerable other players from around the globe were transported into the tower. Once inside, Kang noticed several people he knew and confessed that he was almost overwhelmed with happiness. He couldn't remember the last time they had all been in one place. The Saint approached to say hello, and Kang's first question was whether she was wearing a costume. She denied it, mentioning that she preferred seeing his regular self. He retorted by asking when he had ever been anything but normal. In response, the Saint mentioned the raid on the 7th tier tower. She confessed that she'd been concerned while watching the live feed because Kang had appeared utterly drained. It dawned on Kang that her concern was genuine. He was quick to put her fears to rest, insisting he was fine and had no plans to quit raiding. Right then, another player came up to them. This newcomer told Kang that if he was unwell, he should back out immediately before declaring himself the final Hero King. This self-proclaimed last Hero King then challenged Kang, wondering how a top-tier player like him could show up so late to the party. Kang retorted that with 100 million lives on the line, punctuality was the last thing on his mind. He then sarcastically asked if the guy was hoping for some cliché movie moment where the latecomer saves the day. The other player countered, arguing that those who arrive first are always the ones who face the greatest risks. Kang was completely unimpressed. He deliberately goaded the guy, asking if he had practiced that line in the mirror. Kang essentially called his bluff, claiming the guy's concern was a complete act and that he didn't actually care. Unsurprisingly, the player didn't appreciate the accusation, and the two of them were soon locked in a heated dispute. Just then, an older player intervened, putting a stop to their bickering. Kang immediately turned on him, demanding to know why he had the nerve to arrive without the proper gear. The veteran calmly explained that the season hadn't officially begun. He seemed convinced that nobody would actually die in this specific tower, pointing out that the entire world was tuned into their broadcast. A moment later, a system notification pinged across everyone's vision. It declared that for their time in the tower, every player was being loaned a complete 5th season endgame gear set. Instantly, skills and equipment began flowing to the assembled heroes. An old man, introducing himself as Jor, a gravedigger, who also happened to be the CEO of an artifact company, remarked that this new gear should drop their mortality rate to nearly 0. Boosted by Jor's equipment, the players felt a surge of power, getting them pumped for the challenge ahead. Just then, a woman walked up to Maria, shaking her head in clear disbelief. Her name was Lydia, a world-class master player who was also a cop. She was floored that they were caught up in petty squabbles at a time like this, sarcastically noting that the immaturity of men truly knew no bounds. The Saint cut in, reminding them all that the fate of millions rested on whether they could successfully clear this tower. Out of nowhere, Lieutenant General Kilgore from the U.S. military chimed in, sternly announcing that everyone had a duty to their country and the entire world. The gravedigger gave a grim warning for them to watch their every move here. Kang, however, just grumbled under his breath that broadcasting the Pestilence Lord raid would have been a better show. At that very moment, a new character materialized, offering a greeting and an apology for being late. This masked figure declared the event a festival in their honor, a tribute to the heroes who brought down the Pestilence Lord. With a flourish, he formally welcomed the legendary players. Kang didn't miss a beat, calling him out on celebrating the death of a monarch they were supposedly allied with. The masked man simply advised the Hero King to stop poking the bear. He even taunted Kang, asking if he'd rather be called the Monarch Slayer, a title he earned for taking out the last season's final boss. But the Red Guardian, who was obviously nursing a serious rivalry with Kang, couldn't stand the idea of some upstart brat holding that title, and was determined to do something about it, despite the tension. The masked man reiterated that this was meant to be a celebration for the players, telling them to relax and enjoy it. That set the Red Guardian off. He lunged at the masked man, screaming about whether this was all some sick joke. He roared that you can't call the loss of 100 million lives a celebration. Kang just watched from the sidelines, thinking how pathetic the Red Guardian looked. It was obvious the guy was just grandstanding for the cameras. The masked figure calmly told the Red Guardian that his attacks were completely useless. Since every blow was being nullified, he was just tiring himself out. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he declared it was time to go over the tower's rules. He announced to the global audience that they needed to vote for the player they liked most. The viewers themselves would ultimately crown the hero of this tower. Kang instantly got irritated, pointing out how easy it would be to manipulate the vote. But the masked man swiftly slapped a hand over his mouth. He whispered a warning to Kang to watch his words, reminding him of the strict guidelines they had to operate under. The masked man then explained their objective was straightforward. Their job was to capture the audience's attention and put on a good show. The methods they used to achieve that were entirely their own choice. Every vote a player received would convert into points. But if the vote count dipped too low, or if they failed to hold the audience's interest, the raid would be considered a failure and millions would perish. With that, the masked man urged them to get started. They had to pull out all the stops to create a captivating spectacle for the world to see. Immediately following this, both the Red Guardian and the Swordmaster issued a challenge to the Hero King for an arena match. Kang shot back, asking why he had to fight at all. The masked man simply explained that rejecting a direct challenge was not an option. He also mentioned that death in the arena was temporary. Anyone who fell would simply respawn. He then materialized the fighting stage, informing them that no one could leave until the tower's voting period concluded. But before the duel could begin, our protagonist had a simple question. He looked at the Red Guardian and asked if he was really up for another round after the absolute beatdown he received last time. The Red Guardian shot back that if he couldn't defeat the protagonist right here and now, all the votes he might get would be meaningless anyway. He vowed to redeem himself for that humiliating loss from the first day of the season. Consumed by rage, he rushed forward. Kang, on the other hand, decided it was time to pour some salt in the wound. He taunted the Red Guardian, saying, "It must suck to hit rock bottom." The Red Guardian completely fell for it, his attacks becoming even more wild and ferocious as he unleashed the lone sword of the Nine. The onlookers were stunned. Not only was the protagonist effortlessly parrying the Red Guardian's assault, but he wasn't even relying on his own sword style. In fact, he was somehow mirroring the Red Guardian's techniques perfectly. The Gravedigger instantly recognized it as a skill copy ability, and the Red Guardian himself wasn't blind to it either. He started to wonder if the Hero King had cut a deal with the Monarch of Mirrors. The Red Guardian was baffled. He'd dedicated his entire life to mastering that swordplay, and yet he couldn't comprehend how the protagonist was outmatching him. Outside the ring, the Gravedigger observed the fight, calling the Hero King's performance truly magnificent. He then posed the question of how anyone there could ever hope to defeat the king. Lydia, confused, asked why he was so worried when he wasn't the one fighting, but the Gravedigger just told her to open her eyes. He explained that the true danger to the Hero King wasn't some monster, but the very players standing right beside him. The realization hit Lydia, and she was disgusted they were still caught up in this petty drama with so much at stake. The Saint, however, seemed to be the only one genuinely troubled by the bigger picture. The Saint knew that 100 million lives hinged on the outcome of this raid. But for the other players, only one thing mattered: taking down the Hero King and clawing their way to the #1 spot. Maria was reminded of something Kang had once said. Even if the apocalypse was scheduled for tomorrow, people would still find a reason to fight amongst themselves. And in that moment, Maria knew he was 100% correct. Back in the first 2 seasons, players entered the tower with a single noble goal: to save the world. But that era was long over. Maria found herself wondering how things had changed so much. Of course, players got stronger with each passing season, but the tower's difficulty also ramped up every year, and the bosses were becoming absurdly powerful. The dream of everyone joining forces to save humanity now seemed like nothing more than a childish fairy tale. Maria had to admit it to herself: she was no longer that naive, newly awakened girl from the beginning. People came from different races, followed different beliefs, and had different skin colors. But if they couldn't even come together in a game where the planet's fate was at stake, Maria despaired at how they could ever unite to save it in reality. Back in the arena, the Red Guardian thought this was all incredibly bizarre. The game itself was unfair, sure, but he felt like he had a good read on the protagonist. No one was that powerful without a reason. He was convinced Kang was hiding some kind of secret. The Guardian came to a conclusion if he could just expose the true source of Kang's strength. He knew he could win. Winning or losing was the last thing on the Red Guardian's mind. His sole focus now was to figure out the source of his opponent's unbelievable power, not that he was anywhere close to winning. Kang reminded him that he seemed to have forgotten his place, especially given how mercifully Kang had been treating him. That comment left the Red Guardian completely floored. Kang capitalized on the shock, renewing his assault with even greater intensity. It dawned on the Red Guardian that his foe was hiding far more than he could have ever guessed. At that moment, Kang declared he would demonstrate the real gap in power to anyone foolish enough to challenge him. Without warning, Kang launched a devastating attack that tore a massive fissure across the battlefield, leaving the Red Guardian utterly speechless. All of his carefully laid plans were now falling apart. Then, Kang revealed his secondary deck, emerging from a swirling sandstorm with a totally transformed appearance. The entire audience was thunderstruck. At that point, any hope the Red Guardian had for victory evaporated completely. The reason was simple: our protagonist had just summoned a legendary power, manifesting the might of a celestial demon. Kang had become one. He now wielded 3 terrifying celestial demon swords. Entering his initial form, he ripped open a dimensional tear of pure energy. The attack sliced at his adversary from every angle, leaving the Red Guardian bleeding profusely. Next, Kang triggered the second form of his swords, a technique known only as destruction. The other players were in shock. The Red Guardian had been defeated far too easily. The masked man called the match, commending the Hero King for an impressive fight, just as he'd anticipated. Then, he announced that the voting period had started. The numbers shot up, but the Red players' count remained stuck at a flat 0. Kang acted like it was no big deal, but his new look was pure villain. His entire aura had turned menacing, and even the Gravedigger was startled. Kang Young was a completely different person. The girls were also taken aback by his transformation, but the crowd was eating it up. A few players pointed out that Kang had somehow copied the Gravedigger's equipment and abilities. 2 friends were talking it over. One wondered how Kang could possibly be human like the rest of them. His buddy corrected him, reminding him that Kang was the reason they were all still breathing. The first guy then asked what they should even call him. His friend replied simply, "The Hero King." Kang then turned to the other players, noting their shocked expressions and asking if they had truly never witnessed his copying skill before. The Gravedigger interjected, pointing out that simple mimicry couldn't explain the whole celestial demon transformation. Lydia chimed in, agreeing with him. She remarked that this went far beyond a basic copy. She had faced another user with a similar power, the Face Collector, a despicable black player who concealed his true rank. That monster copied his opponents by gruesomely carving off their faces to wear as his own. Lydia acknowledged Kang's ability was similar, but insisted that simple imitation has its boundaries. Kang explained that, obviously, he possessed more than just a copying skill. He asked if their curiosity was really that strong, seeing as they were both failing to hide it. He then offered to reveal one small detail. That's when Kang revealed his deepest secret: he was under a pact with the Monarch of Truth, which meant he was physically incapable of telling a lie. As the world itself seemed to warp around them, the Gravedigger, Jor, sized up Kang's new form and assumed he would be his next fight. But Kang retorted that he despised fighting more than anything, especially against aggressive morons. York Billmeyer, completely oblivious to the situation, demanded to know what Kang was plotting. Kang announced that from this point on, he would win over the audience with a single, undeniable truth. The masked man cut in, stressing the importance of self-promotion for the vote. Just as the stage began to shift, Kang stepped forward to make his speech. He tapped the microphone and asked if he had everyone's attention, adding that they didn't have much of a choice. He then caught a glimpse of his own face on a monitor and casually changed the channel. He continued anyway, announcing that 10 heroes were gathered in the tower and that the audience had to select one of them. He warned that if the votes were insufficient, 100 million people would face utter annihilation, so everyone needed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Kang noted that even the worst terrorists had become presidents with enough popular support. If they weren't careful, the same thing could happen with their so-called heroes. The Gravedigger tried to tell Kang to choose his words wisely, but Kang dismissed him. He shot back, "What's the issue? Are you upset because I'm suggesting heroes can become irrelevant? Kang commented on how bizarre it was that people still worshipped these national heroes after all the dirty business that had happened between them. Noticing the old man's growing unease, Kang sarcastically asked if the Gravedigger's grand plan to resurrect the Third Empire was meant to be a secret. The Gravedigger furiously demanded to know how Kang could make such an outrageous accusation without a shred of proof, but Kang just smirked. He had a binding contract with the Monarch of Truth, and as he had just reminded everyone, that contract allowed him to expose anyone's deceptions and hidden agendas. He stated that everything he'd just said was 100% factual, no debate possible. With that, Kang implored the audience to cast their votes with extreme caution. He warned them that there wasn't just one or two crazies hiding in the ranks, and then he named his first target Count Vladimir. Count Vladimir was completely caught off guard. He stammered, denying he had any clue what Kang was talking about. Kang simply arched an eyebrow. He found that strange. He said, considering Vladimir himself had discussed his dream of reviving the Empire, the Count desperately tried to silence Kang, but this only encouraged him. He pressed on, airing all of the Count's dirty secrets for the entire world to hear, even taunting him in the process. Kang told Vladimir that if he had a problem with it, he should just wait his turn and try to dazzle everyone with his magic. The Count bellowed back that he would not stand for this humiliation, especially with his parents and president watching. Kang then added that Vladimir was a surprisingly pious man, despite possessing a powerful fire attribute. With that, he turned his attention to Lieutenant General Kilgore. He alleged that Kilgore also had a passion for fire, and not just in a metaphorical sense. He was referring to Kilgore's clandestine hobby of dropping bombs on enemy nations. Kilgore grew visibly tense, asking Kang if he fully grasped the repercussions of his words. Kang's response was a decisive yes. He declared that to actual world-saving heroes, a nationalist fanatic like the Gravedigger, an imperialist like Count Vladimir, and a warmonger like Kilgore were nothing more than selfish opportunists. And Kang warned that the public would most certainly not be pleased to learn about it. Enraged, Kilgore lunged at Kang, who blocked the attack effortlessly and asked what the hell he thought he was doing. Kilgore sneered back, asking if Kang was underestimating him. A fatal mistake, as Kang was just about to reveal his fleet of advanced fighter jets. The girls watching screamed, "That insane general is actually trying to kill Kang." At that moment, Kilgore activated his exclusive ability. He unleashed his signature move, Entra Diablo, only to freeze in utter disbelief. Kang had just mirrored it perfectly. Kilgore stared him down, demanding to know how he'd just copied his technique. Kang simply gave a casual shrug, pointing out that the skill wasn't exactly his alone. That's when George Belmere, the Gravedigger, decided to step into the ring. George confronted him, questioning if the so-called Hero King thought he could just trash-talk his comrade's honor and walk away unscathed. But Kang fired right back, scoffing at the idea that George ever saw them as comrades to begin with. Real comrades, he argued, wouldn't jump at the first chance to betray him. The Gravedigger immediately tried to backtrack, insisting it was all a simple misunderstanding. But Kang wasn't falling for that act. He reminded everyone of his pact with the Monarch of Truth, a deal that meant he knew every single one of their dirty little secrets. He called them out, saying they'd been running wild for years without a care. But the second the cameras were on, they suddenly grew a conscience. Kang taunted them, asking what they were so afraid of. This sudden concern was completely out of character for them, and he promised he had enough truth to expose them all day long. Besides, everyone already knew the world wouldn't lift a finger anyway. George Belmere sneered, asking if the Hero King was just going to whine and blame the world like some spoiled child. Kang retorted that, yeah, he was a child, and he was sick of dealing with old fossils. That cheeky response absolutely delighted the Clown Monarch, who immediately granted our protagonist a single wish. And just like that, the celestial demon manifested. The Gravedigger just stood there, completely baffled about what our hero was trying to pull. But Kang knew his wish had been heard and was on the verge of becoming reality. The masked man cut in, declaring that our protagonist's time in the spotlight was over. It was someone else's turn, he announced, because everyone deserved a chance to be heard. At that moment, Maria came forward, claiming she also had a crucial announcement for the world. The masked man then transformed the stage, giving Maria a platform to speak her mind. Our hero found her choice of scenery a bit strange, but the saint quickly shut him down, telling him to be quiet because the stage was hers now. Never one to back down, Kang deliberately called her darling just to push her buttons. In response, Maria declared she was about to reveal the real hero king to everyone. That line landed like a bombshell. A wave of anxiety swept through the crowd, and even Kang Yuang himself was on edge. He tried to step in, but Maria just smirked and shot back a taunt, asking her darling what the problem was. At that point, Kang started wondering if it was maybe too late to say sorry. Once her speech was over, the tower's construction was finally finished, and the results of the vote were about to be revealed. Our protagonist took a look at the numbers, confused by the vote count until it hit him the whole thing was rigged. Not that he cared, since he'd secured what he felt was his from the start. A moment later, his system screen lit up, confirming he had acquired the celestial demon manifestation. He now possessed all 3 divine relics, a piece of mythological gear, a new title, and a brand new skill. It had only been 3 months, and he still hadn't even unwrapped the mythological equipment called Black Death, his prize for defeating the Pestilence Lord. You see, mythological grade skills and weapons aren't things you can just pick up and use. You have to be worthy. If you fail the trial, your stats get nerfed, or you could just end up dead. Even the legendary Red Guardian suffered a massive penalty for failing a challenge a single time. But our hero had already been through this in the previous season. He was confident he could handle equipping his new gear. He figured he could always switch out his weapon later, and activating this skill right now would give him a serious edge. And so, he activated the celestial demon manifestation for the very first time. His system immediately flashed a warning he would have to prove his worthiness. In an instant, our protagonist was teleported to a different dimension. Standing before him was an old man, poised and ready to administer the test. Kang told him he was there to cut a deal and hoped things would go as smoothly as they did last season. The system announced the trial had started. The objective blocked 2 basic attacks from the celestial demon. His opponent prepared to attack, but our hero instantly sensed something was wrong. The old man lunged, unleashing the celestial demon's triple sword technique right from the get-go. The strike was unbelievably fast, but Kang just barely managed to parry it. He had to admit, this was actually pretty thrilling, confirming to himself that he'd seen this move before. His opponent struck once more. Our hero blocked it again, but the force of the impact this time was immense. Even the old man seemed to feel the sheer power behind the defense. With that, he sheathed his blade, recognizing that our protagonist now carried a new title. Kang asked if he was talking about the Monarch Slayer title. The old man nodded, questioning if Kang had truly earned such an honor. Kang confirmed that he had. With the test seemingly over, he asked if the old man would now appear every time he summoned the celestial demon. The old man was still processing this revelation. Our hero asked if there was a problem, but the elder simply said he'd taken a liking to Kang. And then, the entire dimension started to shift. Our protagonist demanded an explanation. His opponent paid him no mind. Instead, he lunged forward again, telling Kang to show him his true swordsmanship. Suddenly, they were fighting again, and our hero had no clue why. He was sure the test was done. But the elder was relentless. Kang pleaded with him to stop, warning that if this kept up, he'd be forced to kill him. The old man pointed out that our protagonist's sword was still enchanted. He asked if that was the weapon used to slay the monarch, warning him that if it was, his victory wouldn't be recognized. Kang shot back, asking how on earth he was supposed to defeat the celestial demon with his own power alone. He explained that if he could have used that sword, he would have, and he never would have gone on a journey to find even greater strength. To his surprise, the old man seemed to accept his reasoning. Then, the celestial demon declared he would test him differently. He slammed his foot into the ground with enough force to trigger another earthquake. Following the tremor, he jumped back into the fray, but this time, he was using his bare hands. Kang couldn't figure out why the old man was taking things this far and demanded a reason. His opponent finally gave him an answer. It was because our protagonist had killed a monarch. He then claimed that the truth our hero was looking for might lie deep within Kang Yusung himself. Our hero was shaken to his core, but the celestial demon gave him no time to recover. He drew his triple sword once more, challenging him to even try and block it. Kang was completely thrown off, caught in a scenario he never saw coming. After the attack, he was totally bewildered. He checked himself over no injury, not even a scratch. He couldn't even tell what his opponent had hit. The celestial demon then explained that he had spent an entire lifetime scouring the globe, searching for an opponent who could finally defeat him. But it was pointless. No matter where he roamed, He was undefeated. The very concept of losing was foreign to him. Even when death itself came for him, when the Reaper was on his tail, he couldn't be beaten. The demon still couldn't find a single soul powerful enough to give him the end he craved. He began to question if such a warrior even existed in the first place. Every Mirim master, from every nation and empire, even the Divine Reaper, all of them proved to be no match for his blade. He soon came to a bitter realization: nothing and no one could stand against him. He'd never encountered a mortal who had actually taken down a monarch before. It left him wondering if Kang was the real deal, or just another pushover. He was curious about what drove Kang, and the demon's question sent our hero into a deep reflection. His entire life seemed to flash past, right until he recalled what the saint had mentioned back in the tower. She'd said he possessed a kindness beyond measure and a remarkably tender heart. In the same breath, she'd also called him a coward and a wimp, even a coddled child when his friends fell in battle. After hearing about the casualties from a failed raid, he had wept for a full week straight. The saint had simply sat and listened to all of his endless grievances. Recalling this brought a sharp pang of loneliness, just as the celestial demon proclaimed that Kang would eventually find what he was looking for. Kang shot back, asking what answer he was even supposed to find: the meaning of failure, the point of death, or the whole purpose of being alive. The celestial demon was genuinely stunned that Kang was still standing. But then, the saint's words echoed in his mind, her absolute certainty that Kang would never, ever surrender. It made no difference how agonizing or terrifying things became, or how badly he was wounded. Kang simply pushed forward, fighting for the sake of the world. Even if it was all for nothing, Kang retorted that you can only destroy what is tangible, not an idea. A purpose, he claimed, was no different. He then posed a question. Wasn't that the core philosophy of the celestial demon's own triple sword style? The celestial demon then dropped a bombshell, revealing he had actually passed away long ago. Because of that, he claimed he couldn't possibly destroy a purpose that no longer existed for him. The demon was in disbelief that Kang would dare place himself on the same level. If Kang truly grasped the concept of meaninglessness, he argued, then he couldn't possibly be the hero king. He asked if Kang was just some fool trying to defend something utterly pointless. Kang replied that he wasn't driven by duty, but precisely because his struggle was meaningless. He described how heroes constantly save the world, fighting without rest to protect their dimension. On the other side, however, was an endless parade of psychopaths, attacking them without end. The celestial demon then asked what on God's green earth could possibly be more futile than that. He even conceded that the whole thing was pointless. With that, he sheathed his sword, telling Kang that he was already looking forward to their next battle. Moments later, the system officially recognized Kang as a worthy player. He just headed home, accepting this as the typical grind of a hero's life. A system alert then informed him that the true manifestation of the celestial demon was now usable. But then Kang suddenly collapsed, giving his cat a major scare. Later on, Kang was seen checking his temperature. His cat, Blackie, seemed to wonder why his owner looked so frail. Kang was quick to deny it, insisting he wasn't weak and that his stats were the highest on the planet. The cat kept probing about why he was sick, but Kang swore he was fine, just ticked off by some online trolls. To vent, he said he needed to go clear an 8 or 9 tier tower. Blackie immediately pointed out that towers of that difficulty didn't even exist yet. Kang took a look at his calendar and saw it was only March. He remembered from previous seasons that higher-level towers would start popping up, but that was at least a month away. Besides, those advanced dungeons weren't even in his country. Once they were unlocked, he could just teleport in, just like in the games he played. For now, he decided to tackle a 7-tier tower, but Blackie forbid it, saying it was for his own protection. In spite of that, Kang slipped away to a 3-tier tower a short while later. Upon arriving, he saw it was identical to the tower he had beaten at the start of the season. He reasoned with himself that he wasn't there to achieve anything major. He just needed to let off some steam. As he prepared to use his new ability, he thought about how absurd skill names always were. But when he invoked the manifestation of the celestial demon, a strange sensation washed over him. A warning blared from his system. The celestial demon's power was influencing him. Then Kang's body began to twist violently as he coughed up blood. Naturally, he immediately started cursing the old man who gave him the ability. His system then announced that the vessel was complete and that adjustments were commencing. Screaming through the intense pain, Kang couldn't believe he had permanently obtained the celestial demon's power. The system then verified that he had acquired the celestial demon bone blessing. He wondered if his entire body had been fundamentally changed. Just a moment later, he witnessed the bone transformation with his own eyes. It turned out the entire change was internal, leaving his outward appearance completely normal. Then the system issued a new warning. The ground gave way, dropping him down to the second floor. Instantly, a horde of orcs appeared and swarmed him. This was perfect for Kang. He finally had a proper stage to test out his newfound strength. After he turned them all into paste, he noticed a third basic attack that he never had before. He couldn't figure out why it didn't have a name, or why it wasn't part of the original ancient skill. Then the realization hit him. It was the Void Sword, the exact same move the celestial demon had used on him. Now, Kang possessed that ability too. He just wondered how much of its true power he could handle. He was about to find out. As a gate materialized right in front of him, he planned to step inside the moment it stabilized. The synchronization rate was stalled at 1% when his system screamed. A merger with the death-throned monarch, the Sword Monarch, is initiating. Kang was completely blindsided by this. The system added that the Lord of Penance was attempting to interfere with the ritual. That's when Kang started to wonder if the celestial demon had also been a monarch. He remembered the celestial demon saying he was looking for the ultimate fighter, the one who had made him taste defeat, and it was the first time Kang had met a mortal who could kill a monarch. The pieces started clicking into place. Was that why the celestial demon had behaved so strangely? Was it because Kang had killed one of his own? As he mulled it over, his system alerted him that several monarchs were secretly observing him. The clown. Monarch stared at him with a dead-eyed gaze, which really took Kang by surprise. The clown asked him why he looked so serious, but Kang just walked right past him and through the gate. These monarchs, he thought, were seriously creepy. Anyway, he was now in the boss room, ready for the main event. The boss told Kang to make it a good fight, and then to die with honor. Kang intended to do just that well, minus the whole dying thing. With a single strike from his new skill, he shattered the bosses into 1,000 tiny pieces. He finally understood the terrifying scale of the celestial demon's power. But right after, a piercing pain shot through him for reasons he couldn't explain. He wondered if he'd pushed himself too hard using the new skill. Kang came to a harsh realization his body couldn't handle this ability yet. The different powers warring inside him were causing a backlash. Abruptly, he heard the celestial demon's voice in his head, whispering, "Nothing in this world makes sense." He questioned if it was just a lingering memory. Kang then decided it didn't matter where the power came from. It was his now. He summoned his frozen sword, channeled the celestial demon's power through it, and somehow, he brought it under his control. Kang breathed a sigh of relief, finding the whole situation almost funny. After returning to the real world, he made a call to Park. His buddy asks him what's wrong. Kang blows up, ranting that he's so ticked off he's about to pack his bags for France. A bewildered Park just wants to know why Kang even bothered to call him. Kang downplays it, saying, "It's no big deal. I just need someone to spar with." Park cracks a joke, asking since when the National Intelligence Agency became the Hero King's personal goons. Kang fires back with a wisecrack, suggesting they just rebrand the whole agency to Hero King and Company. Park is not amused. He gets straight to the point, demanding to hear the terms of the fight. Kang lays it out. His opponents can use whatever they want, but he's limiting himself to a single ability, the Celestial Demon Manifestation. That means no backup decks, 0 artifacts, no synergy buffs, and Blackie is sitting this one out entirely. Park presses him, wanting to know if that also means his Ice Blacksmith and his typical arsenal are off the table. Kang just smirks, saying he's about to gear up with something new. A sudden shiver runs down Park's spine. Then Kang equips his new gear, and the entire room goes silent, mouths agape. It's not just the weapon, his entire appearance has transformed. Manager Park and the rest of the crew are absolutely floored. As Kang summons his new blades, drops of acid sizzle on the floor, drawing gasps from the crowd. The awe only grows as he brandishes them, perfectly complementing his menacing new form. Seeing it firsthand, Park has to ask if this is the power he inherited from the Lord of Pestilence. Park tries to get his attention, but Kang is completely unresponsive. The manager's concern grows, wondering aloud if Kang even managed to pass the trial to get this power.
Finally, Kang breaks his silence, shifting his stance and confirming with a sharp yes that he'd never stumble on something so trivial. The tension in the room breaks as Park and everyone else lets out a collective sigh of relief. Honestly, Kang's intimidating new aura had them all on edge. The daggers, known as Black Death, are a gift from the Lord of Pestilence and come packed with some seriously overpowered stats. With the demonstration over, Kang hurries everyone to get inside the tower. He reminds them that aside from these new blades and his celestial demon manifestation, he's coming in with nothing else. Park makes him swear to one condition: don't get too brutal with the trainees. Kang casually agrees, promising to take it easy on them. Once inside, Kang strolls to the center of the arena, poised for combat. He declares the fight will start the moment the fireworks go off, giving them the freedom to strike whenever they see an opening.
He adds that he's counting on the Assassin's Department to give him a decent challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, they rush him. But Kang is already moving. He strikes back with lightning speed, taking down several of them in a single move. A few of the assassins are surprisingly resilient, but Kang effortlessly holds his ground against them. Manager Park sees an opening and launches a long-range attack while Kang seems occupied. But our hero isn't so easily fooled. He catches sight of his friend maneuvering high in the rafters. Park unleashes his Heart Crusher, but Kang just scoffs, telling him he's not falling for that ancient trick again. But Park just smirks before disappearing, and suddenly a storm of canes comes flying straight at Kang. He narrowly avoids the deadly volley of projectiles. But wait, these weren't just simple projectiles. They were connected by powerful wires, creating a makeshift bridge for other assassins to traverse the air. Kang has to admit, it's a clever strategy, but he doesn't waste a second before launching a counter. He recognizes it as Charlotte's web, and the mind behind it is nothing short of brilliant, because in the next instant, the webs rip chunks of the floor into the air. Realizing his foes are boxing him in, he leaps skyward just as dark spikes shoot up from below. He still can't pinpoint the puppeteer controlling this intricate web, so he decides to hunt them down. And that's when he lays eyes on a young girl. It's the department's top student. She stares down the Hero King without a hint of fear, challenging him and asking if he really thinks he can take her on all by himself. Kang grips his new daggers and from across the arena, unleashes a devastating wave of energy that tears right through his attackers. He casually mentions that his twin blades amplify the effect. Kang strolls through the air, taking a brief moment to appreciate the chaos he's caused on the ground below. The entire team is knocked out cold, including Manager Park. Park is completely shaken, admitting he honestly thought his life was over. Kang coolly suggests they wrap up the training session for the day. His friend instantly agrees, conceding that they're in no condition to go on. He gestures at the total devastation of the arena, and then half-jokingly asks if Kang has ever thought about conquering the world. Kang is just confused by the abrupt change of subject. Park argues that, in his view, the original Hero King could have easily done it, since he was completely unrivaled. But Kang shuts him down, stressing that they need to get out of there immediately. Back outside, Park rouses the others, who were only unconscious from the shock of their overwhelming defeat. Park lets Kang know that if he ever needs another sparring session to hone his abilities, they're always available. Right at that moment, Kang gets a system notification. He's being summoned by the Alternative History Tower, and there's more Lieutenant General Kilgore is requesting his assistance. Kang recalls their last meeting, which was a highly publicized, broadcasted showdown. He finds it rather pathetic that Kilgore is now coming to him for aid. Still, he knows that if he turns him down and it leads to a tower break, the consequences would be far more disastrous. Kang announces that he's good to go. His buddy asks if he seriously has to take off right away. Kang confirms, telling him he's on his way to the United States. Park isn't exactly happy about Kang just dipping out like that. He's left wondering what the real story is. But Kang pays him no mind and heads directly for the tower. There, he finds Kilgore looking like a nervous wreck. Kang saunters over and asks when Kilgore developed such a keen interest in the tower's internal worlds. Kilgore nearly jumps out of his skin, shocked by Kang's sudden appearance. He demands to know how Kang got there, certain that this particular tower has no connection to South Korea. Kang calls his bluff instantly, asking how he can possibly deny that he was just begging for help. Kilgore immediately shoots back, insisting he would never stoop so low as to ask for help from the likes of Kang. In that moment, Kang figures it out his own monarch must have set him up. He concedes his error with an apology, but then points out that since he's already there, he might as well lend a hand. At that very moment, a system alert flashes before his eyes. It reads, "Armed fighters battling enemies of freedom are looking for an opportunity." Seeing this, Kilgore's attitude softens, and he thanks Kang for the offer. He proclaims that even within a tower world, as a citizen of a nation founded on freedom, he won't forgive his enemies. He concedes that Kang is undeniably a skilled player and agrees to a temporary alliance, just for this mission. Kang notes that Kilgore always plays along quietly in these kinds of scenarios. But he also knows the general has mixed feelings about global chaos, secretly believing this whole disaster might be a blessing in disguise. He elaborates that when confronted with a common tyrannical enemy, people tend to unite under a single banner. But Kang, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for imperialism, brings up the time Kilgore allied himself with a gravedigger outside the tower. That comment clearly strikes a nerve with Kilgore. Kang presses on, stating that even if Kilgore loathed the gravedigger, teaming up with him proves just how much the general truly fears Kang. He then issues a final warning to Kilgore. "Betray me one more time, and there will be zero forgiveness." With the terms set, the unlikely pair heads off to begin their mission. The crowd stared, awestruck, as if witnessing deities descend, playing his part perfectly. Kang watched as Kilgore bellowed at the newcomers, demanding to know who they were. Their captain stepped forward, introducing himself as Lieutenant Aldo Pitt. He was in command of a unit called the Bastards, a domestic force from the Free Alliance nation of Kitten. Kang glanced around at their surroundings, asking why they were here instead of at a proper military base. Kilgore cut straight to the chase, demanding a situation report. Aldo explained their predicament. The wretched Pugsy Empire had their base completely surrounded. Kang just gave a nonchalant shrug. That was more or less what he'd figured. After all, they were deep in hostile territory. Our protagonist took a peek outside and was immediately taken aback. Aldo quickly clarified that these weren't necromancers. Necromancers were top-tier units, typically positioned right at the heart of the action. This meant their opponents were playing for keeps. Kilgore told them to let the enemy take all the time they needed. His squad had one simple mission to completely annihilate every last one of them. This declaration lit a fire in the general. He announced he was about to brief his allies on the plan. Kilgore then roared that they would march out and slaughter every enemy in their way. He added a final order show, absolutely no mercy. With that, they stormed out, buzzing with bloodlust. The Pugsy Empire's elite forces had the entire field locked down. The general joined his troops, but the soldiers were shocked to see him armed with only a shield. Kilgore simply told them to follow his lead, promising the shield would keep them all safe. They charged after him, screaming about their fight for freedom. Our protagonist thought to himself that freedom felt amazing, especially while he just stood back and let Kilgore's crew do all the heavy lifting. What followed was an absolute massacre of the enemy forces. But from a rooftop vantage point, Kang spotted something that seemed off. He moved to investigate and swiftly took out the enemy snipers. Down on the battlefield, Kilgore was mowing down soldiers, seeing Kang provide cover from above while his team fought below. Our hero leaped from one rooftop to the next, clearing out the snipers. A moment later, Kilgore approached him, reminding him of his order to be ruthless. Kang retorted that as long as the enemies ended up dead, he was satisfied. The general, however, strongly disagreed, insisting that every single enemy soldier had to suffer. He demanded a brutal, agonizing death for every foe on the field. That way, any survivors would spread tales of terror, letting the world know exactly who they were dealing with. Our protagonist thought the general sounded like a cliched movie villain. Suddenly, the sky filled with enemy aircraft. While his allies panicked, the general was unfazed. He declared that he would show them what true air superiority looked like. Kilgore then activated his summoning skill, just as he had against Kang in the tower, and brought forth his F-23s, codenamed Diablo. A chaotic dogfight erupted in the sky, but the enemy jets were completely outmatched. The F-23s obliterated the entire enemy squadron, earning a massive cheer from the allies on the ground. As they celebrated, they thanked the players for securing the win. Kilgore reminded them to remember their duty and the price of maintaining peace. Our protagonist privately thought it was all a load of garbage, but the general maintained that war was the only route to peace. Kang immediately shot back that real peace is achieved by avoiding war in the first place. But the general wouldn't be swayed. In any case, the Continental Conquest Tower was finally cleared. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, A different powerful player was facing his own enemies. This was the Gravedigger, who declared his great work was at last finished. But to fully realize his twisted philosophy, he made a request of the immortal monarch he wanted to pause this specific moment in history. The monarch granted him this small self-indulgence, and just like that, the Gravedigger's return was put on ice. The Gravedigger then pledged to prove his loyalty to the monarch very soon. Back with our heroes, the general was still preaching his belief that striking first was the only way to achieve peace. On that note, he ordered another wave of attacks, but our protagonist began to suspect they might be attacking Allied territory. Nevertheless, they continued their advance. Kilgore remarked how much he loved the smell of napalm in the morning. Kang pointed out the area just reeked of gasoline, but the general retorted that was precisely his point. He called it the smell of victory. Our protagonist found the general's whole act rather pathetic. Kilgore then asked Lieutenant Aldo Pitt for the enemy's command center location. Aldo reported that it was in the Pauhi Empire, inside a skyscraper in the city of White York, right in the nation of Kitten. Kilgore was stunned, asking if the very heart of the Alliance had truly become an enemy headquarters. Aldo confirmed the grim reality, adding that the Crest of Liberty had even been replaced by a statue of their Governor-General. This revelation sent the general into a white-hot rage. He vowed to tear that statue down with his own hands. As they attempted to advance, they ran into a roadblock the 3rd Occultist Battalion. The Pauhi Empire's elite unit was waiting to ambush them. Kang stepped forward, declaring he would take care of it. Kilgore immediately decided they would find a detour and head directly for the enemy command base. But the necromancers weren't about to let them just walk away. Assessing the situation, our protagonist called on Blackie to join the fight. The cat, however, refused to eat the zombies, complaining that they tasted bland. It was then that Kang realized these undead were former detainees from a detention center. Now he understood their pained expressions. He wondered aloud why the world was so full of madmen, only for his cat to retort that he wasn't exactly one to talk. Blackie asked if what our protagonist did was fundamentally any different from what these people had done. Kang tried to argue, insisting their actions were nothing alike. Blackie simply commented that humans just made everything more complicated. Kang eventually conceded that humans were indeed a strange species. Regardless, he decided to handle the zombies himself and charged into the battle alone. A system alert popped up. A zombie fungus had contaminated his weapon. Kang continued to slice through the undead hordes. Soon, the zombies he struck began to turn on their own masters, attacking the very necromancers who had raised them. The cultists tried to flee, but their own creations swarmed and devoured them alive. As Kang observed the unfolding chaos, someone approached and asked if he now appreciated the power of necromancy. The mortician mused about who would ever believe the hero king could be responsible for such a mess. Kang nonchalantly mentioned there was an American general in the vicinity, too. It turned out to be George Belmere, the honorary leader, who was none too pleased to find Kilgore operating in his territory. But he dismissed it, instead showing off his uniform and bragging about how cool it was, even if it wasn't like a real-world one. Kang bluntly told the old man to act his age and stop being so immature. He even scoffs that the uniform makes him look like a terrorist. The mortician might recognize Kang's celestial demon aura, but he confidently declares he's not about to lose. He immediately shifts into the stance of the Lord of the Grave. Kang can't help but ask how a busy CEO like him ever acquired a legendary ability. The old man fires the same question right back, seeing the Hero King wielding the lamp of the Lord of Pestilence. He remarks, Kang is clearly no ordinary descendant of the celestial demon. He even complains that the magic lamp should have rightfully been his. Bracing for battle, Kang switches to his secondary deck, swapping out Waking the Dead for Ice Smith. The old jerk taunts him, asking if Kang seriously thinks he can win without a monarch's power. Kang coolly replies that fighting a mere necromancer is pointless. The geezer snaps back that the Hero King's tongue got awful sharp while they were apart. They both know the monarchs are watching, so the fight finally begins. The old man's power instantly nullifies the poison Kang had used on the zombies, consuming it entirely. He proclaims that all things are destined to return to ashes. The old man unleashes an army of skeletons, but Kang simply activates an ability and equips darkness. His system screams with an alert as Kang's evasion and dexterity stats suddenly skyrocket. The jerk realizes he's up against someone with a resistance to darkness. He also knows his skeletons aren't that formidable, but he boasts that he can see everything from his vantage point. He even argues that necromancers aren't slouches in close-quarters combat. But as he strikes, he realizes Kang tricked him with an illusion. The ice sword coming at him, however, is terrifyingly real. Kang tells him that what you see isn't always the full story. Kang had a hunch the old man trusted in unseen beings, and he wanted to put that theory to the test. The old man is absolutely livid, wondering why, of all people. He had to cross paths with the hero king. He couldn't believe he was wasting such a rare opportunity and swore that next time, victory would be his. But then, a chilling feeling washed over him. He had the sudden, terrifying realization that there might not be a next time. Doubt began to creep in. Players weren't supposed to actually kill each other in the tower. Were they? But that sliver of doubt grew into overwhelming terror. The old man let out a shriek of pure despair as his system flashed a critical warning. The immortal monarch had sealed off York's escape route from the tower. All the while, our protagonist, Kang, was mercilessly mocking the defeated monarch. Standing amongst his peers, the immortal monarch's pride took a devastating hit. Kang felt a genuine thrill watching the other monarch's reactions. Just then, his system window popped up. He had successfully cleared the alternate history of the tower, earning him a new accessory, the Executioner's Pledge. After some time had passed, Kang finally began his journey home. News of his insane accomplishments had already spread like wildfire. Kang even did an interview with the general, telling everyone he simply had to answer the call for help from such a prominent figure. He also took the opportunity to send a direct message to York, tauntingly asking if he really needed to call for help just to compete against the hero. Kang, elsewhere, York was watching Kang's provocations, absolutely fuming with rage. He immediately instructed his assistant to get a message to a certain Mr. Lee, the man they had spoken to previously. York told him he would need to pay a visit to South Korea very soon. Back at the interview, Kilgore finally told Kang to shut his mouth. Kang just gave a casual apology, explaining he had a bad habit of not being able to stay quiet in front of the cameras. But then the reporters turned their attention to the general. The general declared that as a true patriot, he had only one thing to say: country above everything, and God above all. Of course, Kang never passes up a chance to get under someone's skin. Just then, a few serious-looking men approached him and invited him to come along. Kang instantly figured they had to be with the CIA. They flashed their badges, so Kang bluntly asked if they were even real. Kilgore confirmed they were legitimate. Kang then pointed out that their jobs usually relied on staying in the shadows. Was it really a good idea for them to be showing their faces so openly? One of the agents told Kang to stop messing around and cooperate, but Kang flatly refused. He claimed his boss told him never to follow strangers, even adding that he'd much rather follow Kilgore than the CIA. Unimpressed, the agent swiftly grabbed him and hauled him away by force. Kilgore quickly tried to calm the press, who had witnessed the whole thing, by insisting this was all for Kang's safety. Pictures of Kang being apprehended instantly went viral around the world. As soon as Park saw the images, he ordered his assistant to track Kang's location. He even tried calling Kang's phone, but the call wouldn't go through. Meanwhile, the agents had transported Kang to a secret CIA safe house in New York City. One of them informed Kang they were preparing a private VIP jet just for him, scheduled for the next day. Kang wondered if a private jet was truly necessary. An agent explained that since it was already March, putting him on a commercial flight would expose too many civilians to the risk of terrorist attacks. Kang then suggested using a tower leading to Korea, but the agents shot that down, saying they hadn't located any such tower in the US. They did find one that connected to North Korea, but that was obviously off limits. Using it could ignite a full-blown war. Kang just asked for some time to sleep until his flight. But the very moment he closed his eyes, the agents completely panicked. Kang immediately demanded to know what the problem was. This time, an agent explained that there was something very strange about the whole situation. He added that headquarters had even authorized the release of classified information to Kang. The agent then handed over a device for Kang to see for himself. Kang clutched it, horrified by the images on the screen. The scene looked like something out of a slasher film. The agent explained that it took place in East Harlem, just 3 kilometers away, about 4 hours after Kang had cleared his last tower. Kang then focused on the card left at the crime scene. He knew instantly the face collector had resurfaced, but Kang couldn't help but wonder why now. And of all places, why here? He knew this was a direct attack, a deliberate provocation. He shot to his feet, making the agents jump. Kang declared that he was going to teach this guy a lesson. He ordered the agents not to just stand there, They needed to take him to the location, especially since the great CIA had apparently located this psychopath's whereabouts so quickly. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Big Apple, the killer known as the Face Collector was doing what he did best. The Mirror Monarch thanked him for a job well done. At that, the psychopath's face morphed into that of a woman. He had received a new order. The time had come, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Soon after, he confirmed to someone named M that he understood the directive. The Mirror Monarch then encouraged the player, telling him he could become anyone he wanted to be, even the legendary hero King. This sent Kang's mind racing as he analyzed the true powers of the Abyss. He knew that some players from the Abyss, also known as the Rankless Kingdom, deliberately chose to fight without using any equipment or skill cards. Some players went so far as to scrub their identities from the leaderboards entirely. They were known as the Abyss Powers. They could have been anyone from covert operatives from different nations needing to maintain anonymity to elite special forces units. Worse still, they might have been rogue players hiding in the shadows, just biding their time before their next big score. The Collector was undoubtedly one of them, notorious for slaughtering countless players from the Celestial Kingdom. Kang cursed himself. If he had any idea this was how they'd meet, he would have grilled that woman for every last detail. Suddenly, it all clicked. The reason they summoned him to a tower with ties to the Yu Sao A was because the whole thing was a setup from the start. Their goal was to force a confrontation between Kang and the Collector. Before long, they reached their destination. As Kang moved through the streets, he noticed agents had cordoned off the entire sector, but his gut screamed that the real killer was long gone. Arriving at the scene, he made it plain that he wasn't some kind of detective. His specialty was combat, making him wonder what he was doing at a crime scene. But just then, an agent stepped out from the group, holding a mask made of skin, and calmly fitted it over the mangled face of a nearby corpse. In an instant, the dead body lurched to its feet. It wasn't alone. All around them, every single corpse began to stir and rise. Kang shot back, demanding to know what the hell he thought he was doing. The agent simply tossed the question right back, asking Kang for his own theory. More agents began to pull on their own gruesome skin masks. The head agent finally dropped the act, revealing the whole thing was an elaborate ruse, a trap meticulously designed to snare the Hero King. But Kang was already a step ahead of them. He'd been anticipating a move like this the entire time. He braced for the inevitable clash, smirking that the Hero King's true specialty was walking headfirst into enemy traps. With that, he summoned his dual blades and lunged into the fray. The reanimated figures began swarming Kang, forcing him to raise his weapons in defense as he deftly carved through the first one. With a lightning-fast motion, he drove his heel into another attacker's jaw, then instinctively raised his arm to block a sword from a third assailant. A murmur erupted from the crowd, all of them asking if his ability wasn't incredibly powerful. The sight sent a chill down Kang's spine. They moved and spoke like a hive-minded horde of zombies. He rested a hand on his hip, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared the whole situation was beyond bizarre. From the back, a voice sneered that he wasn't as strong as expected, and that only M could see his true potential. Our hero immediately demanded to know who this M was, suspecting him to be the mastermind of this secret cabal, the one uniting these powers from the Abyss. The voice confirmed his suspicion, boasting that even without their leader present, they had already eliminated legions of Celestial Realm players just like him. Kang drew a dagger, acknowledging that this was going to be a real pain to deal with. At that moment, one of his foes snapped their fingers. The world around them warped and twisted into something new. The disembodied voice told him not to fret, as they were now in an entirely different dimension. The new environment resembled a massive coliseum. Kang instantly recognized it as a barrier technique, a skill that could manifest a pocket dimension. With a sneer of contempt, he muttered that the Face Collector had really gone all out orchestrating this ambush. The enemies rushed him, but our protagonist remained unfazed. The sheer audacity of the Face Collector trying to eliminate the Hero King was almost laughable. He spun, repelling every attack with shields of flash-frozen ice, while simultaneously unloading his pistol into the crowd. Kang scoffed. The world was teetering on the brink of annihilation, and this clown was still playing the role of some cheap 2-bit villain. It was as if the guy was completely oblivious to how hard Kang fought to keep the world from tearing itself apart. He punctuated the thought by firing an ice shard directly into an enemy's face. Kang's patience had worn thin as he continued firing, his expression now one of pure annoyance. The horde was relentless, but he picked them off methodically with his sub-zero rounds. All at once, a man in a sharp suit, with a fringe of hair obscuring one eye, emerged from the shadows, casually asking what all the fuss was about. He strolled past the frozen statues of his fallen men, questioning if Kang wasn't enjoying himself. After all, the real thrill is in watching civilization crumble. A twisted smile spread across his face as he shattered the frozen head of one of the bodies with his bare hands. He longed for the pure chaos of the first season's towers, for the sound of endless screaming and the sight of cities burning to ashes. That was their ultimate desire. But it wasn't the reason they were there to kill Kang. The villain peeled a sliver of skin from the shattered ice sculpture's face. He pressed the flesh against his own cheek and sneered at Kang, telling the pathetic hero wannabe to watch closely. The villain's features started to contort, and with a malevolent grin, he hissed that the world would get by perfectly fine without its precious hero. He mocked Kang, asking if he truly believed everything revolved around him, as if he were its one and only savior. Kang's face hardened, but the villain wasn't finished, adding that this world wasn't so fragile that it would shatter just because the hero king was gone. As he spoke, his lackeys began to channel energy into a menacing dagger, chanting that if one hero king falls, another will inevitably rise to take his place.
With that final declaration, the remaining enemies swarmed him. Kang expertly dodged their blades, bending backward to avoid the slashes. While their leader suddenly had a new idea. He declared he would rip Kang's face clean off and take the title of Hero King for himself. But Kang's voice cut through the noise, cold as steel. He called the man pathetic garbage, a low-level scrub who'd never even seen a season-end boss raid.
He then unleashed a tidal wave of raw power, flinging his arms wide. The blast sent all nearby enemies flying, tearing them to shreds in an instant. Because of that, Kang thought, the man had no right to speak with such overblown confidence. His opponent shot back that he only skipped the raid because there's no prize for completing the season. From his perspective, only morons would bother with that pointless exercise. Kang retorted that if he truly thought the world didn't need him, then it was time to school him on a few facts. Fact number 1, about the Hero King. There is only one in the entire cosmos, and he was standing right in front of him. As he condensed a sphere of crackling blue energy in his palm, he revealed his second fact about Earth itself as he launched the blinding energy straight at his foe. With chilling finality, he declared, "The Earth revolves around me." The conclusion, therefore, was simple. The day Kang dies is the day the entire planet dies with him. The villain was left half frozen from the protagonist's devastating attack. He could only spew curses at Kang, who now advanced slowly on his opponent's incapacitated form. He then prepared to reveal one final fact about this deranged psychopath. Compared to Kang, this guy was less than nothing. Kang's hands morphed into solid ice spears, a truly sadistic glint in his eyes. Kang drives the spear of ice straight through his opponent's gut. Looks like getting called Abyss Power made the fool a little too confident for his own good. As for the Abyss, Kang has his own thoughts on that. He's convinced it's just an empty wasteland, completely devoid of any real power. Just when Kang thinks it's over, the body he just skewered explodes into a million pieces of glass. Stunned, his eyes dart to the back of the arena where he sees a dark figure emerge. It's the same villain, but now he's taken over the body of a girl with long, pink hair. He announces he's done holding back, and that he's coming for Kang's face next. Kang just flashes a grin, casually asking if the psycho really thinks he can take his face. Then he starts exposing the guy for the maniac he truly is. This guy clearly needs a few more beatings to learn his lesson. The villain lunges at our hero, taunting him to even try to hit him. With his eyes glowing ominously, he brags that Kang's pathetic little tricks are child's play to dodge. In the middle of his boast, his arms and legs are suddenly severed from his torso. He crashes to the floor, completely bewildered, eating dirt and trying to process what just happened. The cause. A razor-sharp web, Kang calmly explains that any real hunter knows the first rule is to always conceal your traps. Crouching down next to his dismembered foe, Kang asks how it feels to be taken down by the very same underhanded tactics that dark players love to use. Sure, he might have gotten the jump on a few players from the Celestial Kingdom, but that was just cowardly luck, not actual skill. The girl's face peels away, showing the villain's real appearance underneath. Kang lays out the hard truth those players he beat only lost because they hesitated to kill another person. They were a class above him and should never have fallen to scum like him. With his eyes now pure black with glowing red irises, our protagonist actually thanks the villain for making this easy. As he speaks, a weapon of pure ice begins to materialize in his grasp.
Kang starts to say something about the Hero King, wondering if his enemy is aware, but he's cut short as a blistering scarlet energy erupts and envelops his entire frame. A massive blast rips through the building, shaking it to its foundations. Outside, civilians scream and dive for cover, while police and special forces converge on the scene.
They're shouting, trying to locate the Hero King. The moment they breach the interior, however, the entire team freezes in their tracks, utterly speechless at what they see. The room is completely wrecked. An agent instantly points his weapon at Kang and screams for him to get his hands in the air. Unfazed, Kang coolly replies, "Aren't you guys a little late?" You can see the terror in the blonde agent's eyes, hidden behind his shades. His voice trembles as he barks the command again. "Hands up now," he stammers, but a firm hand suddenly closes over his weapon. A new voice tells him to stand down and take a breath. It's General Kilgore. He immediately turns to Kang, demanding to know what in the world went down. Kang reports that the villain set him up, luring him here. He explains that the face collector was lying in wait, so Kang simply handled the situation and dispatched him permanently. Even though the corpse is a mess, Kang is confident the CIA will manage a positive ID. The general, however, looks skeptical and questions if this was truly the face collector. Kilgore brings up a CIA report claiming Kang was the one who deployed the barrier, a charge Kang instantly denies. He insists to Kilgore that he was ambushed and dragged into this setup the moment he stepped out of the tower. He snaps, telling them not to even mention the barrier again. Kang absolutely explodes, ripping into Kilgore and calling him a fool for not seeing the spy right under his nose. A spy who, he fumes, has probably already slipped away. The accusation clearly angers the general. Or so it seems. A new thought crosses Kang's mind. What if General Kilgore is part of this conspiracy? Ice-cold energy begins to gather around him as he grips his sword tighter. Kilgore just stares at Kang, a troubled expression forming on his face before he pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. Kilgore asks if Kang honestly believes he would be stupid enough to send the face collector after him. The thought is so absurd, it's mind-boggling. Kilgore groans. Kang sighs. He has to admit, the general has a point. On their way out of the ruined building, Kang asks if he's free to go, mentioning a CIA agent promised him a private jet home. Sure enough, a short while later, a plane is waiting for him on an airfield runway. As Kang disembarks, he throws his arms open to greet Mr. Ree Park, who's come to pick him up. The first thing out of Kang's mouth is a jab about his friend's receding hairline. Park retorts that dealing with a certain lunatic who creates chaos on a daily basis is the real cause. Kang feigns a wounded expression, protesting that he was only sending a bad guy to the netherworld for the good of mankind. He dramatically asks if this is the thanks he gets, but Mr. Park just pulls him into a warm hug. Mr. Park notes that the press is already going wild over the incident, though Kang assumes they're just printing their usual garbage. Flashing headlines prove him wrong. Kang Young is being hailed as a hero for taking down the face collector in a spectacular fashion. The whole world is wondering if he really is the king of heroes. Later that night, our protagonist is finally able to unwind back in his own apartment. He takes a slow sip from a can, his gaze fixed on the distant city lights. It's March already, and a sense of unease settles over Kang. His enemies are acting far too quiet. He pulls out his phone and scrolls through articles praising the Hero King's accomplishments. It triggers a memory of a past warning he received, someone telling him that civilians would be in the line of fire from terrorist threats and asking for his cooperation. Another memory surfaces, this time a conversation he had with Mr. Park. They had discussed how players' powers were escalating, and that squads in Russia had already started fighting amongst themselves. This train of thought prompts him to pull up his status window, followed by his equipment and inventory screens. Tapping his chin, he wonders if this is the month it will finally unlock the level 8 tower. He remembers how a boss emerged from it back in Season 1, and in Season 2, the tower itself shattered, obliterating huge chunks of the world map, shaking off the memory. Our hero taps the accept button on his screen and receives an executioner's oath ring. It's a heroic grade item that applies a reveal weakness debuff on an enemy for 3 hits. Kang is genuinely shocked. The Death Monarch's presence are no joke. He figures the Death Monarch must have gotten a real kick out of watching the Immortal Monarch get taken down a peg. Feeling lucky, he decides to press his luck and open a card pack. The Hero King has 7 random card packs in his inventory. He uses his Frost Kai attribute to unseal all of them at once, but nothing. Every single card is just a common, totally unremarkable pull. So much for his lucky streak. His gaze falls to his frozen weapon, reminding him that Frost Kai abilities get a significant boost when combined with the Ice Blacksmith skill. A new prompt appears, asking if he'd like to open 3 attribute-specific card packs. He dismisses it with a shake of his head. His luck has clearly run out for the day. Kang is level 58. He's the master of the Infinite Labyrinth, the owner of legendary titles, and the wielder of a full assassin skill deck. By Season 6, he was basically a god. He thoughtfully scratches his chin as he reviews the data. He notices 5 stacks of an assassination warning effect from his amulet, on top of the 3 oaths he already has, model. Once he adds the reveal weakness debuff to his arsenal, his skill set will be downright deadly. Fast forward 2 days, and we're on a player forum where an illustration suddenly appears, showing a cloaked figure wielding 2 spears and wearing a mask. Apparently, this mystery man stalks towers between levels 3 and 5. But here's the bizarre part. He weeps right before he finishes someone off. The comment section explodes with everyone buzzing about the crying villain, descending into typical internet warfare. Amidst the chaos of insults and arguments, a man in glasses calmly scrolls through his phone. He's in disbelief. Could the Hero King really be lurking in this chat room? Turns out it's actually him. Still, he figures anyone spamming these comments has nothing better to do. His eyes narrow as he looks back at the forum. He vows to hunt down every last one of these trolls and make them pay. Then, he pulls up a new browser tab. This new page is all about the association, and the community is tearing the employees to shreds, branding them as useless and demanding they all be sacked. Reading this makes his blood boil. Outside on the streets, life goes on as usual, but then something happens that brings everything to a standstill. Even a couple, moments from a kiss, freezes in place. Everyone is just floored by the sight. A group of men in suits begins to secure the area, and bystanders start whispering, wondering what the Reaper is doing here. A sharp-dressed man with blonde hair announces he's entering the tower to handle the situation. He orders his team to be ready to apprehend the target the second he emerges. This well-dressed individual is none other than Leader Lee Si. That's right, Hyuk, the Reaper in the flesh. His face is grim as he wonders what nerve this punk has to violate the rules in his territory. True to his word, he marches straight into the arena tower. He confronts the cloaked man, asking if he's the one who's been terrorizing all the new players. The so-called crybaby villain retorts that the Reaper certainly didn't rush to get there. He casually mentions that his robe was getting stuffy, so he had to chill it with some ice. Lee Hyak is utterly stunned. He knows that voice anywhere. It couldn't be. Could the villain really be him? The figure then throws off his dark cloak, unveiling a suit of gleaming, ice-blue armor underneath.
He proclaims that the Hero King was never shown the proper respect he earned. And since the internet seems so obsessed with his tears, he's going to deliver the performance they've all been clamoring for. You can see the fear in the Reaper's eyes. His voice shakes as he pleads for him to calm down, insisting they only posted that trash because they were following orders from above. The Ice Knight raises his mask, questioning if they really meant what they wrote. Then, he fully reveals himself as the Hero King, confirming the blonde man's worst fears. Now free of his armor, our protagonist shows his true appearance and begins to gather a sphere of raw energy in his palm. He has zero intention of holding back, and his eyes blaze with intensity. Lee Hook covers his mouth, beads of cold sweat running down his face, completely paralyzed by terror. Putting on a show, Kang starts to sob dramatically, mimicking the rumors, before hurling an ice spear that impales his foe clean through. With the first victory secured, he steps out of the tower right into a trap laid by the Reaper's squad. They yell at each other to block his escape route. Kang simply scoffs at them, mockingly asking the association members if they're enjoying another day of getting pushed around. Every single agent is jaw-dropped, realizing the infamous villain is none other than the Hero King. The Reaper yells that regulations forbid high rankers from hunting newbies, but our hero just gestures to himself and asks, "Compared to me, isn't everyone in the world a low-level player?" He feigns a pout, whining that it's just not fair since he wants to have some fun in the arena too. The agents just glare at him with disapproval. He fires back,
asking if he's broken any actual laws or if he's supposed to just sit on his hands and wait. With an annoyed huff, he crosses his arms and points out that the association doesn't make the law, so he couldn't care less about their regulations. He challenges the Reaper to try and stop him if he has an issue, but the blonde agent just shrinks back, not even daring to make eye contact. His team is utterly confused by his cowardice. So, Kang turns his back on the agents, announcing his plan to hunt down and punish every single person who called him a crybaby. He shoots the suited men a smug, knowing glance over his shoulder. He informs them that the world is about to witness the association's incompetence firsthand, because their so-called penalty points mean nothing to him. One of the agents grits his teeth, seething with frustration but powerless to do anything. Just then, another agent speaks up, and Kang pauses to hear what he has to say. An agent with a buzz cut steps forward and confesses he's the one who was posting all the crybaby insults online. He puffs up his chest, mustering every ounce of courage he can find, and challenges the Hero King to target him first. His defiance seems to ignite a spark in the others. Though trembling, they also start confessing. Another one shouts that he called Kang a milk beggar and said the crybaby king was completely useless. The Reaper slowly gets to his feet, muttering curses at his own men. United, they roar that on this day. The Reapers will stand together to take down the crybaby villain. Kang just smirks at their pathetic resolve, condescendingly asking if they're enjoying themselves. The group marches into the arena tower. Night falls. And in what feels like no time at all, they're stumbling back out. Kang gives his defeated foes a cheerful wave, thanking them for the free points. He promises to make great use of the skill cards they just dropped. Later, back at his place, Kang scrolls through his notifications. He notes that this new card is the final piece he needed for his second deck. But just as he's organizing his collection, he's abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, he's being forcefully teleported to the Throne of the End. The startled boy cries out as he's pulled through a vast, star-filled cosmos. His body feels weightless. Eventually, he arrives in a domain humming with a bizarre energy and begins his descent. The place is pitch black, illuminated only by the glow of his own aura. But the true nature of this dimension quickly becomes clear. He finds himself surrounded by a gathering of cloaked figures who all welcome him in unison. Our hero swallows hard. He understands now he's at the Throne of the End, the meeting ground for all 999 monarchs. With a grim expression, he demands to know why they've brought him here. A blinding golden light erupts before our hero, catching him off guard. A man in golden robes materializes from the glow, explaining that on behalf of all the game's monarchs, they wish to offer an apology. The cloaked figure then offers him a hand, but Kang just smirks, remarking that they've messed up so many times, he can't even keep track of what they need to apologize for. The monarch clarifies that back when Kang battled player Gork, he had technically already cleared that tower. The only reason Kang was able to stay in that world was due to a temporary blessing that was granted to him. Kang listens closely, prompting him for more information. The monarch reveals that this blessing was only possible because it received unanimous approval from all the other monarchs. It turns out they were all desperate to see the duel play out. But then, another monarch interfered with the battle and removed the Undertaker from the fight. The other rulers were absolutely livid, and the immortal monarch caught a ton of heat for ruining everyone's good time. During the trial, his defense was that Kang's sword made the rule against player killing inside a tower void. He even hinted that Kang might have been the one to take a life, claiming his own actions were just to enforce the rules. But the Hero King shot back, swearing he would never harm another player within a tower's walls. The man retorted, however, that the possibility wasn't zero, which took Kang by surprise. After all, our hero had earned the name Monarch Slayer for a good reason. Anxious, Kang questioned what the final verdict was. From a total of 999 monarchs, 995 had found the immortal monarch not guilty. Kang couldn't help but scratch his head, confused about why he was even summoned if it was all over. The cloaked figure then laid out the real issue: a single superior monarch had ruled him guilty. Due to this one dissenting vote, the immortal monarch was hit with a harsh penalty for his transgression, forcing him to deal with the fallout. As part of this, Kang was also going to be offered a chance at compensation. The cloaked man shot our hero a menacing glare. Kang immediately asked if this opportunity was the compensation he was talking about. As he spoke, the room was bathed in a brilliant golden light. The man informed Kang that, as usual. Everything unfolding in the game was his doing. In a flash, the hero king found himself transported to the immortal monarch's tower. A place with a unique rule dying inside only got you kicked out. A wave of dread washed over Kang as he realized his build settings were still locked. If this compensation involved raiding the tower, he was completely screwed. But as he looked around, he saw there was no raid happening. Frustrated, Kang threw his hands in the air, shouting about what he was even supposed to do. Just then, a voice called his name. Startled, he spun around, searching for the source. The voice insisted it was lower down. Kang knelt but still didn't see anyone. The voice spoke up once more. The boy was a little hesitant, but when the voice asked if he was a player, he said yes. That voice warned him that it had seen innumerable players arrive only to perish, stressing how incredibly deadly the place was. It then proposed an alliance, but our hero was already on high alert, his hand instinctively closing around his ice sword. A blast of frost erupted from him, sending a skeletal head flying through the air. The voice shrieked, demanding to know if he was trying to knock its block off. Kang scooped up the head, musing that a talking skull felt like a massive cliché for an RPG. His comment made the skull crack up. It grinned, giving him a warm welcome to a realm where death had no real sting. But this just left the boy confused. If he couldn't die, how was he supposed to return to the outside world after losing? The skull clarified that you technically still die, but regardless of how many times it happens, everyone is resurrected at the stroke of midnight. As for the skull, it always came back with its head stuck in the sand. None of this made any sense to Kang. The whole bizarre setup was thanks to the area's ruler, the great immortal emperor. He had offered up his entire world as a tribute. To ascend to the rank of monarch, one must sacrifice their most beloved possession. And that's precisely what the emperor did. He cherished his empire above all else. Consequently, a never-ending curse settled upon this land, rendering death an impossibility. Kang suspected the emperor really just loved his own skin the most. But rather than argue the point, he decided to shift the conversation to what kind of loot he could find here. If rewards were his goal, the skull suggested he check out the Imperial Palace. It was supposedly overflowing with treasure, and since nobody cared about the loot anymore, there were no guards. Kang could see a dilapidated castle off in the distance. An army of skeletons was steadily marching toward them. He asked what was happening. The skull casually explained they were just some friends dropping by to liven things up. It even said it was a pleasure to have met him. But our hero only saw a giant pile of potential experience points. He immediately summoned his companion, and the two of them dove headfirst into the enemy ranks. As the fight raged on, Kang's experience bar shot up, and he leveled at a ridiculous pace. For Kang, it was a piece of cake. He was coolly enjoying himself, soaking up all the combat rewards. But then, the sky began to grow dim. He glanced upward. The battlefield was now a carpet of bones. The boy realized midnight was fast approaching. All the skeletons he had just taken down started to fade away, only to reappear a moment later as if by magic. They had reformed their ranks, a complete army standing before him once more. Kang finally understood. This had to be the enemy respawn point, which explained why they returned every single night. A thrill of excitement ran through him. He knew this was the perfect playground for him to truly cut loose. Our protagonist ventured a bit further. And what did he discover in Oasis? Right there in the middle of the desolate landscape? He spent his points and an awakening stone to acquire the sword manipulation skill. This ability allowed him to sheathe his blade in fire and command swords with his mind. Now that he had awakened sword manipulation and reached level 69, he figured it was high time to hunt for some real treasure. The skull's eyes practically lit up with glee. It told Kang that the great immortal emperor's hoard was hidden inside the castle, and that they were about to strike it rich. But just then, the moon cast a strange new light. Its violet glow began to expose something unusual right in the oasis. Kang saw it and heaved a heavy sigh. He was obviously unimpressed. In a dry, sarcastic voice, he remarked on how intimidating the castle appeared. He then began to cautiously approach it. The ground beneath his feet turned into slick puddles. To get to the castle, he had to wade through a lake, getting drenched along the way. The water level rose so high he had to go completely under. He thought to himself that he'd be seriously ticked off if this whole trek was for nothing. When they finally broke the surface, the skull let out a scream of relief. It wailed that it thought it was a goner and was about to turn back into sand. Kang replied with a flat tone, asking if skulls even needed to breathe. In any case, he told it to quit its rambling and show him where the treasure was. But the skull's entire demeanor changed in an instant. It shrieked the name of the immortal emperor.
Kang's own eyes widened as he stared forward. They stood before a magnificent throne. The skull proclaimed itself a loyal servant to the empire, proudly announcing that it had delivered a tomb raider straight to his master. A dark, menacing energy poured from the imposing throne. A gigantic sword was buried in the ground just in front of a suit of armor sitting perfectly motionless. All at once, the immortal emperor's eyes flashed open, glowing with a sky-blue light. He was awake. Kang shoved the skull out of his way, preparing for battle. This opponent, the immortal emperor, was the real deal. He possessed elite combat abilities and was a master-level necromancer. But something was off. The emperor seemed to be nothing more than an empty vessel. Kang unleashed his equipment skill, Curtain of Absolute Darkness. Wielding his twin blades, he lunged at the emperor, who in turn gripped his own massive sword. A violent burst of purple energy erupted from the emperor's blade, unleashing a concussive blast that hurled Kang backward.
The entire chamber was bathed in the sword's ominous purple glow as the fight officially began. With his other hand, the immortal emperor began to concentrate a sphere of violet power. A volley of curses flew toward Kang. He tightened his grip on his sword, instantly regretting that he hadn't switched his skill set before the battle. He was completely unprepared and knew this was going to be an uphill struggle. In the meantime, Kang began casting his own skills, focusing his energy before launching a spell at his foe. The attack landed, hitting the immortal emperor with a series of debuffs. For a brief moment, the emperor staggered, thrown off balance by the impact. But it didn't last. He recovered almost instantly and charged at Kang once more, weaving around his enemy's counterattacks. Kang realized he should have activated his murder warning skill before entering. The speed debuff made it impossible for Kang to land a clean shot on the emperor. To make matters worse, he spotted an even greater danger emerging from the emperor's attacks. Several hooded phantoms were soaring towards him. These were the restless souls of the dead, channeled through the emperor's sword aura. Kang attempted to fend them off with his ice sword, but he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks as the emperor closed in from behind. Grasping his weapon with both hands, the emperor readied a fatal blow and lunged at Kang, who noticed the move at the last possible second. Kang's eyes flashed with determination. Just as the emperor brought his colossal sword down, Kang managed to block it, nullifying the damage, but merely touching the blade, even without taking a direct hit. Afflicted Kang with a slew of nasty debuffs, malign touch, and another speed reduction. The curses were already a huge problem, and now he had to contend with the sword's unique skills on top of it. In response, he activated Celestial Demon's Fall. This ability would permanently grant him some of the Celestial Demon's powers. As he continued to defend, Kang couldn't help but wonder if this skill would allow him to absorb some of his opponent's memories and combat experience. Then, seizing a critical opening, Kang locked his twin swords against the enemy's massive blade. With a powerful two-armed shove, he sent the emperor flying backward with astonishing force. Now, with glowing eyes and an aura pulsating from his blades, Kang's confidence was visibly growing. He started to see flashes of a bygone era in his mind, a young boy training relentlessly with an enormous sword. These were the memories of the great immortal emperor himself. They had been transferred to Kang during the heat of their battle, but the emperor gave him no time to process it, instantly preparing another attack and raising his giant sword once more. Kang had already seen this exact attack pattern in the memories he'd just absorbed. His valuable new skill was working perfectly. With a smug grin, Kang realized he now had even more ways to control this fight. Every time his blade clashed with a powerful foe, he could analyze and absorb all of their techniques. Defending and countering became almost second nature. He even taunted his opponent, asking what his next move would be, since he'd already memorized all the Emperor's attack patterns. The Emperor stumbled back from the push. Kang soared in, preparing a finishing blow. His sword, glowing blue, slashed across his opponent, but the enemy's blade managed to strike him as well. Both combatants crashed to the floor simultaneously, the knight's heavy armor making a deafening clang. Kang surveyed the results of the clash with satisfaction. The body his sword had struck began to dissolve. Kang hovered in the air, weapon in hand, over his vanquished foe. But then his sword's frozen blade suddenly shattered. He dropped to the ground, landing with both feet directly on the enemy's head. This action applied the deathmark keyword, finally marking his mission as complete. He hit his opponent with the weakness revelation debuff 5 times, maxing out its effect. But just then, the immortal emperor's body began to float, radiating a dark energy. A man with long white hair and a beard looked down at his hands, declaring that he refused to die. A young woman then gently draped a cloth over him. She told him not to be afraid, promising that if he followed her instructions, not even death itself could claim him.
Kang watched the entire flashback unfold and recognized the woman's voice, but he pushed it aside for now. He collected himself and began to charge energy in his palm. The Emperor's face, a bare skull, was revealed from behind his broken mask. Kang decided to end this fast, making sure the Emperor could never come back to life. But a desperate, choking voice echoed, screaming that it didn't want to perish.
It shouted that this was its empire and that it required more dark magic. Kang fired an energy beam straight through the Emperor's torso. The Emperor shrieked one last time, refusing to accept his fate. The hero offered a respectful bow. As a timer appeared, the tower world would collapse in 179 seconds. Skeletal feet clattered towards him. A familiar voice chimed in, saying it knew he could pull it off. But Kang wasn't buying the flattery. He shot a dirty look at the treacherous skull. This wasn't just any servant. It was the one who had deceived the Emperor ages ago, and its crimes were finally exposed. The hero blew past the compliments and demanded it tell him where the treasure was, and quickly, now inhabiting its original body. The creature handed the hero a card pack containing ghost and cursed abilities. On top of that, it gave him the Emperor's black armor and the immortal king's domination blessing. It asked if he was pleased with the rewards, and Kang confirmed he was, but then asked what it meant by him saving it. The skull explained that when the Emperor died, the eternal resurrection curse died with him. No one else would be brought back to life here. Kang asked if the ceiling was going to collapse and crush him. The skeletal figure explained that if he died, he would simply be sent back to his own world. That was the deal the Monarchs had made. This caught Kang by surprise, and he demanded to know how it knew that. But instead of answering, the skull just gave a wave with its glowing eyes as the entire area crumbled around them. Sometime later, the hero found himself safe, looking over his new loot and skill builds. Sitting on his bed, he decided to equip the new armor he got from defeating the Emperor. Kang pulled up the settings screen. His third deck was finally complete, and he couldn't help but grin. The rewards were insanely good, and that skeleton had been surprisingly generous. Still, its farewell felt off, almost as if it knew they would meet again. Kang pondered what that skeleton truly was. Just then, Mr. Park called. Kang picked up the phone, only to be met with a barrage of shouting. His achievement points were apparently blowing up the leaderboards. Kang just explained he'd discovered an incredible grinding spot. However, even at level 69, the level 8 towers were still inaccessible. He only needed about 20% more experience points to achieve his second awakening. He really was the king of heroes, wasn't he? Park chuckled, joking that at this rate, Kang would become the Monarch King. The comment made Kang go completely still for a moment before he let out a weak, strained laugh. He told Park to drop the nonsense and asked for some advice. Park mentioned this freaky tower, not as a suggestion, but more of a warning. Apparently, players who ventured inside would suddenly just bail on the raid. And get this, when they emerged, they'd swear to defend the tower. Park thought it was incredibly strange, figuring they must have completely snapped. It seemed like a job for a player with serious mind control resistance. This got Kang thinking, as he happened to possess a blessing that made his mental defenses incredibly strong. It was called Crystal Clarity, and it juiced his mental strength by a whopping 108 points. So, Kang immediately asked for the tower's location. Decked out in his slick new armor, Kang makes a beeline for the Tower of Peace. But the moment he sets foot there, something feels very wrong. The entire area resembles a perfectly normal, quiet village, filled with children and families enjoying their day. But here's the sick twist: the mission objective is to butcher every last one of them. All of a sudden, a voice calls out his name. A bunch of elderly men in long, hooded robes were standing there, staring him down. Kang spun around, his expression dead serious. But the men just offered him a warm welcome. Even Kang had to admit how serene the atmosphere was. The bearded man, while maintaining his solemn look, agreed with him. He then flat out told Kang he must be there on the Monarch's orders to wipe them all out. The old man's directness didn't even make Kang blink. He suited up completely, helmet and all, and then asked what they would do if that was his intention. The old man simply stated that no one in the village could hope to stop him. This village was home only to the elderly, young kids, and widows with their children. Then, in an instant, all the peaceful villagers began to gather, begging Kang to spare their lives. People were dropping to their knees all around him. A young woman clutching a newborn even knelt down, pleading for mercy. Kang just tightened the grip on his twin swords, watching them grovel. Kang knew this wasn't some run-of-the-mill tower world. This was a level 7 tower, which meant the difficulty was off the charts. He asked them why the monarchs demanded their sacrifice. The elder explained that evil gods don't need a reason to crush the weak, comparing it to stepping on a spider just because you can. Our hero was skeptical. He took a step closer, arguing that powerful beings like monarchs and gods surely had bigger fish to fry. With a hardened gaze, Kang told them to drop the mind games and cryptic talk, because it wouldn't work on him. The elder bowed his head, asking if this was truly the only way. Kang's reply was firm, yes. Kang shot forward with his sword drawn, shouting that he had a world of his own to protect. The elder countered his attack with a powerful burst of magic. The elder's true form was revealed to be a fallen angel, confirming Kang's suspicions that he was in disguise. Kang then challenged them, asking if they truly understood the Light Monarch's personality. He told them the monarch would never forgive the Light Protectors for betraying him. The angels shouted back, revealing that the monarch had ordered them to kill innocent humans. Our hero asked if they were defying a direct command just to protect these people, and the angels confirmed it. Kang then fixed his eyes on the one in the center, asking if he was their leader. The angel said nothing, his face a mask of solemn duty. Kang just continued to stare him down, knowing full well he wasn't under any kind of mental attack. His unique skill was shielding him. His senses were perfectly clear this was no illusion. He gripped his blade tighter and aimed it right at the angels. Our guy was torn. If massacring people for the Monarch of Light was a level 7 difficulty, he dreaded to think how hard it would be to side with these guys. An angel finally broke the silence, asking Kang if he truly thought his actions serving as a mere puppet for the monarchs were justified. He took off his helmet, closed his eyes, and answered with a quiet, no. The angels watching him were completely stunned by his response. The woman holding the baby cried out, begging him to spare the angels and the children, even offering up all the other villagers as a sacrifice. But our protagonist just hung his head and said, sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils. This sent the angel into a rage, who screamed, asking if Kang was really willing to doom their world to save his own. The boy just raised his hands and replied, from my perspective, that's the least horrible choice I have. Instantly, the angels drew their swords and assumed battle stances. The women, children, and elderly all huddled together, praying in absolute despair. Our protagonist then finished his thought, recalling how a hero on TV once said that if you have to pick between two terrible things, the real choice is to pick neither. The lead angel, swords in hand, looked completely bewildered. Kang then thrust his own sword into the ground, and the very soil beneath it turned into a bizarre green liquid. He then looked up to the heavens and screamed, announcing that as a player, he was officially forfeiting the raid. This caused an immediate uproar, and the Monarch of Light was absolutely furious. But our hero king was then forcibly ripped out of the tower, expelled by the Monarch of Light himself. The other monarchs just cackled, saying they supported his choice, since he had now failed to clear the Tower of Peace for a second time. A level 7 tower break was about to begin. Looking up, the kid knew his plan had worked. A voice crackled in his ear, warning him that they had cordoned off the tower's entire location. An evacuation order had also been issued for a 5-kilometer radius. Kang got on the line and told them not to send in any other players, warning that they would only be a hindrance. The person on the other end yelled back, asking if Kang even grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a top-tier tower, and he hadn't even unlocked his second awakening. But Kang fired back that he had fought monsters and single-handedly ended wars. He was no stranger to taking down all sorts of creatures inside towers. Mr. Park, sounding completely fed up, then asked why he didn't just kill everyone in the tower he just left. Kang just offered a faint smile, not quite sure how to explain it. He just agreed with Mr. Park, then looked down with a worried expression. He questioned himself, wondering why he couldn't bring himself to kill them.
He should have just finished the mission from the start. Park then told him the whole mess had snowballed far beyond his control.
After that, Mr. Park hung up, leaving an oppressive silence. Kang finished equipping his armor and put his phone away. He could feel the energy in the air shift violently. The tower break was starting. An angel appeared, sword at the ready, as countless more filled the horizon. The countdown was on. Our protagonist summoned his 2 swords right out of the ground. The angels began their incantation. The enemy will atone for their sins with light. A group of them immediately charged toward our hero. As Kang watched his opponents close in, he couldn't help but wonder if 5 kilometers was going to be nearly enough space. The Game Monarch issued a sharp warning to the Light Monarch, then erected a barrier to enforce a fair fight. The Light Protector faction was now trapped until Kang Yusung was dead, forcing our hero to activate a temporary Shadow Wings buff. The buff doesn't just work on him, it supercharges anything he summons. Suddenly, he's decked out in heavy plate armor with massive wings sprouting from his back. He complains it makes him look like an old geezer, but that doesn't stop him from launching into the sky and calling forth his undead army. The heavens instantly turn into a war zone as angels clash with sword-wielding skeletons. Down on the ground, our hero is locked in a brutal sword duel with one of the angelic soldiers. This is going to be one hell of a fight for him. The chaos intensifies, with bodies already piling up on the battlefield. But our protagonist stands his ground, swords gripped tight, a picture of pure determination. His eyes flare with power, radiating an unshakable confidence. His angelic opponent, refusing to back down, lunges at him again. Just then, a second angel decides to jump into the fray. Suddenly, our hero is facing down 2 formidable enemies at the same time. He slams his sword point first into the earth, triggering a blinding flash of light. He activates Corpse Explosion, detonating the nearby bodies in a massive chain reaction. A few angels react just in time, shielding themselves with their wings, as his immortal king's aura surges, empowering all the undead around him. His skeletons instantly level up, rising back to their feet and snatching their weapons. To top it off, his general's black armor skill kicks in, infusing their blades with even more destructive power. On top of all this, our hero has a whole arsenal of buffs and poison skills at his command. But even with all that power, the angels are relentless and keep pressing their attack. Time for a new strategy. Kang imbues his sword with the Locust Swarm skill. He then commands his system to swap 3 of his active cards, instantly shifting his class from Cursed Sorcerer to Black Magic Assassin. The Cursed synergy immediately deactivates, replaced by the Assassin synergy. With a flick of his wrist, he triggers Charlotte's Web, watching as his locusts surge toward the enemy. The swarm descends upon the angels in a buzzing cloud of death. These are no ordinary insects. They inflict far more devastation than anyone could have anticipated. A handful of angels manage to avoid the swarm and retaliate with their own assault. Unfazed, our hero meets them head-on, charging straight into the fray. He lets loose a flurry of sword strikes, each one finding its mark. The brutal, all-out war continues just as the first rays of dawn break over the horizon. All at once, the Monarch's barrier shatters into a million fragments. In that instant, Kang annihilates his remaining foes. His buffs fade as he successfully prevents the tower's collapse. And as a bonus, our hero dings level 70. The second the fight is over, a mob of reporters descends on the scene, desperate for an interview. He sees the chaotic swarm of journalists rushing toward him. With a simple gesture, he summons his faithful mount and leaps on. Undeterred, the reporters shout questions, demanding to know why he ditched the official raid. They press him, asking if he was really so arrogant as to think he could stop the tower's collapse all on his own. Sporting a disarming smile, the young hero offers to explain everything if they'll just settle down. They completely ignore him, surrounding him and demanding to know if he intentionally abandoned the raid. Maintaining his composure, he confirms that, yes, it was deliberate. A stunned silence falls over the entire crowd. From the back, a man's voice cuts through, asking if he's admitting to enabling a terrorist attack. Kang swings off his mount, retorting, "And how exactly is that terrorism?" The man who spoke up is from CIPO, the International Player Police Organization. They showed up thinking this was the perfect opportunity to make their move. These guys have another name, player killers. Our protagonist calmly states that he gets it without context. His actions look completely insane, but he assures them that, despite appearances, He hasn't lost his marbles. Yet, he flashes them a gentle, almost mocking smile. Our hero lays it all out when he first entered the tower. The official mission was to slaughter everyone inside, including the defenseless. He tells the reporters that if they don't believe him, they can go ask the residents themselves. That's why he chose a more humane solution. He adds that if they still have doubts, they're free to ask the players who attempted the raid before and failed. Someone in the crowd yells, asking if he realizes how irresponsible he was, given the potential for catastrophic damage. Kang just sighs and shoots back that he managed to stop the tower's collapse without a single casualty. He declares that protecting their world is a player's duty, plain and simple. But the crowd erupts in argument, shouting that there's no proof the world inside the tower was even real. He retorts with pure sarcasm. And even if it wasn't, are you really saying our world is more important than theirs? He asks them if he was just supposed to blindly follow orders and sleep peacefully at night, knowing he'd butchered every innocent soul in that place, including children and those who couldn't fight back. Another reporter chimes in. So you're saying you'd risk our world just to soothe your own conscience? He fires back that he simply weighed his options and realized he could save both worlds. Then he adds that if the guy is so upset about a few damaged trees, he can send the bill to his manager to finish the conversation. He suggests that if they're all so plagued by problems and fears, maybe they should see a therapist, because it has nothing to do with him. That ominous man from the back speaks up again, bringing up our hero's supposed moral conflict. He claims this kind of thinking could one day bring about the world's destruction. Kang just scoffs at the idea. He then counters that he thinks they have a far more pressing conflict to deal with. And so, he poses the question, why should I save this world? The agent calls his actions childish and absurdly accuses him of holding the world hostage. Kang just laughs off the accusation with a smirk. He asks how a low-level grunt could possibly understand the mindset of a true challenger. His heavy armor dissolves as he spreads his arms, telling them to just end this peacefully. The moment he makes his move, the CIPO agents share a look. In an instant, they start weaving through the crowd of civilians. Several of them charge straight for Kang. One agent even draws a hairpin, ready to use it as a weapon. They shout, "In the name of international player law, for causing a tower breach, player Kang is..." But before they can finish the sentence, Mr. Park materializes out of nowhere and pulls our hero straight into a portal. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanish into the sky, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded. They reappear moments later, a safe distance away from the chaos. A voice booms out, declaring that before any international laws are considered, they will be taking player Kang into custody under the authority of national law. Following the announcement, a wall of sharp thorns erupts from the ground, blocking the CIPO agent's path. And so, despite his escape, our hero still finds himself in handcuffs. With a perfectly calm expression, Kang remarks that a true villain always maintains a positive outlook, even while being arrested. He adds that it's always the lackeys who get caught, and they should always have an escape plan prepared. The driver simply tells him to sit tight and wait for Mr. Park to arrive. At that moment, the Monarch's voice echoed, showering our hero with a torrent of blessings. Just as Mr. Park screeched to a stop in their car, he yelled for them to get in before the stress took what little hair he had left. Peeking back, the driver dryly commented that, based on the numbers, Mr. Park was already at the prime age for natural hair loss, regardless of any extra pressure. Kang just grinned, admitting he was probably a contributing factor to the hair situation. In a surprising twist, Mr. Park replied that he was actually ecstatic. But why? It was because Kang had managed to prevent the tower's destruction without any catastrophic consequences. Our hero, already thinking ahead, then asked how long it would be until the level 8 towers unlocked. Mr. Park, clearly annoyed by the abrupt change of topic, grumbled that they would open based on the player's overall power level, and at that, a realization seemed to strike our hero. He'd only been speculating before the season started, but now it all clicked into place. In that very instant, a notification window materialized in front of everyone inside the vehicle. In fact, it wasn't just them. The alert appeared for every single person in the area. It seemed our protagonist's recent feats had triggered the opening of level 8 towers and higher, far ahead of schedule. With this development, the goal of maintaining world peace suddenly felt much more attainable. Miles away, a man's hand trembled so intensely that his mug clattered against a table. He was deep inside the infinite labyrinth. Staring at a new system update, towers for levels 13, 14, 15, and 16 were now accessible. The mission was absolute protect the world from dangers no one had ever conceived of.